Service of the MTA.
Hosanna, Olúwa, Hosanna, 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 Hosanna, Olúwa, Hosanna.
Today on Lens, we sit down with a curious and dynamic creative who has journeyed through architecture, the arts, and the gospel world. Stay tuned as we explore the story of a man whose lifelong passion is driven by a bold vision to express his creativity in a uniquely vibrant and colorful style.
We tend to detour from our tradition. That's what I don't like. And that is where I'm bringing art into architecture.
When we get it, no go finish, oh. Make them no go see us finish, oh. For the culture, classic English, oh. Paramanchi get it meaning, oh. Shemo wakere, oh. Shemo wakere. Shemo wakere, oh. Shemo wakere.
We bring you our fashion segment and our exciting top 5. Stay with us. This is one edition of Lens you definitely don't want to miss. Born in Ogorikogi State, Nigeria, Olabayo Julius, a true master of color, reveals how different spheres of life can be captured through expressive art. Olabayo also shares insights into how he successfully balances multiple professions without letting one suffer for another.
Every day you have planned for the day. And that will be a guiding factor. Guess what? In the ongoing exhibition I have, people get there, they say, huh? How do you get time to do all these things? I say, well, it's because one, discipline, focus, and commitment to it. All right? Once you are focused on the thing, you are committed to it, definitely you will smile thereafter. What you have passion for, you can always create time for it. So I created time to do all this thing, and I had the time out of 24 hours per day. The greatest influence is God. Guess what? I saw the works of his hands. I saw the trees. I saw the water bodies. Thank God for natural geographers who have brought this thing close to man. I used to see all this thing, but the biggest question to me then is that how do I bring this thing for people to see? All right, that I didn't have an answer to until I had rapport with art. What I see, where I've been, the culture, that when you see something, you go back, you forget about it. So how do I bring it down to people to see and feel and be blessed? It's just through art. Just a lot, because we have different tradition, different customs and all these things. If you see some architecture from the north, you know it's from the north without being told. If you see from the south, you know it's from the south. It's much more reflected in art than even in architecture. You understand? You see the way we paint freely, but in a subject to architecture, You want to draw lines, you want to bring beauty, and you are not really replicating the culture of our people. But like I said, art and architecture, they are same. If you are a good architect, you must be a good artist. So it affects our culture in various ways. When you see them, you know you belong to this set of groups. You go to my archive and peradventure, you go back to some of these displays. And I have a National Museum, it talks about it all. In fact, there's no painting made that I don't really acknowledge. There's no. Because they go with stories. I love illustrating. I love talking stories with my paintings. So they are all, to point out to one, they'll be very difficult for me. So many of them. And people, I just feel that people just naturally, they love all those paintings. Well, for me to talk about the best, people keep on saying, bring out your best. I say, you come and select the best for me. See, we tend to detour from our tradition. That's what I don't like. And that is where I'm bringing art into architecture. I don't waste my night. I don't sleep all the night. So I have a timetable for my job. All right? The one I need to do, the one that has to do with the church, I finish it up. Of course, I'm a general secretary of a standing church, all right? And you can't find me one thing. But still, in the night, you come closer to me when other people are sleeping, somebody's awake, doing one thing or the other. Is it in the studio? And one thing is this. I keep my brush very close to me. Once I see brush and I see paint, like your face, like I want to bring it and put it on the canvas. And let it speak and shout out. So it's just God helping me through. It has to be God and God alone. So many ways. You women, you are so wired in every way. You are so too wired to do so many things at the same time. Yeah? He's taking care of me. He's giving me some sort of advice. And at times I come back, when I come back, I cross my leg. I cross my leg. He'll be the one going up and down. He in fact travel miles within the house. Huh? They use the two sides of their brain. Huh? All because of me. And look at it, as I was coming, he said, oh, I'm not going alone. I'll be there with you. Let me see what they're going to do with my husband. And here she is with me, standing by. You know, he's such a wonderful person I have. And if there's going to be another world again, I'll be looking for this kind of person. There can't be anybody that can take care of me. I'm a stubborn man, but I'm quiet. If, for instance, you don't draw to the cultural views or draw to conform with the tradition of a place, now, it's become meaningless to me. You see, some of these, we see them, we acknowledge them. They are fine with good aesthetics, which also get involved. All right? In fact, you want your house to be suspended in the sky. I will do it for you. It's achievable. There's nothing that is not achievable. So on that ground, see, we tend to detour from our tradition. That's what I don't like. And that is where I'm bringing art into architecture. All right. And that is me, of course. Every art I put up is with a story. I make people to learn. I talk about your culture. Why is that culture? Why are you in it? Why are you living? Why is this man doing this thing he's doing? And what lesson can we draw out of it? So in my painting, like I said, I tell stories. So many people will call me and say, look, it's not because of what you put down, all right? It's because of the story. And some people buy my work because of the story. Because it will challenge you. It will motivate you. It will influence you. And of course, like we said, it's spiritual. Anything from above is above all, and people can always be connected to it and be linked up with it. It's a message. Everything I do is a message. It's a voice to the people. I have been motivated by a poem, and I will say it. That will be a guiding factor to the upcoming ones. And if you are in earnest, begin, start. What you can do or dream, you can, only if you begin. Boldness has a genuine power in it, a miracle in it. Boldness to start it in. Don't defy it tomorrow. Start now. The greatest problem in those days when we used to write letters is to write the first sentence. And the moment you get engaged in it, your heart or your mind will get heated. Start it and you find it completed. This is a guiding poem to me, and is still what I will push across to other people. Please don't give up. You are the best the world is looking for. There cannot be two of you. You are too special. Don't look down on yourself. You are an investment of grace. There's something about you. In fact, I keep saying, God cannot waste his material for creating nobody. God is the greatest economist. Don't ever look down on yourself, and don't copy elders, otherwise you die a copy. There's uniqueness in your life. So go ahead, whatever passion you have, follow it up. Be disciplined, be focused, be committed, and the end result will be amazing grace.
Hi, my name is Patrick Doyle, and I am at the NTA ETV studios here in Teju-Osho, Lagos, Nigeria. Thursdays, 3:30 on the NTA network. Watch Lens, coming to you from NTA.
Èmi kàn ṣe tèmi lọ́wọ́, èmi ò dẹ̀ jẹ́ mọ́ ṣáńkọ́, mi ò gbọ́ nǹkan kan wá, má jẹ́ kán rí tèmi sọ̀rọ̀. Èmi kàn ṣe tèmi lọ́wọ́, now you be my promo. Hosanna Olúwa, Hosanna, 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 Hosanna Olúwa, Hosanna. FM the music.
Prints that pop and styles that stop traffic. We're diving into the world of fashion right after this. Fashion, fashion, fashion. From bold prints to breathtaking and comfortable styles, we're bringing the best trending styles to your screen. With these stunning prints and beautiful fabrics, every outfit becomes a celebration of culture and creativity. Who says you need a special occasion to shine? Own your style and own the moment. Get ready for a visual feast.
Hosanna, Hosanna, Olúwa, Hosanna, Hosanna, Olúwa, Hosanna. Every day now my holiday. Thank God for the mercy and grace. But then I just stay far away. Then I no enter my brain. Money when we get it, don't go finish. Oh, make them no go see us finish. Oh.
Hi, my name is Patrick Doyle, and I am at the NTA ETV studios here in Teju-Osho, Lagos, Nigeria. Thursdays, 3:30 on the NTA network. Watch Lens, coming to you from NTA.
Next, here's Austin Adigwe's top 5 gospel artists.
My top 5 Nigerian gospel artists will be number 1, Sinach. I love Sinach because her songs are always scripted from the Bible. Her songs are scripted from the Bible, and whenever you listen to Sinach, she passes this inspiration in her messaging. So I love listening to Sinach. Number 2, Pastor Nathaniel Bassey. He's super talented. I love his songs. His songs are relatable. There are all those things that people go through in life. You know, when he was saying what the enemies plan as evil, God has turned it around. So Nathaniel Bassey, for me, is doing so great in the gospel space. Number 3, Mercy Chinwo. He's a great entertainer while at the same time maintaining that scriptural vibe. I love Mercy Chinwo for her energy. The lyrics in her songs too are heavenly. So I love her for that. Number 4, Ada Zion, another woman of substance in the gospel space. Her songs are relatable. Her song speaks more to the goodness and mercies of God, you know, and how one can actually conquer his or her fears. You find all those in her songs. My number 5 will be Steve Crown. If you've ever watched Steve Crown perform on stage, you will understand what I'm saying. The atmosphere is always different. The energy he brings on sets, and his songs, Remember You Are Great, was a hit that particular year that was played everywhere.
to stay far away. Make them no enter my brain. Money when we get, you no go finish, oh. Make them no go see us finish, oh. For the culture, classic English, oh. Paramanchi get the meaning, oh. Shemo wakere, oh. Shemo wakere. Shemo wakere, oh. Shemo wakere. Shemo wakere, oh. Shemo wakere. Shemo wakere, oh. Shemo wakere.
And that wraps up our package on Lens. Remember, on Lens, it's where creativity lives and stories unfold. Until next time, bye.
Èmi ò dẹ̀dẹ̀ mo ṣàkọ́ mi ò gbọ́ nǹkan kan wá. Má jẹ́ kán rí tèmi wá, má jẹ́ kán rí tèmi sọ wá. Èmi kàn ń ṣe tèmi lọ́wọ́. Èmi ò dẹ̀dẹ̀ mo ṣàkọ́ mi ò gbọ́ nǹkan kan wá. Má jẹ́ kán rí tèmi sọ wá. Èmi kàn ń ṣe tèmi lọ́wọ́. Now you be my plug. Hosanna Olúwa, Hosanna. Hosanna Olúwa, Hosanna. Hosanna Olúwa, Hosanna. Hosanna Olúwa, Hosanna.
Money, one of the oldest inventions of human civilization, has taken many forms in Nigeria. From the early days of trade by barter to the introduction of cowries, coins, and naira notes, our understanding of value has constantly evolved. Today, as technology reshapes every sector, Nigeria is making another bold transition from cash to code, from physical money to digital value. This is the story of how we got here and whether everyone is keeping up.
In the 80s, in the 70s, you talk about transactional mode, that is the payment instruments such as check, promissory note, and the rest of them. If you bring it down to 1980s era, you see situations where there are checks transaction, people go to the bank to fill tellers up to 1990s, early 2000. But in the past 20 years, a lot has changed in the transactional system in the country, especially the monetary sector. You now have the advent of digital economy, the advent of internet facilitated a lot of this to happen. People can now sit in the comfort of their house or of their office. They can, make transfer for transactions. People are on the way traveling. They can make transfer for transactions. You don't have to fill check except where it is necessary. You don't have to queue up in the bank except some people that are still analog in nature.
The journey began centuries ago when trade by barter ruled local markets. The introduction of cowries and colonial coins standardized trade. Then came the naira, symbolizing national pride and modern commerce. But the 21st century ushered in a new era. ATMs, online banking, mobile apps, and fintech platforms transformed how Nigerians save, send, and spend money. From cash in hand to a few taps on a screen, the definition of money has changed forever.
International body like to do anything serious with an economy where transactions are largely cash-based. And that's helped the government of Nigeria through the CBN to introduce a lot of digital payment innovations. As people make more money, government get more taxes. And government use that taxes, to also benefit the members of the public.
Digital finance isn't just convenience, it is inclusion. It connects farmers in remote areas, empowers small businesses, and drives innovation in our economy. Yet, challenges remain connectivity, trust, literacy, and access. As we move towards a cashless future, one question remains. Has everyone caught up with this new wave of financial evolution?
You have more population of the country living in the rural area, not in the urban. So what government needs to do, once internet is provided, I wouldn't say government should buy telephone or phone or Android phone for everybody, no, but let there be infrastructure. The government should encourage the companies and the players within the telecom industry. That will enable internet to be across, and you see people will embrace online payment. This is a major thing I think will help government, because nobody like to operate in the old era. Everybody you see old people now who carry their Android phone and be playing with it, and if they can play with it, they can actually carry out online transaction. You see old people today in their 80s, they still post on WhatsApp. It tells you that when we go more into the rural area, the unbanked population will be drastically reduced, if not zero.
Digital finance is changing how Nigerians live, trade, and connect. But true progress means more than going cashless. It means ensuring everyone is part of the journey. Because the future of money isn't just digital, it is inclusive.
The Monarch by Clock.
Hello, a lovely Thursday afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on Nationwide today. I am Ogoch Kuka Ona. Let's begin on a very cheery note. President Bola Tinubu is congratulating the president-elect of the Republic of Benin, Ramoud Wadani, on his victory in the April 12, 2026 presidential election. Wadani, currently Benin's Minister of Finance, secured an overwhelming majority at the polls. In a personally signed letter, President Tinubu described the outcome as a reflection of the confidence reposed in Wadani's leadership, vision, and record of public service. The president is also commending the government and people of Benin Republic for a peaceful and credible electoral process, noting their resilience and commitment to democratic values. Highlighting the long-standing relationship between both countries, President Tinubu reaffirms that Nigeria and Benin share deep historical, cultural, and economic ties. He expresses readiness to work closely with the incoming administration to strengthen bilateral relations, enhance regional security, and advance economic prosperity within the ECOWAS sub-region and the African Union. President Tinubu wishes the president-elect wisdom, strength, and success as he prepares to assume office, assuring him of Nigeria's continued support and cooperation. Nigeria is reaffirming its resolve to the restoration of peace in Sudan. The assurance was made during a high-level diplomatic meeting in Abuja as the crisis in Khartoum continues to have ripple effects across the Sahel region. Garba Muhammad Nata'ala has more.
In a statement from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimi B. Benfa, disclosed that the ministry's permanent secretary, Ambassador Omar Ahmed Dunama, told the Sudanese envoy that Nigeria remains fully invested in Sudan's stability. He delivered a strong message of solidarity from the Nigerian government to the people of Sudan. Ambassador Ahmed emphasized the deep historical and cultural ties binding both nations, noting that a secure Sudan is essential for the security of the broader African continent, saying that sustainable peace can only be achieved through inclusive political processes and constructive engagement. He stressed that Nigeria will continue to play an active role within the African Union to advocate for a peaceful resolution, while the Sudanese ambassador to Nigeria, Mohamed Abdullal, briefed on recent recovery efforts but also raised concerns over external interference, prolonging the conflict. The envoy highlighted the strong integration of the Nigerian diaspora within Sudanese society. Both parties expressed concern over the wider implications of regional security, particularly in the volatile Sahel. The talks also focused on next steps in bilateral relations between the two countries, including proposed activation of the Nigeria-Sudanese Political Consultations Committee, plans for a high-level visit by Sudanese leadership to Abuja, and urgent measures to protect Nigerian assets and citizens currently in Sudan. Both nations concluded the meeting with a joint call for dialogue over armed conflict and a pledge to deepen diplomatic ties. Garba Muhammad Natal, NTA News.
The International Civil Aviation Organization has begun validating Nigeria's compliance with aviation safety standards. The Director General of the Nigeria's Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, Captain Chris Najomo, says the country has made significant strides in improving safety oversight. The improvements, he says, include deploying MPIC software for regulatory processes. The DG also notes that Nigeria has trained over 100 flight operations and airworthiness inspectors towards improving safety in the industry. The agency has also certified international aerodromes according to the Civil Aviation Organization's standards and established a flight data center for risk-based oversight. The coordinated validation mission team commends Nigeria's progress in addressing previously identified deficiencies towards safer flights.
An effective implementation score of 70.12%. We have remained resolute and steadfast in our commitment to improving our safety oversight capabilities.
Where an IKO team that is remotely here, to collect, evaluate, and document the evidence of progress made by Nigeria in implementing its corrective action plans, as Mr. DGCA just mentioned before.
The DG emphasized that Nigeria's goal is to institutionalize resilient safety oversight system in line with the federal government's policy on strict adherence to international safety regulations. And now, in line with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on healthcare delivery to the people at the grassroots, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Humanitarian and Poverty Reduction, Bulus Yakubu, has inaugurated a healthcare center in Shashau community-hung local government area of Adamawa State. Mary Adamu George reports that the idea is to ensure a healthy society.
The new health care center in Shashau community with a consultation room, maternity ward, labor room, laboratory unit, pharmacy, mini ambulance, solar power and a borehole is fully equipped with the state-of-art facilities. The inauguration of the facility by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Humanitarian and Poverty Reduction, Bulus Yakubu, is to address healthcare challenges people of the community face for a very long time. The life-saving intervention, she said, is expected to provide solutions to preventable deaths, especially maternal and child mortality, among other health-related issues.
I want to tell you, Sheshau Primary Health, Humanitarian Primary Health Center is part of the National Mobile Clinic initiative developed to support the maternity health care services, and is part of the mandate of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
And so we are really grateful to her, and by extension to Mr. President.
This is commendable. This will go a long way in improving access to quality health care.
She grew up here and she remembered that people, despite she is very comfortable wherever she is, she remembered them, and this is so commended.
Residents of Shashau were also attended to a free medical outreach at the Center on Common Ailments in Yola. Mary Adamu George, NTA News.
From Yola now, we'll go to Jigawa State, where it was gaining international recognition as a center for technical and vocational excellence, with foreign governments and key federal institutions partnering the state on capacity building for youths. Muhammad Musa Askira reports.
Foreign countries and federal institutions are now collaborating with the Jigawa State government on students' training at the newly established multipurpose skills acquisition centers and the engineering center. The facilities, equipped with cutting-edge training tools, are designed to provide practical skills and technical expertise to meet modern industry demands. In a recent development, the government of Liberia has proposed to send 40 students to Jigawa State for intensive training at the centers. Similarly, domestic oil companies have also indicated interest in submitting proposals to train their personnel in the center. Governor Umar Namadi described the growing partnerships as a major breakthrough, positioning Jigawa as a hub for skills development and innovations.
The new hub engineering is taking shape with the students busy doing their job, fabricating and doing so many other things. And very soon I think the Fenton Bay will come into operation, and that will be a complete business cycle. And now the multipurpose skill acquisition center, we have gone around all the trades. About 15 trades are there, and almost everyone has taken off. I think about 3 are remaining, which I'm sure that in the next 1 week they will also start becoming operational. So this is now a complete business cycles that we are operating. And we have also seen the hostels. The project of the hostel is coming up. So by the time the hostel is done and the way these things have started, this place will be a complete complete business cycle environment. They are building water cabin, they are building hospitals bed, they are building so many things are there.
He reaffirmed his administration's commitments to expanding the state's economic horizon through strategic investments in human capital and sustainable development initiatives. In Dutse, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
And in a major step towards youth empowerment and social inclusion, the Yobe State government is collaborating with the Arabic and Islamic Education Board and partners and has launched an ambitious skills acquisition program targeting 200 Almajiri children. The initiative, which aligns with the federal government's agenda on addressing the challenges of Almajiri and out-of-school children, is designed to equip beneficiaries with practical, marketable skills for a more secure and independent future.
At the flag-off ceremony in Damaturu, officials explained that the 6-month training will provide participants with essential vocational skills aimed at improving their livelihoods to be more productive members of the society.
We have between 8 to 15 different skills, and we are going to teach them National Occupational Standard levels 1 to 3 for now. After getting the certification, we are going to invite the awarding bodies for different sectors, for carpentry, for welding, for cosmetology, for fashion design, and certify them appropriately on levels 3, between levels 3 to 5, depending on your own ability.
The beneficiaries drawn from different parts of the state will be accommodated and provided with feeding throughout the duration of the training. At the end of the exercise, they are expected to acquire practical skills in areas such as carpentry, welding, tailoring, and shoemaking, among others. The initiative goes beyond training, as participants will also be supported with startup tools and materials upon completion, enabling them to establish their own trades and become economically independent. The program is part of ongoing efforts by the Yobe State government to address youth vulnerability and promote self-reliance among Almajiri children across the state. In Damaturu, Adam Yusuf Ali, NTA News.
All right, let's have reports on the impact of the fuel situation as we link up with Hingino in our Lagos Network Center as she brings us details of this and another story.
Thank you, Ogochukwu, and welcome to Lagos. The recent surge in fuel prices across Nigeria is taking a toll on residents of Lagos, the nation's commercial hub. Diana Ajale, who interacted with some motorists and commuters on how they are coping, reports that many residents are being forced to adjust their daily lives in line with growing economic pressure.
From movement of goods and services to individuals going about their daily needs, petrol remains central to Nigeria's supply chain. Currently in Lagos State, some petrol stations are selling between the rates of 1,257 naira and 1,300 naira per litre. This commercial driver, Wasiu Tijani, and some motorists narrate how they are managing to cope with the situation.
Every day now we buy fuel 40,000 for go to go come. Before I can remove the reefer, look at the price. How much you go remain? This year we will feed our family. Before, if I go one trip, maybe if I go 2 trips, it will be maybe 19,000 naira fuel. I wish if it can go back to that former price, maybe like that's 700 naira. I think it's still fair.
Commuters also have their share of the story, as many Lagosians are now adopting various coping mechanisms, such as reducing non-essential travels, switching to cheaper means of transportation alternatives, trekking short distances, cutting down on household spending, or seeking additional sources of income.
I have a generator at home, but I can tell you now for the past 4 weeks I have not on it, and I have a little kid. So what I do, I had to go and buy a rechargeable fan for her.
Hike in prices of fuel has really affected my market and even my work as well.
Any amount you take to come in the morning, like let's say you pay 200 naira for a cab, when you are going back, you pay times 4 of that money, which is 800 or 1,000, and which is not okay for us.
As fuel prices continue to fluctuate due to both local and global factors, and while government efforts are ongoing to stabilize the economy, respondents are, however, appealing for urgent relief measures to ease the burden on average Nigerians. In Lagos, Diana Ajale, NTA News.
Now to security. Lagos, Nigeria's commercial heartbeat, is home to millions of people navigating their daily lives. As the city continues to expand, keeping communities safe is no longer left to security agencies alone. More residents are now getting involved, working together to help reduce crime in their neighborhoods. Awal Yusuf Jibo reports.
Security remains a daily concern for many residents of Lagos, where busy streets and densely populated neighborhoods demand constant alertness and connection. Residents are working closely with the police, keeping watch over their surroundings, sharing timely and useful information, as well as reporting suspicious activities. This growing collaboration is helping to curb incidents such as theft, vandalism of public infrastructure, and nighttime disturbances.
There's a need for the government to also put certain security strategy in place to ensure that we tighten up the security of the state. But however, as it is right now, it's really fair compared to what we see in some other states.
For many, the approach is rooted in simple, everyday actions, staying observant, identifying unfamiliar faces, and speaking up when something feels out of place. These small but deliberate efforts, combined with prompt communication, are gradually building a more responsive and security-conscious community.
It should be something that should be everybody's responsibility. You know, it's about when you see something, say something.
Security experts say sustained cooperation between residents and law enforcement backed by effective communication remains critical to reducing crime to the barest minimum.
There should be a kind of element of trust between the police and the people. And I believe, you don't give what you don't have. If I don't trust you, I won't give you intelligence. So I believe the law enforcement must be able to do something for the community. For example, Bueho, Liberty March. It's not about arrest. Do something for the community. Let them see you as part of them.
In a city that never slows down, residents are discovering that staying safe is not just about being present, but about being aware, vigilant, and ready to act when it matters most. In Lagos, Awad Yusuf Jubu, NTA News.
That's it from Lagos. Nationwide continues in Abuja after the break.
Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, in partnership with the Kaduna State Government, brings the brightest minds to the Nigeria Public Relations Week, Croc City 2026. Theme: Food Security. From policy paper to public plate, the imperatives of public relations. Date: 19th to 25th April 2026. Venue: Umaru Musa Yeredwa Center, Murtala Square, Kaduna. Time: 9 a.m. daily. This is where conversation will inspire change, from agribusiness to food security, and from communication strategy to policy shaping. MPRW 2026. Come and be transformed. Kaduna is ready, waiting for you.
Croc City 2026. Lale, lale.
Announcer Stanley Ogadigo, Director, Public Relations, NIPR.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodimma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feel like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo, and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
Banjul hosts the 17th General Assembly of the AUB, as well as the celebration of 20 years of the Union serving African media. From April 14 to 17, 2026, leaders and experts will gather to exchange their visions, evaluate the progress made, and shape the future of African media. It is also an opportunity for the AUB to raise funds for its foundation against cancer. And to celebrate journalistic excellence, the Grand Awards evening will close the event. Between the flavors of Benachin, the majesty of Act 22, and the rhythms of the Kora and Timber dances. See you in Banjul. African Union of Broadcasting, 20 years serving African media.
Are you ready? Join us on Reshaping Democracy, a groundbreaking program on the network service of the NTA, where citizens get the chance to ask ministers, heads of ministerial departments, agencies, and other top government officials questions on their performance and delivery of mandates. With no sector of limits, conversations build around bridging communication gaps for feedback and effect as our guests engage with the people they serve.
How does ND foster partnerships with organizations, government agencies, NGOs, among others?
As our leaders give account to citizens' inquiries on good governance, tune in to Reshaping Democracy, a creative concept coming up every Tuesday evening at 10:05 p.m.
This is Reshaping Democracy.
TerraQ, now available in crayfish.
TerraQ, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Welcome back to Nationwide. The 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME, has commenced nationwide. More than 2.2 million candidates are expected to sit for the examination across accredited centers. Olainka Ojo reports.
It is that time of the year again when candidates seeking tertiary education must convince the examiner JAMB, the nation's tertiary admission clearinghouse, why they deserve to be admitted. However, the decision is not that of JAMB alone, as there will be a convergence of key stakeholders during the policy meeting to decide the admissible cutoff scores. To kickstart the process, candidates are required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. At this center at Navali Estate, accreditation of candidates started at 6:30 a.m. and lasted for 2 hours. 250 candidates were expected to sit for the first session, but 223 were present and sat for the examination, which began at 8:30 a.m. Although the exercise at the center was smooth.
The exams here, I thought I was not even writing in Nigeria because the well-conducive hall was so sweet. The hall was very sweet, sir. The computers, none of them were having issues.
I've written a computer-based exam before, so it wasn't giving me any problem.
From all the posts, everything is doing up. Your generator or your backup does not work. It does not absorb you from the problem because you are supposed to also have solar as a backup. So, but they are rescheduling the setbacks.
One candidate was not verified and was therefore not allowed to sit for the examination. Mercy Bello, who hopes to become a nurse, narrates her experience.
I had issues, so they had to transfer me to a system. Then I didn't have issue at that system.
For external supervisors and parents, the exercise demonstrates minimum commitment and professionalism on the part of the examination body.
I was here last year, so I can see a lot of improvement on the side of the owner of the CBT Center and on the side of JAMB.
And with the arrangement they did here, of course, they have set everything.
The entire exercise for this center is 4 days and with 13 sessions.
The examination is expected to run from April 16th to April 22nd, with multiple sessions scheduled daily. Olainka Ojo, NTA News.
And from the field. Now live in the studio with us is the Registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, Professor Ishaq Olarewaju Oloyede, who is going to speak on what he has observed on the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination nationwide. But before then, let's get the situation report in Lagos with Joel Pupola, who is there in the Center of Excellence. All right, Joel, how is it going, or how was it over there?
Yes, it started brightly here in Lagos. The initial downpour, the downpour was not enough to dampen the spirit of the UTME candidates. And here at Jola CBT Center, Lagos Island, it is a 250 capacity CBT center, which means that 250 time. And so far conducted, which means 750 candidates, but unfortunately about 5% of that figure were absent, that is about 30. The fate of the 30 absentees will be determined according to the officials by the JAMB registrar himself. The accreditation of the candidates went on each free. In fact, so many of the candidates describe this year's UTME exercise going on so far as a foolproof, a watershed, an indication that JAMB is determined to work on some of the itches in the previous exercise, and so far it has been going on each free. Although the exercise is supposed to be in 4 sessions, but here today in this particular center, it is in 3 sessions so far. JAMB UTME candidates have so far sat for the examination. And so far, everything is going on each free, and it has been smooth.
All right, thank you very much, Joel Popola in Lagos there. We see that the downpour was actually affecting the signal there, but at least we got to hear some of the contributions you made. Thank you so much. And now let's join Indeyang and Abagyang in Jos, who is also going to be giving us situation reports on the UTME in Plateau State.
2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination has commenced as scheduled in Jos Plateau State. A visit to the examination centers across the metropolis shows a smooth and orderly process with a good turnout of candidates eager to sit for their examination. Earlier in the week, the registrar of the JAMB held a meeting with critical stakeholders, including security agencies, to ensure a hit-free exercise. He assured all the necessary measures have been put in place for the successful conduct of the examination.
The process was peaceful because everyone was aligned according to your numbers. It was okay. It was well organized.
It was peaceful and okay. Everywhere was okay. Silence. It was actually a good visit.
Alhamdulillah. It's so sweet.
It was great. I was thinking it was going to be difficult, but to my greatest surprise, I would say that it went smoothly.
The turnout is very impressive, with only few, about 10-15 candidates that are absent in each of the sessions. So everything is going smoothly here.
The time for the examination has been adjusted to 3 sessions daily in view of the security situation in the state, and the state government further relaxed curfew from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. in Jos, Indeyang and Abagyang, NTA News.
Thank you, Indeyang, and we hear one of the candidates say it was sweet. All right, let's report now to the studio where we have seen reports. So, Registrar, sir, what's your take on the follow-up on that? You were on the field, and by what we've just seen from our reporters from Lagos and Jos, what do you have to say about that?
Yes, we must appreciate. Thank you very much for having me. We must appreciate all the stakeholders, particularly the candidates themselves, the CBT center owners, and the officials, both the ad hoc and regular staff of Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board. We must also thank the security agencies. We were promised, we are given assurance that they will be there, and we can see. People are not talking about security not being there. They were complaining of too many security men, and the security men were there to do their job, so nothing to be afraid of. So everything is going on smoothly, and in one or two places where there were issues, I think adjustments have been made, and we are sure that the exercise will go on smoothly by God's grace.
All right, so what were the hitches and what was done to address them?
A few of them, we have like 3 or 4 cases of generator failure, and though one would say it's unexpected, but we have to do investigation to know. And in such cases, the candidates involved in the 4 centers had been rescheduled. Some were rescheduled for 4 p.m. today. In cases where such places are not available, they will be notified of when they will take their examination. There was also a case somewhere in Ota where some lawless parents took over the center just because there was a hitch in the morning, and they became apprehensive and took over the place. But we have asked that appropriate investigation be made, and any parent found to have violated the rules will be made to face the law.
All right, before we tackle some other issues, let's take this report from Robinson, director there in Port Harcourt. Just let's take that.
We have one of the officials here who will be speaking with us. You will tell us your name and tell us exactly how the exam has been going on in your center.
My name is Ochelebe Anthony. So far, it has been very smooth. It has been very smooth, and I can attest or confirm to you that JAMB has taken a huge leap from what we obtained. From the improvement we have on ground, it shows that they have done their homework. The board has done its homework, and the candidates so far are excited about these improvements.
Is there any technical issue, especially in terms of writing equipment?
So far, we have not experienced any. Okay, my fears, judging from where we were coming from, were about the biometric capturing. But so far, there has been none. And so far, only 2 candidates have come late. So they have also complied with the timelines and guidelines of the board.
There are only few parents around, which shows that Nigerians are beginning to develop confidence on the examination body in the country. And we hope that this exam will run smoothly at all the centers, not just in Rivers State, but in the whole of the country. From Port Harcourt in Rivers State, Robinson Derateide, NTA News.
Thank you, Robinson. And from there, we move over to Maiduguri, where Pauline Kujevana joins us live with the situation report. Pauline, what's the update there?
Yes, thank you and welcome to Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. So far, the UTME examination conducted in 3 phases across 13 CBT centers in the state was successfully. Though number of candidates that sat for the examination or absent is yet to be ascertained, as an official of the JAMB said it will be compiled next Monday and he will feed us with details. The conduct was peacefully the verification exercise was history as well, and the candidates went home feeling fulfilled for a smooth and peaceful conduct of the exercise in Borno State amidst the rumor earlier making round that there will be attack. So it is their prayer, and they are hopeful that subsequent exercise will be smooth as well and peaceful.
Thank you, Pauline. And back in the studio here, we still have a registrar in the studio who is also going to, he has been watching keenly. He's also going to dwell on what they've been saying. So, no attacks. He has earlier, praised the security agencies. So, let's hear more from you.
We believe that attacks are abnormal. Not to have attack is the normal thing. So we are happy that we are in normal situation, and we believe that people should be vigilant. Everybody should do what is expected to do. This is the day one. We expect commitment on the part of all stakeholders. It's not over until it's over. So we expect that the efforts being put in place by all stakeholders should continue to be. The CBT owners, we thank them. They are doing very well. The vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts who are serving as chief external examiners, they have been perfect in their contributions. And the officials, we want to say that at the end of the day, we all sit down and say yes, beat our chests to say we have made a good. We have made a good contribution to the development of the nation through JAMB exercise.
All right, Registrar, this is a shift from what we used to know. This exam is going to take place from the 16th to the 22nd. You know, when I wrote, it was just a day. What informed this? Is it because of the huge number of applicants?
You see, what we saw when you were in school is different from, not just in terms of number, but also in the intensity of the test. I believe that number, we have over 2 million candidates. Again, we do not have adequate centers. If we have adequate center that could take all of them in one day, that would have been perfect. But because you need, there is a computer-based test, so you need an adequate number of computers, and we have to schedule them 4 sessions in a day. And today alone, we have scheduled 680,972, and about 680 will also take place. You know, we have 3 sessions instead of 4 today, and tomorrow too, because of Friday, there will be 3 sessions of another 600. And by God's grace, on Saturday, when we'll be having the first full 4 sessions, then we will have about 800,000 on Saturday by God's grace. We believe that by Monday, we will have just few candidates to be attended to. What is important is that all hands must be on deck to ensure that everybody does what is expected to do, so that at the end of the day, we will celebrate success.
All right, before we let you go, let's take a look at the situation as reported from Enugu with Susan Eze.
Thank you and welcome to Enugu. This place where we are now is the IMT ICT Hub. The people in the hall right now are the second batch candidates. The first batch went in the morning, and we were actually here in the morning. At the time we got here around after 7:15, they were already fully screened, seated on the hall, ready to start the examination. And those who spoke well of the conduct of the examination. The officials confirmed that there's been no hitches and that everything was moving on seamlessly. And the students we have spoken to also confirmed the improvement in this year's JAMB conduct. As against previous years, the thumb printing machine, they said, did not encounter any hitches, unlike previous times when some people could not be captured. And also the computer systems, they confirmed, all worked perfectly. Nobody had issues with his or her own computer system. And then if you look this way, you will see some students some candidates actually, who are sitting down quietly and patiently. These are the batch that will write last for today. That is the third batch. It's actually 3 batches writing for today. The first batch is done. The second batch is in the hall, and some people have already finished and are leaving the hall while others are still in there. At the time they finish, this batch will now move in. So by and large, both the candidates and the officials have confirmed that this year's conduct of the JAMB exam is a top-notch, better than previous years when they had some hitches. So expectations are that the results will also witness improvements this year. That's it from Enugu. Back to the studio now for the continuation of the news.
Thank you very much, Susan. Good reports all over the place. So lastly, what operational reforms did JAMB put in place to be able to achieve these results?
I think what we can say is that we sensitized the people, we improved on training, we adjusted some technology that we use, but I believe the grace of God is more than all those ones, because it was just that no matter how much effort you put, it's God that counts your efforts with success. I believe very strongly that it's a grace of God on the nation that everything worked as expected. We believe that it will still work if everybody will do what he or she is expected to do. And for this year, we will see that during the mock exercise, we tried a new system. That new system we are perfecting against next year. We are not using that system. And many people are saying, oh, there was problem about it. If you do not have options, it's not sustainable. And that was why during the mock, we decided to try a test the new device we have. By God's grace, by next year, JAMB will not need to be carrying servers all about. Afraid of security and all the rest. We are moving from a carrying server all over the country to a situation where we just use flash to conduct the examination. So also this year we have completed the automation process in the admission exercise, and that is even our examiners who set questions for us, they don't need to run from one part of the country to the other. They sit in the comfort of their offices wherever they are, and they will set questions and moderate it, everything automated now. We believe that we have done it gradually, and we can say now that we have reached a level where minimal effort is required by all the stakeholders, and we are calling on all stakeholders not to rest on ours. Let us do the best we can do to make sure that we have perfect examination. Admission into tertiary institution is critical to national development. It's not something we can toy with. And on the part of JAMB, my colleagues in JAMB, all of us, we are doing our best and will continue to do our best to ensure that we meet not just what is called the international standard, but the best practices across the globe.
Professor Ishaq Oloyede, Registrar, Chief Executive of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board. We want to thank you so much for stepping out of the field to be with us in the studio.
Thank you very much for having me.
And we wish you success. All right, the news will now continue in our Kaduna Network Center. with more reports from there.
Here in Kaduna. In a move to strengthen field operations, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Kaduna State Command has deployed new surveillance and communication gadgets to boost intelligence sharing and enhance security across the state. Haruna Muhammad reports that the Kaduna State Commandant, while receiving the management of NTA Kaduna Network Center, assured the residents of Kaduna of improved security across the state. A report.
With Nigeria's evolving security threats, the deployment of equipment have become increasingly critical in strengthening the capacity of security agencies to effectively combat crime.
Operationally, we go out there.
The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Kaduna State Command is aligning with this reality, integrating drones, surveillance systems, and modern communication gadgets to tackle criminals in both day and night.
This development will greatly enhance our proactive security measures, improve situational awareness, and support the command ground personnel intelligence.
Like they look good to go, these personnel of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps are now more kitted and ready to go all out in ensuring safety of lives and property. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Television Authority NTA Kaduna Network Center is collaborating with Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in ensuring the protection of federal government infrastructures.
We have very critical facilities in this area, both FRCN and NT. So we think there's the need to approach you, sir.
This protection of critical national assets, lives and properties. And for you to be here today for this particular challenge, I think is something that we can swing into action immediately.
The NSCDC Commandant urges residents to work hand in hand with the security agencies for a more secure Kaduna State. Haruna Mohammed, NTA News.
5,000 delegates from all over the country participated at the Hakan National Convention in Kaduna, where the Hakan President, Reverend Amos Kiri, urged the participants to continue to promote peaceful coexistence as exemplified by Jesus Christ during his lifetime. Zara Muhammad Sadiq report.
Hakan National Convention is one event the members look forward to with excitement as it brings them together to fellowship with one another's spiritual rejuvenation.
The faithfulness of God has kept us together, and up till this time we have not had crises that separate us. The 24 district church councils that are cut across Nigeria have been coming together, fellowshipping together, living together. We have one central leadership.
Yeah, even though this is a Christian gathering and we are preaching about unity in the church, but it also affects the nation at large.
With the theme, We Are One in Christ, the convention underscores the importance of love, togetherness, and shared purpose among believers, regardless of their backgrounds. The week-long event featured biblical teachings and prayer for the nation.
People that were born and bred under Hakan Church, we felt that it is a honor done to us, and we need to be here so that we'll be able to identify with the church where we all grow up.
The take-home from this year's convention for every participant is that love, tolerance, and forgiveness should be the order of the day. In Kaduna, Zara Muhammad Sadiq, NTA News.
And that's our contribution from this end. Nationwide continues in our Abuja studio. But after this break, don't quit.
Welcome to Skill Up Nigeria, Industrial Training Fund's television program celebrating innovation, craftsmanship, and the skilled hands shaping our nation's future. Join us and share in our over 50-year journey of empowering Nigeria's workforce and impacting the nation's human resources. Tune in and connect with experts and skilled workers sharing real stories that inspire. Every Saturday at 10 p.m. on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Skill Up Nigeria, powered by ITF.
dissecting public policy issues in Nigeria for public understanding and seizing opportunities provided for the good of the people. Tuesday Live on a wide range of societal issues from education, agriculture, health to economy, engineering, technology, ICT, sports, and many more. A platform for all classes of people to engage the world anywhere and everywhere, carrying everyone along on all trending issues in Nigeria and across the globe with impactful messages, information devoid of ambiguity. Tuesday Live, your platform for consistent dialogue on major issues of the week. Every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Always incisive and educative as ever. Join us.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Let's believe in ourselves. Let's have the right attitude. We've got all it takes to get there. Let's look inwards and revive all our infrastructures and galvanize our human and material resources. Nigerians, believe in yourselves. Believe we can succeed. Nigeria, believe. Powered by National Orientation Agency.
And straight up, let's link up with Kemi Oshin in Ibadan for a report. Hello, Kemi.
Ogochukuka, and a warm welcome to Ibadan. The 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME exercise kicked off smoothly in Ibadan with early arrival of candidates for accreditation. Kende Omolosho brings us the situation reports.
At the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board JAMB office in Ibadan, candidates went through thorough screening before gaining access to the examination premises in line with measures aimed at ensuring credibility of the process. This was followed by biometric verification to confirm candidates' identities and prevent malpractice. Despite the high-stakes nature of the examination, many candidates expressed confidence and optimism, stating that they were adequately prepared for the exercise.
I'm a bit scared and I am expectant that I'll do something good at this first trial of mine.
I'm rewriting JAM because my course admitted too many students and they wanted to make sure I got admission, so they changed my course to biochemistry. And now they want me to write JAM again so they can change it back to medicine or surgery.
I was duped last year though. For the admission, duped, like scammed. For like admission, like about like 130,000 naira.
Some parents shared their perspectives on the conduct of the computer-based test, acknowledging the level of organization while highlighting the need for continuous improvements in efficiency.
Some of the children are coming as early as 6:30. Some of them are coming from far. So I'm feeling they can shift it up to like 7:30 in the morning.
If parents cannot go to the exam center with their kids, their children, that they should be able to stay with their belongings.
The UTME is being conducted in batches across designated centers, with results expected to be released shortly after the conclusion of the nationwide exercise. Kehinde Omolosho, NTA News.
And that's it from Ibadan. It's back to Ogochukwuka in Abuja for more on Nationwide.
Thank you, Kemi. We earlier had the Registrar of JAMB in the studio. Thank you for your contribution. And now Katsina State Government has established a special mobile court to handle cases involving the diversion of therapeutic food and medical consumables to the markets by unscrupulous personnel. Governor Diko Mararada disclosed this while inaugurating 2 stabilization centers and an outpatient therapeutic program center for malnourished children in Baure and Daura local government areas. Hussein Suleiman's report is here presented.
Malnutrition in children remains a severe condition that affects them physically and emotionally, increasing their vulnerability to diseases that can lead to death. This has necessitated the present administration to establish stabilization centers in Bauri and Daura local government areas, in addition to the existing 9 centers across other parts of the state.
I have therefore approved the establishment of mobile court to address cases of RUTF diversion and misuse across the state. Let this serve as a clear warning to all. Any healthcare worker, community member, individual found diverting or selling RUTF will face immediate legal action.
Key stakeholders, including the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, and the chairperson of the State Nutrition Committee, say over 600 community volunteers have been trained to identify malnourished children, while several primary healthcare centers have been upgraded.
We hope that the people appreciate and take care of all the advices of the experts so that to prevent recurrence of those diseases.
Ensure that after they have been discharged from the center, they should ensure to take care of the good personal hygiene of their children and giving them other complementary feeding that were available at home.
There were goodwill messages from development partners who commended the Katsina State government for its commitment to improving the health sector.
All right, and that's Nationwide today. Thank you for joining us. Do have a blessed evening.
is the network service of the NTA.
Hello again and welcome to Walk It Out. It is reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. My name is Israel Ife-Robo, and it's time for us to find out who is the brightest kid on this program. Let's meet our contestants. Contestant A.
I am Inoreme Anita. I'm in GS2.
Contestant B.
Olafusi Esther. I am in GS2.
Contestant C.
I am Alabi Ayo. I am in GS2.
Contestant D.
I am Ifeanyi Chiko Chidima. I am in GS2.
Welcome. Here on the program, we have 3 stages. Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 3. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Contestant A, your question.
5.
Question number 5. The exterior angles of a polygon add up to what?
360 degrees.
360 degrees is correct. Contestant B, your question.
Number 4.
Question number 4. If a rectangle has a length of 12 units and a diagonal of 13 units, what is its width?
25.
That is not correct. Your time is up. Bonus question to contestant A.
5.
5 what?
5 centimeter.
I will give it to you, but it is 5 units. Remember to put your units. Your units. For this question, the units there is units. So it is 5 units. Bonus mark to contestant A. Contestant C, your question.
1.
Question number 1. If the base of a triangle is 10 centimeters and its height is 8 centimeters, what is its area?
80 centimeter.
That is wrong.
2 centimeter.
Your time is up. Contestant D.
48 centimeter. 48 centimeter square.
Say again.
48 centimeter square.
That is wrong. Contestant A.
40 centimeter square.
40 centimeters square is the right answer. That was a question for contestant C. He did not get it, and contestant A got it for a bonus point. Contestant D, your question.
6.
Question number 6. If the average of 3 numbers is 15, and 2 of the numbers are 10 and 20, what is the third number?
2.
No. That's not correct. Your time is up. Bonus question to contestant A.
15.
15 is correct. That was a question for contestant D. Contestant D did not get it, and contestant A got that question for a bonus point. Contestant A, your question.
8.
Question number 8. What is the next term in this sequence? 2, 5, 8, 11.
14.
14 is correct. Contestant B, your question.
2.
Question number 2. What is the sum of the first 10 positive integers?
5.
What is the sum of the first 10 positive integers? Your time is up. Contestant D, bonus question to you.
20.
That is wrong. Contestant A?
55.
55 is correct. That was a question for contestant B. She did not get it, and contestant A got that question for a bonus point. Contestant C, your question.
3.
Question number 3. If the ratio of boys to girls in a class is 3:5 and there are 24 students, how many boys are there?
70.
That is wrong. And your time is up. Bonus question to contestant A.
9.
9 boys is correct. It was a question to contestant C. He did not get it. The bonus mark was answered. Bonus question was answered by contestant A. Contestant D, your question.
10.
Question number 10. What is the sum of the angles in a triangle?
180 degrees.
180 degrees is correct. Contestant A, your question.
9.
Question 9. If a triangle has all sides of equal length, what type of triangle is it?
It is an equilateral triangle.
An equilateral triangle is correct. Contestant B, your question.
7.
Question number 7. If a number is divisible by both 4 and 9, if a number is divisible by both 4 and 9, is it also divisible by 36?
No.
Still have time? You did not get it and the time is up. Contestant D, your bonus question to you.
Yes. It is
yes,
divisible.
is correct. Contestant C, your question.
15.
Question 15. If the hypotenuse of a right triangle is 10 units and one side is 6 units, what is the length of the other leg?
4 units.
That's wrong. You still have time.
16 units.
16 is wrong. Your time is up. Bonus question now to contestant A.
8 units.
8 units is absolutely correct. And our final question for stage 1 of the quiz competition goes to contestant D. That's question number 16. Express 2/5 as a decimal.
Zero 0.4.
0.4 is correct. I'll give it to you. And with that, we've come to the end of stage 1 of our quiz competition. We'll go for a short break now to make up our minds on who are those that will proceed to stage 2 of our competition. Stay with us. Let's now bring you scores from our first stage of our competition. Contestant A scored 34 points. Contestant B scored no points. Contestant C scored no points, while contestant D scored 14 points. Contestant A and contestant D are first and second respectively. For contestant B and C, one person will need to join A and D into the next stage of the competition. And that means we'll have to find out who will answer this next question as fast as possible. Solve 4x equals 20.
5.
B said it first, and so B goes on to the next stage of the competition. So with that concluded, we now have our 3 qualifiers for stage 2 of the competition. Contestants A, contestants B, and contestant D. We'll go on the break right now. We'll return for stage 2 of our competition. Do not go away. Welcome back to the program. This is Walk It Out. Time now for stage 2 of our quiz competition. We now have contestants A, B, and C. Contestants A, your question.
4.
Question number 4. If the LCM of two numbers is 36 and their common difference is 6, what are the two numbers? Your time is up. Bonus question to contestant B.
6.
What are the two numbers?
6. This 2 and 3.
No, that is not correct.
6 and 6.
No, it's still not correct. So the right answer is 18 and 12. Contestant B, your question.
1.
Question number 1. If the principal is 1,000 naira, the interest rate is 8% and the time is 3 years. What is the simple interest?
₦240.
That is correct. Contestant C, your question.
5.
Question 5. What is the 25th term in the arithmetic sequence 3, 7, 11, 15?
5.
What is the 25th term in that sequence?
15.
Your time is up. Your answer is wrong. Bonus to A or B.
10.
The answer is 101. Contestant A, your question.
8.
Question number 8. If a rectangle has a length of 15 centimeters and a width of 8 centimeters, what is its area?
$120 centimeter square.
That is correct. 120 centimeters square is correct. Contestant B, your question.
6.
6. If the area of a circle is 64 per square units, what is its radius? Contestant B, your time is up.
2 whole number 8 over 7.
It is wrong. Bonus question to anyone. The answer is 8 units. Contestant C, your question.
7.
Question number 7. What is the value of 3 over 5 plus 1 over 10?
One over 50. 4 over 50.
That is not correct. Your time is up. Bonus question to contestant A.
7 over 10.
7 over 10 is correct. Contestant A, your question.
3.
Question 3. Solve for y. 2y over 3 equals 10. Solve for y.
Y equals to 15.
Y equals 15 is correct. Contestant B, your question.
9.
Question 9. If the product of two numbers is 45 and one of the numbers is 5, what is the other number?
$40.
That is wrong. You still have time left. Your time is up.
20.
Your time is up. 20 is not the correct answer. Bonus question now to contestant A.
9.
The answer is 9 and you are correct. That was the question for contestant B. She did not get it. And contestant A got that question for a bonus point. Contestant C, your question, which is our last and final question for stage 2. Listen carefully. If a cylinder has a radius of 5 centimeters and a height of 10 centimeters, what is its volume?
50 centimeters.
No.
5 centimeters.
No. The time is up. Bonus. So the right answer is 785 centimeter cubed. And with that, we've come to the end of stage 2 of our quiz competition here on the program. We go on a break, we return, and we'll tell you our 2 finalists on this outing. Stay with us. You're watching Walk It Out on the network service of the NTA. We just finished stage 2 of our quiz competition. Time now for the results. Contestant A scored 48 points. Contestant B scored 19 points. While contestant C scored no points. Well, that means contestant A and contestant B are into the 3rd and final stage of the program. After the break, we'll bring you the last stage of the competition. Join us again. Thank you for staying tuned. We're now in the 3rd and last stage of the competition. We now have 2 contestants who will slug it out in this final round. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Contestant A, your question.
Question 5.
Question 5. Solve for x. 2 raised to the power, open bracket, x plus 3, close bracket, equals 64.
-1.
That is not the correct answer.
It's 11.
Your time is up, and that is not the right answer. Bonus to contestant B.
32 raised by x plus 3.
The answer is x equals 3. X equals 3. Contestant B, your question.
4.
Question 4. If the base of a triangle is 12 centimeters and its height is 9 centimeters, what is its area?
$54 centimeters square.
That is correct. Contestant A, your question.
3.
Question 3. Simplify. Open bracket. 3x squared minus 4x plus 2, close bracket, plus, open bracket, 2x squared plus 5x minus 1, close bracket.
X squared minus 9x plus 1.
The time is up and that is not the right answer. Contestant B, do you want to try? The answer is 5x squared plus x plus 1. Contestant B, your question.
6.
Question 6. If a box contains 25 red balls and 35 blue balls, what is the probability of drawing a red ball?
Five over 12.
5 over 12 is correct. Contestant A, your question. We have 2 more questions left for this last stage. Question number 7 and question number 8.
Question number 7.
7. If the diameter of a circle is 10 centimeters, what is its circumference, given that pi is 3.14?
That's 1 number 3 over 7.
That is wrong. You still have time.
That's 1 number 3 over 7.
31.
1 number 3 over 7.
That is wrong. Contestant B.
31 over 3 over 7.
So it is wrong. The right answer is 31.4 centimeters. 31.4 centimeters. Contestants B, your question, which is the last and final question for this segment, it is number 8. If a number is divisible by 5 and 7, is it also divisible by 35? True, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes is correct. And with that, we come to the end of the third and last stage of the competition. So far, it's been really, really exciting, just how we love to see here on the program. We'll go on a break, we'll return with the scores, and we'll find out who is our champion on today's outing. Do not go away, stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. Let's now tell you the scores for the third and last stage of this competition. Contestant A scored 53 points, and while contestant B scored 39 points. And that means we know who our champion is on today's outing of the program. Our next segment will be the prize presentation. Stay tuned. Yes, indeed. Time now for us to reward our contestants on today's edition of Walk It Out. Please welcome, in 4th place, Alabi Ayo. Congratulations. In 3rd position, please welcome Olafusi Esther. Congratulations and well done. In 2nd place, please welcome Ifeanyi Chukwu Chidimma. Well done, Chidima. Well done. Well done. Better luck next time. And in first place, please welcome Inoremen Anita. Here is your big prize. And congratulations. Step out of that way. Oh well, Anita did so well today, and she walks home with our grand prize of today's outing of the program. You're watching right now, and you say to yourself, I can do better than Anita. We'd love to have you here on Walk It Out. Contact us here today at NTA ETV in Tejo Show, Yaba, Lagos, and we will put you on this hot seat to see just how smart you are on the subject of mathematics. Remember that all our past editions of this program are up on our YouTube channel at NTA ETV. But that's our show for today, and look forward to seeing you next week. My name is Israel Ife-Robo. Bye-bye.
Climate is the long-term pattern of weather in a particular place. It describes the usual temperature, rainfall, wind, and seasons that a region experiences over many years, often over a period of 30 years or more. Unlike weather, which can change from day to day, climate tells us what the weather is generally like in a place over time. For example, northern Nigeria is known for its hot and dry climate, while the southern part of the country experiences more rainfall and humidity. Understanding climate helps us know how our environment works and why changes in these patterns can affect our lives, agriculture, water supply, and ecosystems. When we talk about climate change, most people immediately think about carbon dioxide from vehicles, factories, and burning fossil fuels. But there is another powerful greenhouse gas quietly accelerating global warming, often overlooked, yet incredibly dangerous. That gas is methane. Methane may be invisible to the naked eye, but its impact on our climate is enormous. In fact, scientists say Methane traps more than 80 times more heat than carbon dioxide within a 20-year period. That means every ton released into the atmosphere today has a powerful and immediate effect on global warming. And the surprising thing is that much of this methane comes from everyday human activities: waste dumps, livestock farming, rice cultivation, and leaks from oil and gas operations. In many developing countries, including Nigeria, growing cities, poor waste management, and gas flaring are adding to the problem. But here is the important part. Methane reduction is one of the fastest and most effective ways to slow down climate change right now. Today on Eco Frontline, we explore the hidden role of methane in the climate crisis, why it matters to our environment, our health, and our future, and most importantly, what can be done to reduce its impact. From landfills to livestock, from energy production to innovative solutions, we will uncover how this powerful gas is shaping the climate conversation. Welcome to Eco Frontline, the program where we examine the environmental issues shaping our planet and our future. I am Nolin Ebel Ame. Let's begin with this background report. Thereafter, we will take the views of experts on climate change and methane emissions. Stay tuned.
Yes, methane is indeed a super pollutant. Methane simply can be defined as a gas. It's a natural gas. For basic chemistry, it is CH4. So it is just one atom of carbon and 4 atoms of hydrogen. Methane is more potent than other greenhouse gases because it operates in the lower ozone, making it trap more heat than CO2 and other greenhouse gases. It is 80% more potent, even though it lasts less within the atmosphere, between 12 to 20 years. It is indeed very potent, and that is why it is very dangerous. As a matter of fact, one of the fastest ways of slowing global warming is to take quick action on methane because of its potency. If you reduce the emission of methane into the atmosphere, you will slow down global warming within the shortest possible time. I mean, Nigerians are already feeling the impact of global warming. So methane is a natural gas. So out of 100%, we will say that 40% of methane occurs naturally, while about 60% is man-made. And so what we have in Nigeria is a combination of the natural and the man-made. But the man-made is even higher. So let's take, for example, number 1, oil and gas. When you hear of gas flaring through oil production, that gas, that fire that you see burning day and night, it is methane gas that is being wasted. So it is one major source of methane gas in Nigeria. Number 2 is agriculture. It's generated through that process of decomposition, through anaerobic digestion. digestion without oxygen. That is basic chemistry. So it produces lots of methane. So when you look at our country and agriculture production from food waste, 40% of the food we grow in this country go to waste. And what do we do with it? We allow it to decompose, emitting gases, of which methane is a major component. When we look at animal production, have you passed by a poultry farm and you hear that very strong smell? It is part of the process of producing that methane gas. How many poultry farms do we have across the country? When you look at the herds of cattle and goats we have in the country, there are over 20 million, and their processes, all their feces, also generate methane gas. The third one, which I would like to emphasize a little bit on, is waste. Now, when we talk of food waste and we talk of waste generally in the country, we as a country generate over 40 million tons of waste annually. Out of this, over 50% is organic waste. And the decomposition of this organic waste emits dangerous gases, and chief among them is the methane gas. And that is why people who pass or live close to waste dump will always experience more heat, even when it's not burning, simply because that gas clogs the atmosphere and creates what is called a lower ozone, thereby trapping the heat within that environment. And that's why places where there is big dump, waste dump, are usually very, very hot, apart from the air pollution and other associated environmental impact, such as groundwater pollution and all. So these three are the major sources of methane emission globally. In Nigeria, yes, energy cost has become a big issue. Everyone is crying about the high cost of energy. Either it's cooking gas, either it's fuel for their cars, and good enough, the government has introduced the CNG. The CNG itself is a major component. The major component of CNG is actually methane. It is only compressed when you add propane and ethane to it to make it very highly flammable as it is. So we need to take advantage of the tons of waste we have in the country to produce biogas. Biogas itself is methane. It is only that when it is biogas, there is some other gases with it. But you can also purify that by removing the carbon component and making it biomethane. If we are able to do this, what are we doing? We are creating jobs. Now, from the waste generated and the methane created, the biogas created from it, the remnants can be used to produce organic fertilizers, which we need to improve our land fertility and food production and food security in the country. Every home can actually generate methane gas. It can be done through a simple biodigester. And what do you do? The first step is separating your waste segregation. So you have all your bio waste on one side and build a very simple and small biodigester within your home, and then all your bio waste is thrown into the biodigester, and then you are able to generate gas. The states that have large tons of waste can simply set up a small company, at that waste dump, train the community, the people within the state on waste segregation so that they know that you don't mop up everything together. And I think that has been the biggest challenge of waste management in the country. So once we are able to segregate and separate our waste and know that this is organic waste and is going to this place that will be used for biogas production, for fertilizer production and all, then we would have taken a step.
We appreciate your expert view on climate change and methane emissions, Dr. Michael Teungwa David. Indeed, managing our waste is one of the ways we can reduce the impact of methane emissions and its resultant effect on the atmospheric gases. At this point, we shall be connecting with an environmental and sustainable development expert, Mr. Temidayo Farinu, who will be speaking further on other solutions to methane emissions as obtained locally and globally. Welcome to EcoFrontline, Mr. Farinu.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, now, what stage would you say Nigeria is when it comes to methane emissions as a precursor to global warming and climate change?
Okay, so I think I have to address that on two fronts. The first is in the area of policy, and then I can also speak to that in the area of status. Let me start from the second one because as of today, what is the reality of methane emission in Nigeria? You know, I will just pick the sectors and areas where we have these incidences, and then we can speak to that. Firstly, in the oil and gas industry, the contribution of the oil and gas industry to methane emission is about 40% of all methane emission. We talk about post-harvest losses, which is organic waste. We talk about livestock, which is about 14.5% of methane emission. We talk about, you know, rice or flooded plain, let me use that word, which is about 12 to 15% of the methane emission. If you look at all of those incidences and all those areas, you will notice that Nigeria has them. So we are a livestock nation. We have the challenge of a very, very high level of post-harvest waste, and then we are also a petroleum nation. So when it comes to status concerning methane emission, Nigeria should be at the forefront. And now when it comes to policy, I would say that we have some form of maybe frameworks in the area of methane emission, but we do not have, as of today, that I'm aware of, a standalone policy in the area of methane emission. However, recently, a get-together under the auspices of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on climate matters, there was an inception workshop for the development of a low methane policy. So Nigeria, both in terms of the framework for managing low methane as well as the status of our methane emission, we have a lot more to do. I think that would be it for now.
What are the most cost-effective interventions for reducing agricultural methane emissions?
Okay, so before we can actually highlight the cost-effective interventions, we need to look at the specific agricultural activity. In the areas of livestock, like I said, you cannot control a roaming problem. For instance, if the animals that contribute 14.5 have to roam from one place to another, how do you control? Because you can only control at the point of exit from inside the animals. So the only way we can control the emission from livestock, and let me say the most prominent way, firstly, is to ensure that we advocate for ranching. Now, government has a whole lot of role to play in that. And also we know that animal husbandry is commercial. So individuals set up these things as businesses to make money. So there is responsibility on individual also to begin to consider ranching. That is number one. Number two is that there is a dietary provision, the inclusion of certain additives in the foods of the animal that minimize the quantity or the volume of methane that they produce. Now, that also speaks to the kind of herding that we have in Nigeria. Now, if we have herding that where there are specialized feed, even if it's not specialized, if it's just, maybe grown grass kind of hay that we have for the animals, I mean, it will make a lot of sense that say, okay, whenever I want to give them this thing, I will just add something to it. But these are animals that roam and eat anything they meet on their way. So even if you want to include additives to their food, it will be very difficult. So, and then, the reformulation of feeds and so many other things like that. So essentially, you will see that if the idea of ranching is not promoted well, we may not be able to curtail from the areas of livestock. When it comes to rice padding, the truth of the matter is the floodplains make rice farming very easy for farmers. And, when we speak about something that affects the livelihood of millions of people, we must be careful. So we cannot cut off these things at once. However, we've always been speaking about regenerative agriculture. We've always been talking about, organic farming and the likes. The truth of the matter is that we can actually plant our rice, we can grow our rice without the floodplain. Basically, it's just adaptation of irrigation system, because the rice wants a soft land as well as water, basically. So there is a way that we can do the farming without the floodplain, because the floodplain is a decaying point. Yes, you can plant your rice in it, but there are all other things that are happening because of the flooded plain. And so those are some of the things that I think are more natural for us. Let's have irrigation system, a water retention system for farming rice. Let's have the ranching system and adapted feeding system for the animals. And in the oil and gas sector, I believe that there is a highly regulated sector. So I know that government, because for now, even in Nigeria as a whole, that is about the only sector where we have a framework of any form on methane. Every other sector is just trying to rise up to the reality.
Thank you for your insights on Eco Frontline, Mr. Temidayo Farino.
Thank you so very much for having me.
All right. If you just joined us, this is Eco Frontline, where we discuss pressing environmental issues and, of course, highlight possible solutions. Next up is Global Eco Spotlight. Have a look. As we conclude today's episode of Eco Frontline, one thing becomes clear. Methane may be invisible, but its impact on our planet is far from hidden. From the food we produce to the waste we generate and the energy we consume, many of our daily activities release methane into the atmosphere, accelerating the pace of climate change. Yet, the encouraging news is that methane emissions can be reduced quickly and effectively with the right actions, policies, and collective commitment. By improving waste management, adopting climate-smart agricultural practices, and reduce gas flaring and leaks in the energy sector, we can significantly slow the warming of our planet within our lifetime. Climate change is not just a global issue, it is a local responsibility. The choices we make today will determine the quality of the environment we leave behind for future generations. Thank you for joining us on Eco Frontline, where we continue to spotlight environmental challenges and inspire solutions for a more sustainable future. Remember, the earth is the only home we share. Protect it, preserve it, and pass it on better than we met it. I am Nolin Ebel-Ame, and this has been Eco Frontline. See you next week.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Nancy says that the harder you work at something, the more you love what you get. An educationist, a culture enthusiast, a musician, a seamstress, what you call a complete woman. I want you to just follow me as we look at her profile. Welcome, our guest, Golda Obi. Hello, Jude. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me to your show. How did you come to have all of these talents, impacts, all wrapped in one head, one human being? Thank you. I mean, that's an interesting question because there's a lot wrapped up in being Golda. I've always been called G-Force because I've had this personality that encompasses so many things. At heart, I'm a creative. And I'm a creative learner as well. And I grew up in a Nigeria where learning was very kind of stiff. But I was lucky from the beginning. First, I had a very supportive family. My father just thought I could do everything. Whatever Goldie put her name to or her mind to, she could achieve. So that helped. And then I went to primary school where the arts was important. And I was taught by the nuns. So it was my first exposure to playing the piano. So I started learning to play the piano as little as, I think, 7. And that creativity was nurtured when I went on to Queen's College. So I'm proudly a new girl. In QC, there was a lot of arts. And I was one of those that studied music. I loved to dance, to act, do anything that had to do with creativity. My favorite teachers were those who could express their subjects in real terms, not just, theory. Those were subjects that I never forgot. And you want to give us some examples? Well, history. I find history to be the most interesting subject. I'm a lover of history. I'm a history teacher as well. And history combines your culture, tells you who you are. Now I operate in the intersection of education and the creative arts. I'm very big on leading creative initiatives, using creativity to express education. Now, history is one of the most expressive subjects because you can teach everything and have a story. It's about who you are. And who you will become is essentially an expression of the knowledge of who you are. And I think sometimes, I'm really passionate about this, by the way, because I think that in Nigeria, one of the biggest things that plagues us is identity. Sometimes we don't really know who we are as a people, as a country. And that's because not enough of our history is told. When you know your history, you're proud. We're a country rich in culture. So did you study history in school? But I actually didn't. And I think in those days, everybody wanted to do sciences because it made you feel you were intelligent. So I was your regular physics, chemistry, biology. But let me tell you, after the day I dropped my pen in my final exam, my creativity has led my life. Wow. I never did anything with the sciences, apart from my nutrition. So I'm a naturopathic. I mean, I've been through cancer and I'm like, no drugs for me. So whoa. I do everything natural. So let me tell us, you want to take us through that? Oh, I think that when God crafted Golda's journey, it needed to cover the entire sphere of life. My childhood, my expressive creativity, and I still had to express myself in ill health. I approached cancer with a strong belief in God, but also a strong belief in myself that this was one more challenge that I could overcome. And so the whole creative being that I am, I approached it that way. I remember my little son at the time saying, "Oh, Mom, I love you bald." Because, you know how you lose your hair and you're wearing like, dramatic earrings and, makeup.
And that was he when
he was 6.
Oh my goodness.
And he was my main carer. Boy. Because you know how it is when you're doing chemo, they don't like a lot of people around you just because you can't pick up infection. So it was that little boy and me. And we had a great time. I mean, to the point where my doctor says you're a disgrace to cancer. Nobody would tell. And that was great.
I'm happy to hear.
Yes. So I think that understanding who you are, the weight and the wealth of generations behind you, really, really helps you express yourself and helps you stay focused. So you're not, you're not shifted by every wind of doctrine that comes your way. And that's why history. What is Strauss? Strauss is a lot of things. Strauss is education. Strauss is creative arts. Strauss is community building. So the Strauss family, I think the first member of the Strauss family was the Strauss Foundation. A lot of people don't know about the Strauss Foundation because we do a lot of things quietly. I think the most popular member of the Strauss family is the Strauss School of Music. If you really asked about Golda Obi, most people would tell you about Golda Obi from Strauss School of Music, the music educator, the musician, the creative drama, dance, and all of that. And so my philosophy is that at the very beginning, the foundational stages of a person's life, of a child's life, you need to help them learn through activity. I'm a firm believer that if you do not incorporate activity into a concept, it will not be retained. Now, what better way to teach a concept than teaching it through music, through song, through dance, through storytelling, through visual expression?
Yeah.
Now,
like in the days, back in the days, we want to teach you about star and they say twinkle, twinkle, little star, kind of thing.
Exactly. I'm using things that are in your community. So we needed to, at Strauss Preparatory School, we're trying to move away from traditional methods of delivering education.
Yeah.
I believe, and that's the philosophy my school runs on, that children will learn better when you show them things, when you act through things. So if you were going to show them about mountains or rivers or whatever, you needed to put a song to it or a play to it or have them paint. Even in the sciences, if you're not drawing, how do you remember what the heart looks like?
Oh, yeah.
So the arts come into everything that you do. And in the primary years, that's when you establish identity.
Yes. So what's Strauss doing with culture?
So with culture, through the foundation, we engage with the community. So over the years, we had Abuja for Children. Was a huge cultural activity that happened every Christmas, where we brought children together to act, to play, in a concert, a really major concert that I would create. Most recently, we have the Do Me Living Arts project.
Wow.
Now, I'm really excited by that.
Tell me.
Do Me is the community that hosts the school. The College of Arts, the School of Music, the Preparatory School is located in Durumi. And I find that Durumi is a very interesting contrast, I would say. So you have the urban, setting, and you have that prime urban real estate, culture, schools, and then you have behind it, you have the village. Now, if you know about the community, Baggy people, they were hugely cultural, artistic people. And so I'm really excited by the fusion that we're trying to work with them. They have the culture, and the Living Arts Project is just the foundation, giving them a platform to come and express that beautiful culture. I'm sure a lot of you know about the pottery, That's the Batu people, all that ceramic, the pottery that they do. But beyond the pottery, they dance, their music, their art. So doing the Living Arts Project is so many things. We have the living voices, the storytelling, where we're talking to community elders and having them tell us about their people, their town, their community before we all came. Then we have the Girls Creating Change. Probably over 1,000 children have passed through my hands in music education, dance, and drama. And in the community we serve and the community we live in, one of my passions is actually becoming something that we're able to share with the women and girls and youth in that community. I'm a seamstress, but I'd like to think more of myself as a creative. I have always sewn. My mother used to sew. In fact, my mom, when I think of myself, I realize that my mom was greatly impacted. Because my mom was an artist. She was a seamstress, she was a teacher. And I always thought, I'm never going to go into teaching. I want to be like mom. But at the end of the day, here you are. Here I am. Being a mother and a wife, how do you balance between all of this? So I think I've just been very, very fortunate, I must say. There's a saying that behind every successful man, there is a good woman. I think in my case, behind this successful woman, there's a really great man. My husband is a study and patience and support. He really has always let me fly. He's not one of those men that's threatened by a woman who is doing well. Oh, wow. He wants me to do well. Oh, wow. He's the strength behind everything I do. I don't think I could do the things I did if not for him. Because I take on, frankly, I jump into things. I say, Golda goes where angels fear to tread. And I think I do that. My husband is called Uzo, by the way. I think I do that because everywhere I go, I know Uzo is behind me. I can take on something, and I know that Uzo is there to back me up. So I think that. Give him a shout out. Shout out. Hi, Uzo. I'm spoiling your bad name. And so that has really been my strength. My husband was a hands-on dad, which meant whether I was there or not, so far as I had food, because cooking, he's hands-on in everything else, but he didn't going to cook. So once I made sure that the kids had their food, their snacks every day. And I'm a bit of a traditional mom, so my kids would cook. That really helped because it helped them stay grounded. They would go to the market, they would cook, they would do it once they're home. But I have a large family. Mind you, I have 7 children. 3 are biological, and 4 of them, my sister, bless her soul, I would say gifted me and was precious gifts when she went to be with the Lord. And so my joy is really full, you know. And a testament to my husband is that I didn't even think twice, because I know that once I said, oh, my nieces and nephew need to come here, he would be like, if that's what you want. Wow. That's exactly what. Not thank you. Not mindful that his family kind of doubled, which meant his financial responsibility doubled. But Uzo being Uzo just took it all in his stride. So I'm grateful for that. Well, my kids are very artsy. So we have a very eclectic environment. It is a nice blend of everything. So my home, I think, is a reflection of who I am. I'm very traveled. I have what they call wanderlust. I like to travel. And everywhere I go, I like to see what the culture is, you know, and how that can synergize with who we are as a person, how we can learn from those people how to better express and sell our culture. So part of what we're doing with the Do Living Art Project is we want to create tourism. So I've been to a lot of Southeast Asia. I spent 5 months of the year before touring Southeast Asia. That's really just trying to understand what makes them so attractive to foreigners, that a lot of their income, their GDP, is made up of from tourism. And one thing struck me was that one, they're educated to see foreigners as a plus, so they're not hostile or resistant to foreigners coming to their place. But they also realize that foreigners are not coming to see skyscrapers. The foreigners want to see authenticity. They want to see the lives that they have lived. And that really influenced the Durumi Living Arts Project, because I realized that sometimes we bulldoze what we consider our would I say, native or ancient history, and we try to build big, shiny new toys. But that's the key. Our history is the key. And so with this, the DILA program, we want to regenerate the Bagi villages of Durumi. We want to show people that our culture is rich. And I understand that people kind of come and pay to see that culture. Oh. And that's what we want to build with that. We want to create an environment where people can come and work. So we have planned the Bagi Zita Day, which will happen 31st of May. It is. Then we have the Bagi Festival, October. Okay. Because kids in my school are engaging themselves to work with the children in the village on Children's Day. They're collecting books, toys, dresses to share with their counterparts in the village, and they're going to learn from those. So the kids may not be in a structured environment like a school where you're structurally learning music, you're structurally learning art. But they have a lot of art and music in them. And so kids want to shake hands. They want to learn their art, learn their creativity, and they feel they have to give something for the privilege of learning from the Bagi kids of Durumi. Now, the Strauss College of Arts is more of a training institute for older people. So, fresh graduates, 18 and above. We have a partnership with Anansi Africa, which is a training center in Lagos, and we offer trainings so part of my history includes working in technology. My husband works in tech. My whole family is tech. I've been in the tech space for many years, and for 30 of those years, I was MD of Gezel Limited, which is a tech firm. And we've done a lot of work in the tech industry. So I brought tech to creativity. So at Strauss College of Arts, we do creative software. So we would learn how to use Clo 3D. Clo 3D is like a software you use for design, for fashion design. You asked about Strauss School of Music. So I'm just telling you, it's not just School of Music.
Wow.
You have the College of Arts where so we have training for music, drama, film. So we do film recording, documentary, photography. So the College of Arts is very wide. I collaborate with different people. Shortmaker Media is collaboration on the film and documentary side of things. So I believe in working with, again, disclaimer, I can't do everything myself. So I do believe in working with people. And I think that's the strength, being able to work with other people to birth the dreams that I have, they have, and we can bring that to the communities that we serve.
What do you think Nigeria can do with what you have?
So let me start from talking to the ladies. I would say, if grandma is alive, go talk to grandma. Ask grandma what she was wearing in her day. Ask grandma what snacks she made that have been archived. Because that's the creativity that you will build on your history. Again, history. Yeah. Your history is what you express. Part of my proudest moments is watching Nigeria artists on Canex. Canex was created by Afrexim, and a huge investment Afrexim has made in the creative sector. And Nigeria, because we're a rich, cultural, diverse nation, we have a lot to offer. And I think our girls, our women, our young people, even our boys, I'm not discriminating, can take a lot from our culture to the runways abroad. One of my kids from music school, Te Aiwa, all over the world, you're hearing about Nigeria. And what are you hearing about us? The things that come from within, things that come from our culture. And I want to thank the government. I mean, I know that there are a lot of things that we can call to the negative. But please, you can decide your cup is half empty or half full. And as far as I'm concerned, in Nigeria, our cup is half full. We have our Honorable Minister of Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy. She's doing wonderful things. She's all over the world. She's talking about who we are. She's bringing attention. My good friend, the DG Arts and Culture, National Council for Arts and Culture, Obiasika, is a wonderful guy, fantastic visionary. How do you now find relaxation? Well, I love to cook. I love trying out new recipes. So finding new ways to eat not so interesting food is interesting, in itself. That's kitchen of yours. Get some aroma, scintillating. My favorite food is afang. Because it's medicinal. It's very, very rich, iron. And it clears your system, fiber rich, So I can do you afang. Okay, so let's go to the kitchen. Okay, thank you. She'll plan a woman, and I want to say that I will keep striving to be the prime woman that you would be proud of.
Thank you. So until next week, when we bring another Astich woman who is crying. Uju Makala is here saying, Ciao, ciao.
We believe say it is possible to live with each other in peace and with our environment.
To begin to destroy the gift of animals, the gift of life when God give us, na bad thing no.
Now these plants where we dey talk and the animals, they keep us alive in one way or the other.
It no make sense make we use our hand scatter all this fine thing make it finish.
Let us collaborate hands together to protect our health and our own environment.
When you see people, they just kill animals anyhow, make you go report them to the people when they take care of forest. What would they call forest guide?
Make the animal dey their day, make we too they campaign.
So piece together your time wisely.
This is the network service of the NTA.
We pray, Lord, for your blessings upon every one of us in the name of Jesus. For your mercies over us, our family members.
In Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State, a quiet revolution is unfolding in education. A vision rooted in compassion, a mission driven by opportunity. But why is this community becoming a focal point for educators, technologists, and change makers? Splendor was telling me the things we usually throw away without a second thought, plastic bottles, old fabric, scrap woods, paper, even broken items we think are completely useless, might actually be value in disguise. That sounds impossible, right? How can waste become something useful, even beautiful? Stay with us as we uncover these for you. Ogun State, long celebrated as a cradle of education and culture in Nigeria, is once again shaping the future, this time through technology. At Emmanuel Anglican Primary School in Italupe, Ijebu-Ode, a new chapter is unfolding.
Excellency, the First Lady, and myself are a tag team
to commission this very laudable project. We commission it to the glory of God and the benefit of everyone who passes through here.
A fully equipped tech hub now stands where, for many pupils, computers once existed only in textbooks. This is more than a donation. It is a bridge between potential and responsibility.
Across our communities from Ijebu to Yewa to Remo to Abeokuta, there are children who have heard the word computer and who have seen the pictures and who have seen it in textbooks, who have even drawn it on the chalkboard, but have never touched one, never turned one on, and never explored what it can unlock. Until today, something is changing.
The initiative, powered by Adeola Aziz Community Care Foundation, in collaboration with Teach for Nigeria and partners, including First Bank, Providence Bank, Microsoft, Leadway Assurance, and Baga, was born from a simple belief. Children in public schools deserve the same digital exposure as their peers anywhere in the world.
In academics, learning is a continuous process. I want to believe scholars at TEC can bear witness. On that note, this TEC or facilities condition today will go a long way in improving the quality of pupils' academic performance in technology. You can see that any of our people's, maybe they go for Yoruba, this other, but this time around, they go for tech, it taught them academically and some other things like that.
Dignitaries gather to witness the transformation. Among them, the wife of the Ogun State Governor, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun, and the Deputy Governor, Engineer Noimot Salako Oyedele, alongside education advocates and development partners.
Adeola Aziz, I commend you for this initiative and encourage you to continue doing more. Although state is proud of and grateful to its indigents like you, who invest their resources, ideas, and energy in uplifting others.
The atmosphere was filled with excitement, pride, and possibility. Speeches echoed a shared vision, one where access to technology is no longer a privilege, but a right.
The facility we see today is not just a room full of computers, but a gateway to the future. I'm impressed by the comprehensive nature of this hub, which includes advanced learning tools, such as the network-ready desktops, licensed educational software, and high-definition projectors. The solar power system with inverters to ensure that learning is never interrupted by power outages shows the AACCF's commitment to sustainability of its infrastructure, while the inclusion of its CCTV surveillance, smoke detected, and reinforced access controls ensure our children learn in a protected environment.
The chairman of Ajibo local government, Honorable Dari Alebioshu, described the project as a timely intervention and pledged continued partnership to expand such opportunities across the community.
This Community Care Foundation is an impact to education and to our community as a whole.
For the head teacher, Mr. Osho, the moment was deeply emotional. He called the Tech Hub a historic milestone.
And the students, well, this is a great opportunity for you. And you have to make sure that you don't just allow this opportunity to slip you by.
In a rapidly evolving digital world, early exposure to technology can shape destinies. Studies show that foundational digital skills significantly improve learning outcomes and the future of employability. By placing these tools in the hands of young learners, this initiative is not just supporting education, it's investing in Nigeria's digital future.
For the pupils of Emmanuel Anglican Primary School, the Tech Hub is more than equipment. It is inspiration, a reminder that their dreams are valid, their future is digital, and their journey has only just begun.
At Tech Mode, we believe technology is most powerful when it reaches the grassroots. because when opportunity meets young minds, transformation becomes inevitable. This is more than a story about computers. It's a story about access, equity, and the future of learning in Nigeria. The shift in modern pedagogical research marks a definitive move away from simply counting screen time toward measuring the quality of digital engagement. According to meta-analysis published in journals like Frontiers in Psychology 2025, the introduction of information and communication technology (ICT) in a preschool setting shows a statistically significant positive impact on school readiness. Research utilizing the standardized mean difference (SMD) method indicates that subject knowledge in mathematics and science can see an improvement with an effect size of 0.59. This suggests that when children interact with high-quality, structured digital content, they develop a foundational competency that places them roughly 3 to 10% ahead of their non-exposed peers by the time they enter primary education. Cognitively, the first 5 years of life are characterized by intense neural plasticity, making the brain highly receptive to the multimodal inputs offered by modern technology. Unlike passive television consumption, interactive touch screens and AI-driven adaptive learning systems engage multiple senses simultaneously: visual, auditory, and haptic. Longitudinal studies from 2024 and 2025 highlight a 96.6% correlation between the use of AI scaffolded apps and improved scores in executive functions, such as working memory and critical thinking. These systems effectively scaffold a child's learning process, adjusting the difficulty in real time to keep the child at the optimal edge of their cognitive ability, a concept known as zone of proximal development. Furthermore, early exposure serves as a powerful tool for socio-emotional learning (SEL) when used through the lens of joint media engagement. Rather than isolating the child, technology can be a catalyst for cooperation and empathy. Research conducted within the Nigeria tech ecosystem in 2025 demonstrates that children who engage in interactive and digital storytelling with a caregiver show measurable improvement in self-regulation and social turn-taking. In fact, co-play environments involving digital tools have been shown to increase cooperative behavior by 15% compared to traditional solitary play. By treating technology as a digital muse or a collaborative partner, we bridge the digital divide and equip the next generation with the cognitive and social languages necessary for the 21st century.
And that same spirit of innovation is what we are about to see next, as young students discover how knowledge and creativity can turn waste into value. We started with a simple question for the students: what is waste? We wanted to hear the words they associate with it, the ideas that usually comes to mind whenever they hear the term. And here's what they told us.
Waste is any useless material that is not needed or useful.
Waste are unwanted and unusable materials that we mainly throw away.
But just a few hours later, those same students had a very different and very powerful message to share.
Those iron spoons and forks and metal, they were useless at first, but then it was used to make art, and it teaches people how to use useless materials and turn them into useful things.
For example, you have a lot of plastic bottles, and instead of throwing it away, you can reuse it by planting seeds in it. Then you can have a flower at home.
I pledge to protect the earth, animals, and nature, and never throw away materials and thinking they are unuseful. I am an eco-hero.
So what exactly happened in between? What approach did these instructors use to shift perspective and spark this kind of transformation?
EcoLab, the Sustainability Innovation Lab under the Innovate Hub, brought the message of environmental responsibility directly to students of Nigeria-Ghana International School Life Camp in celebration of International Environmental Education Day, proving that the journey to a greener future starts with empowering young minds. From the moment we arrived, the hall was filled with students. Their eagerness to learn was written all over their faces. Their attention, their curiosity, their quiet excitement, it felt like the atmosphere after watching a powerful environmental documentary, one that makes you reflect deeply on the future of our planet and the consequences of ignoring the climate crisis.
The funny thing about recycling and upcycling is that it's very creative. For you to be able to turn waste into something of value, you have to be very creative. And I'm not saying that people in the university are not creative, but the younger generation, they have an open mind. Like, it's very easy to open their mind to see different horizons. Upcycle good stuff. Upcycle good stuff. Save water. Save water. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Plant something.
The session began with a series of engaging talks by Innovate team, who carefully introduced the purpose of the outreach. They explained that waste is more than something to throw away.
The material cannot just be dumped anywhere somebody wants to dump it. Like, you can turn it into a finished product and actually use it. Like, you can turn a bottle into a bracelet, for example. Like, if you get material and cover it up and just find some things that make it look stylish and classy, you can wear it.
Then came the real action. The students were divided into 5 different labs, each designed to teach a practical skill in upcycling and recycling waste materials. We followed them into the classrooms, and what we witnessed was unforgettable. At first, there was a mix of anxiety, curiosity, and surprise as instructors explained the tasks ahead. You could almost read the students' thoughts just by watching their faces. Excitement mixed with uncertainty, questions forming even before hands went up. Examining materials that many would normally throw away: plastic bottles, papers, fabric scrap, wood pieces, and more.
As we can see, people buy plastic bottles and trash it. But there's other uses for plastic bottles, as for example, handband. Instead of buying, you can create your own at home and put it on your hand. It is more eco-friendly to our environment.
This is the first of its kind. This is the first initiative, the first of its kind, coming out from Innovate Hub. We don't really go to schools this is the very first. And we decided that this year we want to bring it to the society instead of society coming to us. And it was just a random pick. It wasn't a photo, but the way they were receptive to us, they were very eager, they were happy to collaborate. So it's about the can-do spirit of Nigerians at the end of the day. If you see how beneficial this thing is to you, you would want to key in. And because we're more than willing to give ourselves to you, I mean, it just takes an email.
The moment they began walking, everything changed. The atmosphere shifted. Smiles appeared, focus sharpened, the room filled with energy and anticipation. It was hard to wonder what kind of magic the instructors had used. In reality, it wasn't magic at all. It was the power of hands-on learning, creativity, and the simple opportunity to try something new.
About the weaving, I learned it today. how to weave, connect together, but I already have a sense of how to do it in my head. But before she told me, I was like, am I supposed to do it like this? She was not like, yes, it's correct. So she didn't really have to show me much. I mostly did it. I already knew how to do it already. So it's not something new to me. I know how to do it already.
What started as a lesson about waste quickly became a lesson in innovation, confidence, and possibility.
Our group contemplated, and then we thought of this. We thought of the heart hands and then the colorful conception. I'll allow my friend Miriam to continue.
So we didn't want the hands to be normal like everyone else. We wanted it to be unique and have our own touch. And then we decided to allow it to have a colorful feel, so it won't be just regular colors, regular everyday colors. And you can see.
Just made a plastic lunchbox using a plastic jerrycan. They're using the cutter to ship it. Say that they are very useful when it comes to like things you want to carry that they are too heavy or anything you want to store.
For the school management, this initiative represents an important step forward, raising environmentally conscious students prepared for the future.
Yes, teachers do their best by ensuring that they chip in elements of having a good environment in each of their lessons, even before and during and after their lessons. But I would say curriculum planners should definitely create a proper subject that will enable proper knowledge of environmental sustainability.
And for others watching and wondering how to be part of such impact, Innovate has a message of its own.
So the plan is to take this initiative to different schools in Abuja for a start, before it starts going national. And eventually we'll come to a point where we'll have competitions based on environmental sustainability, which is a key goal because the whole world at large is focused on environmental sustainability. How do we make the world a better place for humans to live in? And Nigeria, as though we're catching up, we're trying to catch up because the world has gone far. Maybe we're just a few steps back, but I mean with this initiative, we can catch up with the rest of the world and hopefully join the leagues in talking about environmental sustainability.
Splendor, after everything we have seen today, I keep thinking about a series I recently watched, The War Between the Land and the Sea.
We do not know you.
Well, I am Ambassador Sir Jonathan Hines.
You are not known to us. We would speak with him.
That's BBC and Disney sci-fi drama, right? On the surface, it's about a conflict between humans and an ancient ocean species, but underneath, it delivers a serious message about pollution and environmental neglect.
Exactly. The story imagines the ocean pushing back, demanding accountability for years of waste dumping and damage by human activity.
And what makes it powerful is how it reminds us that waste doesn't disappear. It ends up in rivers, in oceans, and eventually impacts ecosystems and us.
That's likely why global media giants like the BBC and Disney invest in stories like this. With their resources, they use film and storytelling to raise awareness about environmental responsibility on a worldwide scale.
But awareness doesn't only come from big screens and global productions.
Exactly. While BBC and Disney use cameras, actors, and special effects to tell environmental stories, organizations like Innovate, through Ecolab, are using workshops, classrooms, and hands-on learning to pass the message directly to young people.
And here on NTA, we remain committed to sharing stories that inform, inspire, and empower communities to build a better future.
This is Tech Mode, your #1 source for technology innovation and impact stories. I am Malami Haruna Dogondaji.
And I'm Splendor Omale, logging off.
Good day, viewers at home. My name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdulkarim, being the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy, and as usual, Greenland Natural Medicine is also available to give you more about your health-related issues. Greenland Natural Medicine is a company existing for 23 years in practice, and we have all our products researched from over 36 countries in the world. Greenland Natural Medicine is all about alternative medicine, which we also call traditional medicine, which we also call herbal medicines. You can call it anyhow you want it. But for now, we are going to go on alternative medicine. Alternative medicine has been proven very effective when it comes to health-related issues. All these things are 100% natural. They are 100% organic. Their side effects are quantified to be zero. These are things that you use nature to take care of nature. You don't use chemicals or any other things to distract some organs in your body. Please, in Greenland Natural Medicine, our products are well satisfied for your consumption. All the necessary agency, NAFDAC, and so on are satisfied with our product. And Greenland Natural Medicine is a center where all the research are here developed and make sure that you have the best. Affiliations to Germany, India, China, and so on. So many companies, Indonesia, and so on. Please, all these products are very, very good. We find them very effective before we bring them down to the country. And Greenland Natural Medicine is a center where anything that has to do with your health-related issues, don't hesitate. Give us a call, and our customer care are available to attend to you. For those who want to go into visual consultation, there's a token charge for that. You can have a doctor to have a visual consultation with him, and when it's available, they will build the product down to your doorstep. For those who are coming down to the office, we prefer that, because knowing the kind of people you are dealing with speaks a lot. For those who we have not mentioned the kind of health challenge you have, don't hesitate as well. Pick up those numbers on your screen or the addresses and try and visit our physical address, or pick us those calls and give us a call, or I'll assure you your problem will never remain the same. Greenland Natural Medicine is divided into 3 sections. We have the section that goes with all things that has to do with general eye problems, be it glaucoma, cataract, pterygium, myopia, and so on. If you have any kind of eye-related issue, be it glaucoma. Yes, when we talk about glaucoma, so many people don't even know what glaucoma means. Yes, glaucoma is the damage of the optic nerves. That optic nerve is the one that supplies direct information to the brain. It gives information straightly to the brain, and that will now give you the sensitivity of knowing what we're all talking about. Also, we have the one that talks about the cataract. Cataract is a serious eye problem too, which can also make sure your vision go off completely. Yes, glaucoma, for those who have other terminal illness like high blood pressure, diabetes, and so on and so forth, they can also experience deterioration of the vision very fast than those who don't have that kind of challenges. But for those who have glaucoma, be it you don't have terminal illness like high blood pressure, diabetes, please try and visit us. Our well-trained ophthalmology is trained in India, and he has the vast knowledge when it comes to eye issues. Please, if you have any kind of eye problem, be it glaucoma, cataract, pterygium, myopia, don't hesitate. Give us a call on those numbers. We'll give you the appointment on the day the doctor will be in your closest branch.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. As I listen to you, I'm a born winner and I cherish security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Green, white, green, oh I pledge my dear country. I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me.
I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed? I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Ogochukwuka Ona and my sign language interpreter is Shegun Ajayi. Let's begin with the headlines. As IMF and World Bank spring meeting continues in Washington, Nigeria is engaging the world for greater economic strength and clearer policy direction. Nigeria reaffirms commitment to peace in Sudan, moves to deepen bilateral ties. Plus, Julius Malema, leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters in South Africa, sentenced to 5 years in prison. As the IMF and World Bank spring meetings continue in Washington, D.C., Nigeria is engaging the world from a position of greater economic strength and clearer policy direction. With global tensions weighing on energy markets and deepening uncertainty across developing economies, Nigeria's response has centered on protecting stability at home. Oil production is being ramped up. The Naira for crude policy is supporting domestic fuel supply. Targeted tariff reductions on key industrial inputs are helping ease production costs, while the foreign exchange market remains open. On the reform scorecard, tax revenue is up 35%. Direct cash transfers have reached 8.1 million households. More than 300,000 youths in Nigeria have gained digital skills training, and 90,000 kilometers of fiber cables have been deployed. The Nigerian delegation, led by the Minister of Finance, is expected to hold further engagements on the sidelines of the spring meetings through the week. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated the President-elect of the Republic of Benin, Mahmoud Wadari, on his victory at the polls. In a letter signed by him, President Tinubu said the victory reflects the trust the Benin people have placed in Wadani's vision and distinguished record of service as Minister of Finance. President Tinubu also stated that Nigeria and the Republic of Benin share a long history of friendship, cultural ties and cooperation, adding that he looks forward to working with Mahmoud Wadani to strengthen bilateral relations between the two countries. Nigeria has reaffirmed its resolve to the restoration of peace in Sudan. The assurance was made during a high-level diplomatic meeting in Abuja as the crisis in Khartoum continues to have ripple effects across the Sahel region. Garba Muhammad Nata'ala has more details.
In a statement from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimibi Benfa, disclosed that the ministry's permanent secretary, Ambassador Omar Ahmed Dunama, told the Sudanese envoy that Nigeria remains fully invested in Sudan's stability. He delivered a strong message of solidarity from the Nigerian government to the people of Sudan. Ambassador Ahmad emphasized the deep historical and cultural ties binding both nations, noting that a secure Sudan is essential for the security of the broader African continent, saying that sustainable peace can only be achieved through inclusive political processes and constructive engagement. He stressed that Nigeria will continue to play an active role within the African Union to advocate for a peaceful resolution, while the Sudanese ambassador to Nigeria, Mohammed Abdullal, briefed on recent recovery efforts but also raised concerns over external interference, prolonging the conflict. The envoy highlighted the strong integration of the Nigerian diaspora within Sudanese society. Both parties expressed concern over the wider implications of regional security, particularly in the volatile Sahel. The talks also focused on next steps in bilateral relations between the two countries, including proposed activation of the Nigeria-Sudanese Political Consultations Committee, plans for a high-level visit by Sudanese leadership to Abuja, and urgent measures to protect Nigerian assets and citizens currently in Sudan. Both nations concluded the meeting with a joint call for dialogue over armed conflict and a pledge to deepen diplomatic ties. Garba Muhammad Natal, NTA News.
And a report just coming in says President Bola Tinubu says his administration will continue to submit to the democratic principles of separation of power and rule of law in leading the country towards national greatness. The president made a commitment when he addressed the coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors at the State House. We'll bring you details of this in our subsequent bulletins. Now, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to advancing Nigeria's marine and blue economy through sustained investments in human capital and infrastructure. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, stated this at the inauguration of the Institute of Maritime Studies facility at the University of Lagos, donated by the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. Oyetola, in a statement by his special advisor, Bolaji Akinola, notes that the initiative reflects government's resolve to strengthen institutional capacity and position the blue economy as a key driver of national prosperity. Highlighting ongoing efforts to build manpower, the minister disclosed that 2,459 Nigerians have been sponsored under the Nigerian Seafarers Development Program for training in maritime institutions across different countries, adding that 1,088 beneficiaries have obtained their certificates of competency. He added that ongoing port modernization projects are projected to generate up to 20,000 jobs for the teeming youths, while significantly improving port efficiency, reducing turnaround time, and enhancing Nigeria's competitiveness as a maritime hub in West and Central Africa. Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Mobereola, said the agency is partnering with 8 Nigerian universities as well as international institutions, including the World Maritime University, to strengthen maritime manpower development, noting that the NIMASA-UNILAG collaboration would boost research, support data-driven policy making, and produce industry-ready professionals to meet evolving demands in the maritime sector. And now the 17th Annual General Meeting and Assembly of the African Union of Broadcasting has begun in Banjul, Gambia. The 17th AGM is coming at a time that the hub, the AUB, is marking 20 years anniversary, having come into existence in 2006 in Abuja, Nigeria, when it was expanded to cater more and develop African broadcast industry. The Gambian Minister of Information, Dr. Ephraim Sise, who declared the event open, acknowledged the strive Africa has made in the last 2 decades of AUB through partnerships collaborations between African media and global media. He insisted that Africans must tell the African stories to counter misrepresentations and stereotypes of foreign media.
As it coincides with the 12th-year anniversary of the AUB, marking a significant milestone that speaks to 2 decades of transformative media service in the African continent. Your presence here is an honor and a strong affirmation for shared commitment to building a vibrant, credible, innovative, and independent media landscape in the continent.
17th AUB has a theme: Heritage, Innovation and Transformation. The 4-day event will feature panel discussions on different topics, media awards and fundraising to support cancer on the continent. And now Pope Leo XIV's visit to Cameroon continues in Bamenda, where he led a peace meeting on Thursday. And Julius Malema, leader of the economic freedom fighters in South Africa, sentenced to 5 years and 2 years in prison. Charles Alpha reports.
His arrival at the conflict zone in Western Cameroon, the Pope delivered a message of peace in the heart of a separatist conflict deemed one of the world's most neglected crises by humanitarian organizations. On Thursday, the Pope oversaw a peace meeting that included a traditional chief, a Presbyterian moderator, an imam, and a Catholic nun, emphasizing interfaith efforts to address the conflicts and support its many victims.
Added to these internal problems, which are often fueled by hatred and violence, is the damage caused from outside by those who, in the name of profit, continue to lay their hands on the African continent to exploit and plunder it. Yet this is the moment to change, to transform the story of this country. The time has come, today and not tomorrow.
Last time Pope came, I was too small when my parents could not bring me to receive those blessings. And today I'm present and strong to receive his blessings.
The beg say as Papa for whom they come, we know say deal with crisis, it will finish. Because now one thing that way we dey cry for here.
The Pope held a mass for the residents of Bamenda, which is located near the western border with Nigeria. The Pope, in an address, called for an end to the conflict and chains of corruption in a country rich in minerals, and urged President Paul Biya to exercise authority legitimately. The conflict in Cameroon's Anglophone regions stems from the country's colonial history, which divided it between France and Britain after World War I, following a UN-backed vote in 1961. English-speaking regions joined French Cameroon, but separatists claim they have faced political and economic marginalization ever since.
And U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane briefed the media on the latest developments on the war in Iran from the Pentagon in Arlington on Thursday. And Turkey's second school shooting leaves 4 dead as parents rush to find children. Again, Charles Alpha reports.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the U.S. military's highest-ranking officer, and U.S. Central Command's Admiral Brad Cooper on Thursday said the U.S. will maintain the successful blockade of the Iranian ports, adding that the U.S. military can't make the transition from this blockade to major compact operations, saying the U.S. can't make that transition again very quickly and even more powerfully than ever.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
At the direction of President Trump, the War Department, he said, will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. saying it can't be done the nice way through a deal led by Vice President J.D. Vance and negotiating team, or the hard way.
As long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely.
4 people were killed and 20 others injured in a school shooting in Kahraman Maras, southern Turkey, marking the second of such attack in the country in 2 days. Footage shows panic in the schoolyard, with parents rushing to find their children as security forces restricted access to the area. The attack, reports said, took place at Isa Kalek Middle School in the Onikisuba district. Authorities say the suspect shooter, a student, used firearms belonging to his father and was also killed. Reports indicate that one of the victims was a teacher, while the injured were taken to nearby hospitals. The incident follows a similar attack a day earlier in Siverek, which left 16 people injured. School attacks remain relatively rare in Turkey. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
And let's now get you details of the sentencing of the leader of the South African economic freedom fighter, Julius Malema, to an effective 5 years imprisonment. The judgment was delivered by Magistrate Twanet Olivia in the Kugombo City Regional Court for unlawfully discharging a firearm at the EFF's 2018 Datsen rally. He received 5 years on the main count, 2 years on a secondary count, and 20,000 rand fines, or 6 months each on the remaining counts, with sentences running concurrently. All right, let's pause for some messages. We'll be right back.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
And education matters now. The 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME has commenced nationwide. More than 2.2 million candidates are expected to sit for the examination across accredited centers. Olainka Ojo has details.
It is that time of the year when candidates seeking tertiary education must convince the examiner JAMB, the nation's tertiary admission clearinghouse, why they deserve to be admitted. However, the decision is not that of JAMB alone, as there will be a convergence of key stakeholders during the policy meeting to decide the admissible cutoff scores. To start the process, candidates are required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. At this center at Navali Estate, accreditation of candidates started at 6:30 a.m. and lasted for 2 hours. 250 candidates were expected to sit for the first session, but 223 were present and sat for the examination, which began at 8:30 a.m. Although the exercise at the center was smooth.
The exams here, I thought I was not even writing in Nigeria because the well conducive hall was so sweet. The hall was very sweet, sir. The computers, none of them were having issues.
I've written a computer-based exam before, so it wasn't giving me any problem.
From all the posts, everything is doing well. For generator or your backup does not work, it does not absorb you from the from them, because you are supposed to also have solar to as a backup. So, but they are rescheduling the state beds.
One candidate was not verified and was therefore not allowed to sit for the examination. Mercy Bello, who hopes to become a nurse, narrates her experience.
I had issues, so they had to transfer me to another system. Then I didn't have issue at that system.
For external supervisors and parents, the exercise demonstrates minimum commitment and professionalism on the part of the examination body.
I was here last year, so I can see a lot of improvement on the side of the owner of the CBT Center and on the side of JAMB.
And with the arrangement they did here, of course they have set everything.
The entire exercise for this center is 4 days and with 13 sessions.
The examination is expected to run from April 16th to April 22nd, with multiple sessions scheduled daily. Olainka Uju, NTA News.
The Minister of State for Works, Bello Muhammad Goronyo, has reiterated the federal government's commitment to strengthen infrastructure in Nigeria's tertiary institutions through strategic collaboration and interagency support. He made this known when he received a delegation from the Federal University Dutse, Jigawa State, led by its Vice-Chancellor, Professor Ahmad Mohammed Gumel. He expressed his appreciation to the delegation for the visit and praised the university's leadership for its forward-thinking approach to development. Goronyo reaffirmed that the federal government, under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, remains committed to inclusive infrastructure development, noting that the 2026 budget cycle has been concluded.
Education is the bedrock of societal development of a nation. And this government has prioritized education as a way of increasing or improving the lot of society.
The minister assured that the ministry would explore possible windows of intervention, particularly in road infrastructure, to enhance accessibility and support the university's expansion efforts. All right, as staggered elections in some states and the 2027 general elections gather momentum, Nigerian youths under the ages of youth quota in parliament advocacy are demanding at least 20% representation in the 11th National Assembly and state assemblies. This resonated at a dialogue for change, a political engagement held in Abuja. Joshua Ogunjide reports.
Recall that in October 2025, the advocacy group presented the proposed youth quota bill to the House of Representatives Committee on Youth in Parliament, consequent upon which adoption and sponsorship followed.
Why are we here today?
The roundtable therefore brought together representatives of various political parties, youth leaders, civil society organizations, as well as executives towards commitment for youth candidacy.
The 10th Assembly has less than 8 young persons under 35, no young women in the 10th Assembly. So we give ourselves the target to achieve at least 20% of young people being represented both at National and State Assembly.
Youth should therefore avail themselves the opportunity provided by the 2027 elections to register as members of political parties of their choice, express interest to contest for legislative seats or any position of their choice, and engage relevant stakeholders.
The amplification of youth voices also entails the empowerment of the new generation in decision-making and inclusion of young women and people with special needs.
It's about time we picked on people that we know they can go, and let us sacrifice our time, our money, our effort, our recommendation, even to the party chairmen, like they said, and let us push them there.
The only thing they believe in is what we did in 2020, the NSAS. Once we do something like that in the election, they believe we can do something.
The Youth Quota Bill, which has scaled through first reading in November 2025, currently awaits second reading. In Abuja, Joshua Guchti, NT News.
The Action Democratic Party, ADP, is ramping up its 2027 election strategy as its National Executive Committee meets in Abuja to chart a fresh course. Charles Alpha reports.
Recent moves within the party, which includes a broader membership drive, tighter internal coordination and digital system to expand participation and improve accountability, are part of ADP's strategy to chart a fresher direction. Described as a pivotal moment for the party and Nigeria's democratic journey, National Chairman Yabagi Yusuf Sani highlighted a renewed push to move the Action Democratic Party from the margins to the center of national politics.
At this meeting, we shall consider and deliberate on critical matters, including adoption of the updated ADP electoral guidelines for 2027, consideration of the proposed amendment to the party constitution, approval of the date and modalities for the National Convention, strengthening of compliance mechanism in line with INEC requirements.
The leadership outlined a structured path to 2027. It is open for a consensus-based primaries, emphasizing openness and fairness, while screening candidates for capacity and public appeal.
We believe Nigeria can work, and we are prepared to make it work. Our approach is clear, lawful, and strategic. We shall conduct consensus-based primaries in full compliance with the law. We shall ensure that our process are transparent, fair, and inclusive. We shall present candidates who are credible, competent, and electable.
Beyond party politics, the Action Democratic Party raised concerns over insecurity ahead of the elections, calling for urgent institutional reforms and accountable governance rooted in the rule of law. Top on the neck agenda are revised electoral guidelines, proposed constitutional adjustment, and the framework for the National Convention, a decision seen as critical to the party's readiness for the next election cycle. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
To curb the rising rate of foot amputations caused by diabetes, a rapidly growing public concern in Nigeria, medical experts are advocating comprehensive care and regular blood sugar screening. Elizabeth Omori reports that a forum on diabetic foods specialists also stressed the need to integrate non-communicable disease policies into care plans to reduce the number of deaths linked to diabetic foot complications.
Diabetes, a chronic condition that occurs when the body cannot effectively regulate blood sugar levels. Problems include diabetic foot, which are primarily caused by nerve damage, neuropathy, and poor blood circulation, peripheral artery disease due to prolonged high blood sugar levels, and people with diabetes at risk of complications. To save more limbs, experts at this gathering insist that early detection, proper education on the condition, and multidisciplinary care will reduce prevalence of deaths.
Our mission is to promote the profile of diabetes food prevention care through awareness, guidance, research, and professional development, and to push more mission ending avoidable lower limb amputations due to diabetes in Africa.
Up to 85% of diabetes-related amputations are preceded by a preventable foot ulcer. The Federal Ministry of Health has procured 86,688 glucometer devices and strips. Training, distribution, and screening has also been done in the north-central zones, while the other zones are ongoing.
Clinicians in their presentations revealed that food infections can also spread through the bloodstream, causing sepsis, which is life-threatening.
Our diet is a problem. We need to take a second look at our diet. And of course, family history is also a risk.
The gathering, which drew policymakers, researchers, and implementing partners, recommend the strengthening of referral systems and regular screening for diabetes. Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
And this is where we end the news at this time. I am Ogoch Kuka-Ona, and my sign language interpreter has been Shegun Ajayi. Thank you for your time.
to dawn, 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following site.
Welcome. Accountability, clear direction, and the delivery of measurable results have been the guiding principles of Nigeria's marine and blue economy sector. On this week's episode of The Shipper, we bring you highlights from the crucial policy and performance-driven engagements led by the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola, CON, who has called for strict accountability and tangible results from all agencies under the ministry. On our Tidbit segment, we'll also bring you updates from the local and international maritime space. Stay with us. We'll be right back after the short break.
For more than 5 decades, we have empowered and protected the interests of shippers in the nation's maritime industry. Our focus is to facilitate trade, regulate tariffs and rates, as well as handle shippers' complaints on cargo losses, damage and non-delivery. We offer dispute resolution mechanism for shipping and trade disputes between shippers and service providers. We are Nigerian Shippers Council, Nigeria's port economic regulator, your gateway to a thriving maritime sector. Nigerian Shippers Council will meet you at the port of your need.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is The Shipper, your indispensable source of accurate and concise information on Nigeria's maritime sector. Proudly brought to you by Nigerian Shippers Council, the nation's port economic regulator. I am Victoria Yavala. Today's episode focuses on the 2026 sectoral retreat of the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. The retreat, held alongside the first quarter 2026 citizens and stakeholders engagement in Lagos, brought together the Honorable Minister, top ministry officials, heads of agencies, and key industry stakeholders. From strategic sessions to the signing of performance bonds, the retreat marks a significant step toward driving results and sector-wide transformation. Let's now join Lucy Yambi for this report compiled by the Shippers correspondents.
The 2026 sectoral retreat provided a platform for reflection, policy direction, and a renewed push for measuring performance across all agencies under the ministry. A major highlight of the event was the signing of performance bonds between the Honourable Minister and heads of agencies, a move described as a binding commitment to accountability and results. Agencies involved in the signing include Nigerian Shippers Council, Nigerian Ports Authority, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, National Inland Waterways Authority, Maritime Academy of Nigeria, and Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria. Participating institutions also include the Nigerian Institute for Oceanography and Marine Research, Federal College of Fisheries and Marine Technology, and other specialized research and training institutions. Addressing participants, the Honourable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Dr. Adigboyega Oyetola, CON, emphasized the need for a result-driven approach across all departments and agencies.
At the institutional level, we must remain disciplined and accountable, data-driven decision-making, robust monitoring and evaluation frameworks, and a strong commitment to service delivery will guide our actions. Every department and agency must align with our strategic objectives and deliver measurable results. We must also continue to invest in our people. Training, innovation, and the adoption of modern technology are critical to building a comprehensive and future-ready marine sector.
The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Mrs. Fatima Sugura Mahmood, explained to participants the workings of the tool developed to enhance workflow and efficiency within the civil service.
There are some tools that we have developed in the service that can assist you to be an expert. One, I'm sure a lot of you are using GPT, but we have a GPT that is specified, that has been trained with Nigerian documents for the public service, and we christened it Service-Wise GPT. It is a better version of the GPT. It has been trained with our constitution, Nigerian constitution, public service rules, scheme of service, administrative proceedings, financial regulations, procurement law, and all the laws that you need to be able to function as a public servant.
In a presentation titled Performance Bond and Results Measurement, Mr. Rico Owuti of the Performance Management System Department, Office of the Civil Service of the Federation, highlighted the benefits of an effective performance management system in driving improved service delivery across institutions.
The essence of performance bonding or contracting is to ensure that service at the individual level is optimized. I can assure you that if we are able to ensure that every of our officer is accountable for what he or she does in the office, we are going to double what we are seeing as result in every sector of the marine and blue economy, because every individual will be accountable for what he and she is doing, and then there will be efficiency in service delivery. Because what happened is that our successes as individuals from this level is what becomes the success of our section, becomes the success of our branch, becomes the success of the department, which becomes the success of the permanent secretary or the success of the chief executive. It is the aggregation of these successes that become the scorecard of the honorable minister. And it is what the honorable minister is presenting becomes the scorecard that Mr. President presents to Nigerians as his achievement for the year under review.
In another presentation titled Enhancing Institutional Accountability and Results Delivery in the Marine and Blue Economy Subsector, Mr. Ismail Okwola examined how institutions are performing in relation to the implementation of their assigned mandates.
Institutional accountability refers to the obligation of public institutions, ministries, departments, and agencies, and their leaders to take responsibility for their actions, decisions, performance, and use of public resources. Meaning that we are responsible for our actions and decisions as well as the use of public resources. When we are accountable, we have a lot of benefits that are inherent in our accountability, and the key among such benefits is that there's going to be improvement in service delivery. Also, accountability will ensure transparency and public trust. When we are accountable, then there will be build-up of public trust. Whenever government says something, they say, yes, a stock can do, right? So we earn more respect, from the people we serve. It also creates culture of responsibility, a situation where every public actors take responsibility for their actions and inaction.
The Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Pius Akuta, MON, stated that the council continues to facilitate the development of inland dry ports across designated locations, noting that significant progress has been made with the support of the ministry. He added that the council has saved Nigeria billions of naira through its complaints unit and its regulation of freight rates and charges.
Last year, we were able to visit most of the legacy ports and also those that were promoted by some state governors, like the governor of Ogun State. We visited them, we took some stock, we also took major steps in terms of approvals, the ICRC approvals to the OBC of some of those ports. And we saw some development last year in some of them at different levels, an improvement of across board, at least 40% of what has been before. Also, we had a lot of stakeholder engagement last year. As a result of those engagements, we had about 183 complaints came to us and we resolved them, leading to saving the economy the sum of over 2 billion naira and about $85,000 in last year. We put together in the last 5 years, through our efforts, we have saved this country over 70 billion naira. But over 80% of that amount was saved in the last 2.5 years because of we automating the process, the system for confirmation of reasonableness of charter fees and all that.
The Managing Director of the Nigerian Port Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, highlighted ongoing efforts in port infrastructure development and the dredging of key water channels.
So logically, in the same manner that we expect to see bigger aeroplanes at airport when you build a new terminal, it's the same way that we're expecting to see bigger vessels coming to Nigeria so that we can get more volumes and then more money. Like I said earlier, if you Google what the presidency said yesterday from the State House about what Nigeria has enjoyed because of our ability to provide shipping capabilities and then cargo clearance capability at the Dangote refinery. Nigeria, when others are struggling to look for PMS, Professor will tell you, in some countries, including America, people are queuing. Nigeria, we are not queuing. I'm sure you are coming from different destinations. You have not seen any queue in Nigeria because we are independent in terms of energy supply. And the reason that is achieved is because of our role as Nigerian Port Authority. It was a big challenge because it was the first time in Nigeria's history of maritime and port system in the last 50 years that will begin to do what is called the single point mooring operations. The Dangote refinery has a single point mooring operations offshore. So we are used to doing movement that are conventional harbor movements. So it's about just 30 minutes of pushing in and pushing out. Now we are pushing in and out for 24 to 34 hours. So, you require very heavy machines, tugboats, 120 tonners. That was a big challenge, but by the grace of God, again, with the approval of the minister, that is also done.
The Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Dr. Dayo Muberola, attributed recent successes to strong collaboration with the ministry and sister agencies. He disclosed that Nigeria has recorded a 70% reduction in piracy and sea robbery incidents in the Gulf of Guinea.
We have been working very hard to ensure that all our processes is automated. Most importantly, our relationship with the international shipping companies, which is the ship registry. This is where we have been getting a lot of complaints historically that NEMASA, the Nigerian government, over time have not been able to encourage and assist Nigerian shipping companies. So we're almost about to complete the automation of the ship registrar. You can upload your applications and within 48 hours, get your certificate of registration automatically without talking or having interference with any human being in Nimasa or anywhere.
In his remarks, the acting managing director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, Mr. Yusuf Umar Gray, spoke on efforts to enhance safety across Nigeria's inland waterways.
The police we have is not sufficient. What we do is we now engage water marshals in all the loading points we have in the country. We introduce these water marshals. They will always be there in the morning till evening to make sure that all the loading points are manned very well. We also do sensitization of our waterways, looking at the boat mishaps that have been happening. So we go around to sensitize the water users on how best to go about it. We also do distribution of life jackets for water users. This we've done with the ministry. Then the second one is the general use of our waterways. Presently, we are discussing with companies that are operating on our waterways for them to use our waterways. What we do is we try to encourage them, those of them that are already operating on our waterways, to convey their goods. I'm happy to say here now that the companies that are operating in Ajakuta, Lokoja, they've been moving their goods to Onitsha, to Port Harcourt. Then presently, we are also discussing with companies in Lagos, which I will soon engage with MPA for us to see how we can move goods from these our ports to the hinterland.
The registrar of the Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria, CRFFN, Kingsley Igwe, stated that the council continues to promote professionalism in freight forwarding, noting that over 200 licenses have been issued to practitioners.
As of today, I can proudly say that over 200 licenses is underway, being processed for freight forwarders. Now, this replaces the previous letter in lieu and certification that we have been issuing. Now, this does not take away the academic professional certification that we issue. So it's a good news for us. We just launched that, and that was possible because of our participation in the national single window, the significant role we played in the national single window, verifying the freight forwarders. So instead of having an entry method as usual, where there are no due process, now there are due process, and we're going to strengthen that.
The rector, Marine Academy of Nigeria, MAN Oron, Dr. Kelvin Okonna, restated the institution's commitment to capacity development in the maritime sector.
The Maritime Academy of Nigeria is continuing to reposition itself to becoming one of the major world-class maritime institutions in the world. And to achieve this, we set a number of targets in addition to the major deliverables we signed the performance bond for. But some of the major targets we set was to solve one of the biggest problems to maritime education and training in the institution. But actually, it's a problem that exists globally. And I'm very happy to report to us that in the course of 1 year, we were able to solve that problem. And that has to do with finding seat time opportunities for the seafaring cadets. So we set out early in the year to collaborate intensively with the stakeholders, especially the ship owners. By the end of the year, when we were graduating the cadets in November, we had the result. Out of 221 cadets that we graduated, 80 of those cadets were given automatic employment and or shipboard training experience. I think the biggest one is that we signed a memorandum of agreement with the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Shipping and Marine Services Limited, NSML. That agreement allowed us between December 2025 and February 2026 place another 43 of the cadets of Maritime Academy of Nigeria on NLNG ships.
The signing ceremony signals a renewed push to strengthen performance management across the sector, ensuring agencies deliver on their mandates in line with national development priorities.
With clear targets now set and accountability mechanisms firmly in place, attention now turns to delivery. The simple expectation is measurable outcomes that will drive sustainable growth in Nigeria's marine and blue economy sector and ultimately the nation's prosperity. Now, we bring you the Tidbit segment with Maria Uekule, a roundup of key developments shaping the maritime sector across the globe. Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Tidbits on the Shipper. I'm Maria Uekule, here to bring you the latest developments, quick updates, and outstanding stories from the maritime space. Let's dive in. Following the directive of the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Dr. Adeboyega Oyetola, CON, at the 2026 First Quarter Citizen and Stakeholders Engagement with the Ministry and its agencies for Nigerian Shippers Council to investigate alleged coordinated efforts to sideline indigenous barge operators in Nigeria's seaports. The Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Akuta Pius MON, had called for a meeting with the Barge Operators Association of Nigeria at the Council's headquarters in Lagos to look into their concerns and identify solutions. Speaking on behalf of the ES-CEO of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Akuta Pius MON, the Director of Regulatory Services Department, Mrs. Margaret Obunna, reaffirmed the Council's commitment to resolving the issues raised and ensuring a fair and inclusive operational environment for all stakeholders.
We invited them to Nigerian Shippers Council to hear them out, and they have done well. They didn't just come, they came with a packaged proposal to present to Nigerian Shippers Council. What next is to look into their challenges and do the necessary research and streamline actionable parts of their proposal and make presentation to the minister. So it's not new to Nigerian Shippers Council. It's what we do normally on a normal time. So it's doing what we are good in doing it again. We'll go study their challenges. They are not extraneous. They are realities of what they're experiencing, and we will help them because their concern is of national interest, not specifically barge operation. Is a critical aspect of cargo evacuation from the port. So they're important to the value supply chain of cargo evacuation in Nigeria. So they cannot be ignored. And we will look into it for a better port system in Nigeria.
The President, Barge Operators Association of Nigeria, Honorable Bumi Olumekun, commended the Honorable Minister for his prompt intervention and dedication to safeguarding the interests of indigenous operators.
Directive of Honorable Minister of Blue Economy that said, okay, we should go to roundtable and see how we can resolve all this marginalization of the local barge operators. So we are here today and we have a very good meeting. We're so warmly welcomed by the agency, and then a lot of issues were discussed and were resolved. We've already presented our letter to them and our reports, which they are going to walk into, and then they will come back to us. It's going to be a progress. So we just started. So we're giving the complaints and the report to them. So they are going to work on that. So they promised to invite us and be fair. They were going to investigate all those matters arising, and they were going to come back and tell us and then give us the. But I commend them. I know them. They know what they are doing, and they are professional in the business.
As engagements continue, stakeholders remain optimistic that collaborative dialogue and decisive action will foster a more inclusive and competitive maritime sector, reinforcing the Nigerian Shippers Council's role as a fair regulator and protector of industry interests. We encourage you to follow our social media pages at NG Shippers on Instagram, X, Facebook, and YouTube for more of our latest events, updates, and information. Let's now check our complaints register for the week. Six complaints were received. 5 are still ongoing, while 1 has been resolved. The types of complaints include refusal to issue invoice, unlawful and unjustified claim on detention, corruption and operational malpractice, withheld containers, breach of trust, and dispute over storage charges. We continue to urge stakeholders in the maritime industry to visit the Council's website on www.shipperscouncil.gov.ng for more information on our services or to report any complaints. And now, global maritime news. Iran has said it will allow marine traffic through the Strait of Hormuz during a temporary ceasefire with the Trump administration,
following Pakistan-mediated talks. Both sides agreed to pause attacks and continue negotiations based on Iran's framework for ending the conflict, while ship passage will be coordinated with Iranian forces. The move marks Iran's first confirmation of progress toward a deal and suggests its military will continue overseeing traffic in the Strait, where it has already imposed controls during the conflict. Iran's broader demands include an end to U.S. strikes, control over the Straits, and acceptance of its nuclear program conditions, likely to face resistance from Washington. That concludes this week's segment of Tidbits on the Shipper. See you again with more insights from the maritime world.
For more than 5 decades, we have empowered and protected the interests of shippers in the nation's maritime industry. Our focus is to facilitate trade, regulate tariffs and rates, as well as handle shippers' complaints on cargo losses, damage and non-delivery. We offer dispute resolution mechanism for shipping and trade disputes between shippers and service providers. We are Nigerian Shippers Council, Nigeria's port economic regulator, your gateway to a thriving maritime sector. Nigerian Shippers Council will meet you at the port of your need.
That's how we wrap up today's episode of The Shipper. From key conversations at the sectoral retreat to important maritime updates from here at home and across the globe. It's clear that the journey towards a stronger marine and blue economy is well underway, and we'll be right here bringing you every step of the progress. Thank you for spending this time with us, and don't forget you can stay connected with us across our social media platforms at NG Shippers for more updates and highlights. I am Victoria Yavala. Do have a wonderful week ahead, and I'll see you next time.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world. From dusk to dawn, 24.
As Africa's largest TV network and the storyboard of a nation.
Fruit and debts every day, nothing else. How can I respect you?
NTA's landmark productions became a mirror of identity, tradition, and resistance, and its stars a household name. These weren't just actors, they were pathfinders. NTA was their stage and their launchpad into history. Language, morals, and a sense of national cohesion were the driving force of our stories.
The king's only worry was the absence of a male heir.
Drama met development, entertainment met empowerment. Today, the spirit of storytelling lives on, with shows like Weekend Deal, Conversations, The Medley Show, Generation XYZ, NTA connects with Nigeria's youth, sharing ideas, culture, and conversation. We capture the voices of the vibrant generations and train the storytellers of the future, crafting the finest indigenous stories with a global outlook, united in the strength of our diversity.
Quick. Every other person behind. See my camera now.
As we build bridges between generations and platforms for the transmission of Nigerian excellence. We are the storytellers, the memory keepers, the torch bearers.
Any question?
We time, we FaceTime. Then we now put Rodo in his mouth.
Get me a mala with plenty meat. The way I like it. Assorted though.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Why do you need Dettol's 12-hour protective shield?
Why? Oh yeah, come. Let me show you. From the risk of picking up germs in every corner to receiving those notes everyone has touched and that sweaty hug from an old friend. What else can give you all day long protection?
Germs are everywhere, but Dettol's 12-hour protective shield shields your family every day,
keeping them safe, healthy, happy, and successful.
Dettol, be 100% sure.
Banjul hosts the 17th General Assembly of the AUB, as well as the celebration of 20 years of the Union serving African media. From April 14 to 17, 2026, leaders and experts will gather to exchange their visions, evaluate the progress made, and shape the future of African media. It is also an opportunity for the AUB to raise funds for its foundation against cancer. And to celebrate journalistic excellence, the Grand Awards evening will close the event. Between the flavors of Benachin, the majesty of Act 22, and the rhythms of the Kora and Timba dances. See you in Banjul, African Union of Broadcasting. 20 years serving African media.
The Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, in partnership with the Kaduna State Government, brings the brightest minds to the Nigeria Public Relations Week, Croc City 2026. Theme: Food Security. From policy paper to public plate, the imperatives of public relations. Date: 19th to 25th April 2026. Venue: Umaru Musayere Center, Murtala Square, Kaduna. Time: 9 a.m. daily. This is where conversation will inspire change, from agribusiness to food security, and from communication strategy to policy shaping. MPRW 2026. Come and be transformed. Kaduna is ready, waiting for you.
Croc City 2026. Lale, lale.
Announcer Stanley Ogadigo, Director, Public Relations, NIPR.
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
The prestigious NTA Television College, widely recognized for its professionalism and excellence in media training, has achieved another significant milestone. In addition to its existing affiliation with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for the award of a degree in mass communication, the college has now received official approval from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, to commence National Diploma, ND programs in mass communication and multimedia. Additional programs are also in progress. Admission requirements: a minimum of 5 O-level credit passes in relevant subjects. For National Diploma ND programs, minimum JAMB admissible score of 100. For degree programs, recommended JAMB score of 180 and above. This is a great opportunity to become part of the college's growing legacy in media and broadcast education. For more information,
visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. Announcer Management.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of the program, Everyone Deserves a Home. I am Aisha Muhammad Ahmed, your regular host. It's a pleasure to have you join us. Across the globe, cooperative societies have empowered individuals through collective ownership model. In Nigeria, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is reinforcing this role through the Cooperative Housing Development Loan, CHDL. These enables registered cooperative societies to develop quality and affordable homes for their members. FOSBYS Cooperative Society is one of the beneficiaries of this initiative, leveraging the CHDL to develop homes tailored to the needs of its members. And so, in this episode of the program, we shall highlight the impact of this project located in Marabang Ado in Karu local government area of Nasarawa State. Still in the package, we'll hear the story of one of the beneficiaries who has the burden of rent lifted off him and is now living happily in his own home, thanks to the NHF scheme. These and more when the program commences fully after the break. Don't go away.
To improve transparency and accountability in managing the NHF funds, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria has introduced *219#. *219# is a new way to know the status of your NHF contribution from anywhere. To use this service, dial *219#. Select 1 to update your contact detail. Press 2 to check your contribution status in any month up to the last 5 years. You can also use our mortgage calculator and bulletin board by selecting options 5 and 6 respectively. You can access other services by using direct shortcodes like *219*3# to retrieve your NHF number, *219*4*1# hash to check your last 5 transactions and star 219 star 4 star 2 hash to check your statement of account. No internet connection required, and it is available on all networks. Star 219 hash. Simpler, smarter, faster. Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Everyone deserves a home.
Welcome back. We'll begin the program as usual with highlights of major events at the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. In our lineup tonight, FMBN set to launch new mortgage products, and FMBN partners Shelter Afrique to unlock 5,000 housing units across Nigeria. Details of this shortly. Stay with us. A new strategic housing collaboration is in the works as Shelter Afrique Development Bank plans to support the delivery of 5,000 housing units across Nigeria. This was announced during a courtesy visit by the Shelter Afrique delegation to the management of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria in Abuja. Speaking at the occasion, the managing director of FMBN, Shehu Usman Osidi, reaffirmed the bank's mandate in providing affordable housing finance, underscoring the importance of deepening strategic partnerships to scale up housing delivery nationwide.
At the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, housing lies at the heart of our mandate through the National Housing Fund and the President's Renewed Hope Housing Agenda. Every home financed under the NHF represents more than just shelter. It serves as a catalyst for economic growth. We recognize that investment in housing stimulates local industries, generates employment, deepens financial markets, mobilizes long-term domestic savings, and expands access to mortgage finance for Nigeria's workforce. As Nigeria's mortgage institution, we remain committed to broadening access to home ownership for Nigerian workers through innovative mortgage solutions and strategic partnerships.
Shehu Osidi noted that the partnership is essential in order to unlock opportunities, strengthen investor confidence, and boost the delivery of affordable homes across Nigeria.
We look forward to partnering with Shelter Afrique Development Bank, recognizing that partnerships like these are critical to addressing Nigeria's huge housing deficit. Together, we can combine expertise, capital, and innovative financing solutions to accelerate the delivery of affordable housing for low and medium income Nigerians. Your presence today further inspires us and reinforces our commitment to innovative solutions and meaningful partnerships.
Leading the delegation, the senior regional head for the North, West, and South regions, Ahmadu Thia, stated that the visit was aimed at strengthening institutional collaboration while acknowledging the bank's role in expanding access to housing finance.
This visit is driven by our strong desire to establish a structured, mutual beneficial framework for collaboration. We currently have a strategic engagement with the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development on a project under structuring. Given FMBN's pivotal role in housing finance and mortgage offtake, it will be both coherent and impactful for FNBN to take the lead on the offtake component of this initiative. We look forward to exploring practical pathways for partnership and to building a long-term productive relationship between our institutions.
Also speaking, the senior investment officer of the organization, Elizabeth Ogenegbu, highlighted Shelter Afrique's ongoing collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and expressed readiness to partner with FMBN in providing structured off-taker access for the proposed 5,000 housing units.
The plan is for the ministry to provide land. A land has already been identified in Lugbe, and then to mitigate, all risk in the project. So, of course, ongoing discussion is for us to work with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to help in taking care of the offtake side by mitigating the marketing risk.
Present at the meeting were other members of the FMBN management team. Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, says it will roll out new mortgage products aimed at expanding access to affordable housing and strengthening financial inclusion. Executive Director, Business and Portfolio Management at the FMBN, Mrs. Chinenye Anosike, who also chairs the bank's new product committee, stated this in an interview. Mrs. Anosike said the new product launch forms part of FMBN's ongoing efforts to respond to the evolving housing and financing needs of Nigerians at home and in the diaspora. She further explained that the products were carefully developed to address identified gaps in the housing finance market while aligning with the bank's mandate of making home ownership more accessible and sustainable.
So we have the rent assistance, then we have the micro home renovation loan, and then again we have the diaspora. I also mentioned it before. The diaspora, we're almost done. And like I said, it's for Nigerians who are contributing, but they are abroad. You know, it's to curb the issue that has been incessant. People sending money to the country for their relatives to build for them, and they never do that. So this addresses that. The bank, wants to partner with our people abroad, build houses and give them mortgage loans to, offtake the houses. And that's aside. We also have the non-interest loan. This to also cater for another niche or another sector of the business. Like we know, is for people that would own the non-interest banking basically. And what it's going to do really is on rent to own. But it's not going to be on interest basis. It will be on lease, so to speak. Just non-interest. So those are the 4 we are working on, and very soon, and definitely this year, we'll be rolling it out. We're just fine-tuning the whole process.
To provide affordable housing finance to Nigerian workers.
Our focus is on ensuring the financial sustainability of this bank.
I've been developing other products in order to reach the masses.
Strategic partnership is at the core of our business.
We have touched over 14 million lives.
Opening or trying new frontiers that
every Nigerian deserves a home, and we will keep striving.
We are very strategic in the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President.
FMBN, everyone deserves a home.
You're still watching Everyone Deserves a Home. Do you know that National Housing Fund is not only meant for public and civil servants alone? Even those in the informal sector can access the bank's products through cooperatives. Example of such beneficiary is the project the FMBN is funding for FOS BYS Cooperative Society Limited under the Cooperative Housing Development Loan in One Man Village, Maraba Ado. Let's have the details of this project in our Building Blocks segment coming up shortly. Stay tuned.
The Cooperative Housing Development Loan is a tailored finance option that enables registered cooperatives to develop affordable housing for their members. The initiative gives access to over 500 million naira in funding at a 10% interest rate with a repayment period of up to 12 months. The funds are released in tranches, ensuring smooth project execution from land development to the actual construction. It is a strategic solution by FMBN to bridge the housing gap and expand access to home ownership for a broader segment of the population. Provided by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, the loan extends access to housing finance beyond the formal sector, allowing members of informal sector to benefit through cooperative societies. The scheme is designed to make home ownership seamless and inclusive for all eligible contributors of the National Housing Fund, NHF. This is Gesso Global Homes, developed by Gesso Global Concept Limited. This ongoing project is being funded by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria for First Buys Cooperative Society Limited, located at One Man Village, Mararaban Ado, Karu, local government area of Nasarawa State. The 32-unit housing project comprises 16 units of 2-bedroom flats currently at the first tranche of disbursement.
The project planning is 32 units in all, but according to FMBN policies, they give you 2 tranches. Before it was 3 tranches, but now with the new policy of the Honorable Minister, it has been reduced to 2 tranches to enable the developers to work fast with ease. So presently now, we've constructed 16 units of 2-bedroom block of flats. 8 on this side, 8 on this side, which is 16.
The loan, which also covers infrastructure, will provide all basic infrastructures such as electricity, water, access road, among other amenities.
The infrastructures are, I think, the road, the light, and provision of the water. If you notice, if you can look by your right hand side, the tank stand is on ground already. So those are the infrastructures.
While the project is ongoing, the selection process of the off-takers is made through profiling and affordability, which makes them eligible to off-take the houses.
The selection process is easy because it is called cooperative development loan, meaning that cooperative that shown interest written to the bank that they want a specific developer to build for them. So, and in situations where those cooperatives don't come, there are other subscribers on ground who are cooperative contributors to the National Housing Funds that are on ground to pick them up. They go through National Housing Fund to get accreditation. If their contribution is up to date, and they do the profiling for eligibility, each process that have gone through the eligibility stage will be given the unit.
The project has a prototype unit of how the whole project will look like after completion. Each unit will have a fully finished look with POP, tiles, paint, wardrobe and kitchen cabinets, creating a comfortable and conducive living environment upon completion. The developer of the project explains more on the partnership with the FMBN and its impact.
The current policies with the bank now, they make it easy for disbursement so that you move to site and not struggle at the site. And the standard has been upgraded. Before, if you go to Federal Mortgage Bank houses, you cannot, you start complaining. But the Honorable Minister, through the current MD now, OCD, has tried as much as possible to set a particular standard.
Beyond housing delivery, the project has generated employment opportunities for artisans and other workers within the community.
Opportunities are abound, especially when it comes to construction. You have masons, you have plumbers, you have electricians, you have carpenters, you have furnitures, all at the same time. On the process of doing this work, we had over close to like 80 people working at the same time at the site, and it's continuously because we worked for like 4 or 5 month stretch, and we're working from morning till night, Monday to Sundays. We even worked on Christmas Day, we worked on New Year Day.
With the current economic challenges, the project developer was able to be cost efficient through bulk purchase after every disbursement as the project continues.
Okay, what we tried to do at that time was, immediate disbursement was made, we went to the market to buy materials in bulk. So by the time inflation came up, we were already out from the market because we purchased our materials already on site.
We are Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, your trusted partner in making home ownership aspiration a reality.
From savings to holding your keys in your hands, our products are designed to make owning a home easier, faster, and more affordable.
The National Housing Fund Mortgage Loan gives you low-interest financing to buy your dream home.
The home renovation loan helps you upgrade your space without stress.
And with rent-to-own, you can move into your home first and pay over time.
We also offer the cooperative housing development loan, bringing groups together to build communities.
With our individual construction loan, you can build at your pace on your land.
Our rent assistance loan assists you to pay your rent without stress.
Nigerians abroad can invest back home with our NHF Diaspora Mortgage Loan.
Plus our non-interest loan for Nigerians with preference for such financing model.
To access any of our products, can you log on to www.ibank.com or visit any of our branches nationwide. We're also very active on all our social media platforms. In FMBN, customer centricity is our topmost priority.
Thanks for staying with us. One of the most fulfilling experiences for anyone is being able to be called a homeowner. This does not only give one a sense of fulfillment, it cuts expenses to a large extent for the homeowner. Thanks to the FMBN, many families are now homeowners. Let us hear the story of another beneficiary of the NHF scheme.
Well, that is working.
It's something fantastic. It's great.
It's very easy to access.
It's flexible.
The mortgage is really low.
I call myself a landlord.
I'm a happy homeowner. It's a dream come true. On the click of a button, you can access our facilities.
Alhaji Abubakar Muhammad, a retiree of the Nigeria Shippers Council, is now a proud homeowner, a journey that began unexpectedly. His interest was sparked when representatives of Al-Mukab Dynamics visited the organization to introduce a new housing estate. That marked the beginning of a life-changing decision.
In 2018, Al-Mukab Dynamics approached our organization, and when the company approached our organization and explained about how workers can acquire home, and there instantly the management accepted it, and they set up a committee to liaise with both Al-Mukab Dynamics and Federal Mortgage Bank.
Although he had heard about the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria through television adverts and his colleagues, homeownership through the bank had never crossed his mind.
I have heard about them because through adverts I've been seeing them on television, and then some of our friends, there are some that work there, where I'm aware of them, but I've never thought of, processing, home ownership through them until when this developer came to our organization to introduce introduce the scheme to us. But I'm aware of them. I've been seeing them through media and what have you.
Receiving the keys to his new home was a joyful moment for Alhaji Abubakar and his family. The excitement, the relief, and the sense of accomplishment were clear as he expressed gratitude.
I'm so excited, honestly, because I've been thinking in my life, I have kids and what have you. So what will happen if I retired and I don't have a house that I have to continue to rent? And if they give me my retirement benefits, they might not be able to acquire a house for me. So this flexibility, honestly, and making it easy for me. And when I received my key, the whole of my family were excited because I know here in Kano alone, I have stayed for more than 10 houses where I rented. Some I noticed, they will tell you they have sold the house, or they will tell you somebody is waiting, their children are waiting, please, they need the house. So that's how we have been moving. So with this, acquiring of this house, I'm so happy, honestly. And I appreciate the support of Federal Mortgage Bank and Al-Mukab Dynamics, the developer. I would say thank you for making it so easy for me to acquire my home and retire in the house.
One of the things he appreciates most about the process is the flexible repayment structure. For him, the monthly deductions were convenient, making the journey smoother.
This is convenience, and that's why initially I say it is flexible, because everything is scientific. It will be there. When are you retiring? When will the payment commence? So it's scientific and flexible. One thing I noticed, I started the deduction commenced when I was assistant director, and it ended when I was a director. Well, I will advise the citizens of Kano State and in general Nigerians that federal mortgage housing system works, and it is flexible, It is convenient, and it's something that each and every organization or individuals can, go and negotiate and see which of the plan is convenient for you.
Our question for the week is, can someone who has attained 35 years in service and does not necessarily clock 60 years of age apply for his or her NHF fund?
The law is very specific in saying that the applicants for refund must be 60 years of age, but there is another provision which also says inability to make continuous contributions to the National Housing Fund. So in a case in which somebody has attained 35 years in service but has not attained the age of 60 years, we also make that provision for a refund to that individual because he has attained the maximum working length of time, which is 35 years in service. So in that case, we oblige a request for refund in such cases.
This is where we wrap up the program for this week. For more information about the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria and its products, kindly visit any of our branches nationwide or log on to www.fmbn.gov.ng. And if you are already an NHF contributor, you can check your contribution status by simply dialing *219# on your mobile phone or visit ibank.gov.ng to register. Mortgage is real, and FMBN is here to bring home ownership to your doorstep because we believe everyone deserves a home. Thank you for watching. I am Aisha Muhammad Ahmed. See you next week.
From dusk to dawn.
From the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA. This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Cybersecurity is like brakes on a car. It's not there to stop you. It's there to give you control and confidence to move forward safely. This quote by GM Noé reframes cybersecurity from being seen as a necessary inconvenience to being a foundation for safe growth and progress. Welcome to NIDA Impact. I am Kinyese Wabuke.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Today we shine the spotlight on how the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, is spearheading a transformative shift that positions the country not just to withstand cyber risks, but to thrive despite them. Join me as we explore from vulnerability to victory, how NIDA is powering Nigeria's cyber resilience revolution. As Nigeria accelerates into a digital-first future, one reality has become unmistakably clear. Digital transformation without cybersecurity is a risk multiplier. At a time when digital attacks are growing more sophisticated and relentless, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, is spearheading a transformative shift that positions the country not just to withstand cyber risks, but to thrive despite them. You can be a part of this program by logging onto our website at www.nida.gov.ng or all our social media handles displayed right on your screen. Let's take a look at our top stories for the week. NIDA DG hosts UN Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs to advance digital empowerment for Nigerian youth. NIDA NNPCL RTI explores strategic partnership on research and innovation. And now the news in details. Nigeria's push for youth-driven digital transformation came into sharp focus as the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, recently hosted a high-level delegation from the United Nations. NITDA Impact correspondent Matthew Eloy reports that the engagement focused on fostering partnerships to equip young Nigerians with critical digital skills, support innovation, and expand opportunities within the global digital economy.
The Director General of NITDA, Kashifu Abdullahi, CCIE, received the United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, Felipe Polia, in a strategic meeting aimed at strengthening youth development through digital innovation. Speaking during the engagement, the NITDA boss said the agency was driving a deliberate agenda to empower Nigerian youth through digital literacy, innovation, and capacity building, positioning them to compete effectively in the global digital economy.
Most of our initiatives are youth-centric because we believe that our greatest asset as a country is our human capital, not the mineral resources underneath us. And when we talk about human capital, youth are at the center of that. Because Nigeria, we have one of the youngest population in the world with an average age of less than 18 years. More than 60% of our population are youth, are under 30. That means everything we do, we must do with that in our mind. And on assuming office, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made it clear that economic diversification and inclusivity are paramount to his renewed hub agenda.
Speaking earlier, Polia noted that the collaboration reflects a shared commitment to empower young people and ensure they are fully equipped to actively shape a more inclusive and innovative digital future.
The intention of this official mission is actually reinforcing the critical and central role that the youth issues have at the United Nations at the highest level. I was appointed 2 years and 5 months ago, approx, in a new role, a new office that was created by the General Assembly of the United Nations that speaks very clearly about how important it is for governments, for the member states of the UN to recognize the catalytic role of youth and the cultural transformation in really understanding that young people are not just beneficiaries of policies, but actually are real partners in terms of transforming societies and communities.
With renewed commitment from both NITDA and the United Nations, this partnership signals a bold step toward building a digitally skilled generation ready to drive Nigeria's future. Matthew Eloy, reporting for NITDA Impact.
The National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, hosted a delegation from the Research, Technology and Innovation Division of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited on a courtesy visit aimed at strengthening collaboration in research, digital innovation, and technology development within the energy sector. NITDA Impact correspondent Saadatu Sahabu has details.
Discussions focused on aligning national digital transformation goals with oil and gas sector's priorities, strengthening local innovation capacity, and leveraging emerging technologies to promote homegrown solutions and reduce dependence on imported systems. The Director General of NITDA, Kashifu Abdullahi, CCIE, reaffirmed the agency's commitment to driving digital transformation across key sectors. He highlighted NITDA's strategic pillars while expressing readiness to collaborate on innovation pipelines and energy-focused digital solutions.
So I think you are on a right track looking at how you can use technology and innovation to change the way you do things. Because even in a strategy, there is what we call exploration and exploitation. So NNPC has been exploiting the oil, what you have. So it's the right time to start exploring, to start thinking of beyond oil and gas, what next. And I think many energy companies have started doing that. Saudi Aramco is doing a lot in terms of exploring other things they can do, which I think today they don't see oil and gas as the major business. They are big on material, they are big on other energy sources. So the only way you can achieve this is through innovation. And innovation is about taking idea from inception to impact, like he mentioned in his presentation. It's not just about inventing new things. It's easy to invent and it's a cost center. When you invent, it costs you money. But you can only get value when you commercialize, and that's when innovation comes in.
Earlier, Mr. Olatomiwa Olani, Head of Innovation-Led Research at the NNPC Limited Research, Technology and Innovation Division, outlined the division's strategic focus on research excellence, product development, decarbonization, talent development, and innovation culture, with emphasis on translating research outputs into practical and commercially viable solutions.
Also, how can we explore area of mutual interest, and how do we jointly co-create solutions? We're all Nigerians, and I believe working together we'll be able to see how we can co-create solutions. Also, we're looking at how do we do knowledge exchange. You are doing a lot of things on artificial intelligence and every other area. How do we share this knowledge? We are younger people in NNPC also that can work with your team to see how we can develop that capacity in that area. And also what we are trying to do, we want to see how we can establish a robust partnership, which is very critical. Research, you can't do it alone. It has to be mutual and jointly. And that is the reason why we are here. Like she rightly mentioned, we are NNPC Health, we are just 4 years old. We are just learning, and you have been there for some time. I believe we can work together, collaborate together. It's going to be good for us. So thank you and good morning once again.
Both organizations agreed to deepen collaboration through structured partnerships and sustained knowledge exchange to advance innovation in Nigeria's energy sector. Sa'adatu Sahabu, reporting for NIDA Impact.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
The world is evolving. Are you the one leading the charge? To the researchers, the innovators, and the policy experts in digital governance, your stage is waiting. This September, the world gathers in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for IceGov 2026. National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, wants your voice in our exclusive workshop, Sectoral Data for Development. This isn't just a presentation, it's a chance to influence the global digital economy. High stakes, high rewards. The authors of the top 3 selected papers will receive full sponsorship to attend IceGov 2026 in Riyadh. To qualify, submit your paper by April 24th. If accepted, forward your notification to researchgate at nida.gov.ng by July 21st. Submit now at icegov.org. NIDA, be seen, be heard, shape the future.
Time now for NIDA cybersecurity updates.
This week's cybersecurity update is focusing its attention on the dangers of public Wi-Fi and how to stay secure. I am Masur Aliyu Hassan and thank you for joining us. Although public Wi-Fi is often a convenient, free option, especially when you have a low data or poor network connectivity, it is important to remember that it's not always secure. Many free networks found in locations such as events, cafes, airports, hotels and malls lack proper protection. These networks are frequently targeted by cyber criminals because many people connect to them without considering the risks. Understanding the potential dangers is key to staying safe. Dangers of public Wi-Fi. Hackers can see your online activities because most public Wi-Fi networks are not encrypted. Your passwords, banking information, emails and other personal details can be stolen or unsafe network. Fake Wi-Fi networks, that is, evil twin attacks, can trick you into connecting and allow attackers to read everything you do. Public Wi-Fi can redirect you to harmful websites that try to install malware or steal information. Attackers can hijack your activity login sessions, giving them access to your accounts without needing your password. How to stay secure on public Wi-Fi. To stay safe, avoid logging into banking apps, email or sites with personal information on public Wi-Fi. Always check the network name before connecting and ask staff if you are unsure. Only enter details on websites with HTTPS and a padlock. Turn off the sharing and Bluetooth to protect your device. Use mobile data for important tasks when possible, and forget the Wi-Fi network after you use so your device doesn't reconnect automatically. Stay alert. Public Wi-Fi is helpful, but it comes with risks. If something looks strange or if a network feels suspicious, it's better not to connect. Your online safety is more important than free internet. That's all we have for you this week. Stay tuned for more updates, and thank you.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
This week our insight is on From Vulnerability to Victory, how NIDA is powering Nigeria's cyber resilience revolution.
As Nigeria accelerates into a digital-first future, one reality has become unmistakably clear. Digital transformation without cybersecurity is a risk multiplier. At a time when digital attacks are growing more sophisticated and relentless, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, is spearheading a transformative shift that positions the country not just to withstand cyber risk, but to thrive despite them. At the GITEX African 2026 in Marrakesh, Morocco, the NIDA's Director General, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi CCIE, delivered a compelling message that resonated far beyond the conference halls. Nigeria is not just building a digital systems, it is building a cyber resilience as a national priority. The age of viewing cybersecurity as a narrow IT concern is over. In its place, the DG in his keynote emphasized on the paradigm shift. Cybersecurity is no longer about protecting systems. It's about ensuring continuity, trust, and national stability in a digital economy. This forward-thinking approach recognizes that true digital security cannot rely on technology alone. Instead, it must be built on a strong foundation of people, policies, and proactive systems. Under NIDA's leadership, Nigeria is redefining what it means to be secure in a rapidly evolving digital world. Describing the current global landscape as a critical turning point, the NIDA boards underscored the urgency of the moment. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence are not only revolutionizing industries, but are also reshaping the threat environment. In response, NIDA is ensuring that Nigeria stays ahead of the curve through innovation, foresight, and strategic coordination. Central to this vision is a groundbreaking shift in focus from machines to people, with studies indicating that up to 95% of cyber breaches stem from human error. NIDA is investing heavily in human capacity as the front line of defense. The agency's goal is to transform every Nigerian into a human firewall. Driving this agenda is the Digital Literacy for All initiative, a flagship program aimed at achieving 95% digital literacy by 2030, with an interim target of 70% by 2027. The program is already equipping millions with essential digital skills, including cybersecurity awareness and safe online practices. The agency's approach is both pragmatic and visionary. Rather than viewing Nigerian cyber challenges in isolation, NIDA is placing them within a global context, acknowledging that increased digital activity naturally comes with increased risk. The focus, therefore, is not merely on prevention, but on channeling talent and energy towards innovation and global competitiveness. On the policy front line, NIDA continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening Nigerians' legal and regulatory frameworks. Ongoing reviews of the Cybercrime Act of 2015, coupled with a robust national cybersecurity architecture, ensure that this country remains agile and responsive to emerging threats. Operationally, Nigeria's 24-hour cybersecurity operations center stands as a testament to this commitment. Equipped with advanced tools such as AI-driven threat detection and dark web monitoring, the center provides real-time intelligence and support, safeguarding government institutions, businesses, and citizens alike. Perhaps, most importantly, NIDA recognizes that cyber resilience is a shared responsibility by fostering strong partnerships across government agencies, the private sector, and international stakeholders. The agency is building a unified front against digital threats. As Nigeria accelerates towards a digital-first future, NIDA's leadership is proving decisive through bold initiative, strategic investment, and unwavering commitment to innovation. The agency is not only protecting the nation's digital assets, but also positioning Nigeria as a formidable player in the global digital economy. As articulated by the DG at the GITEX Africa 2026, the strength of our digital economy will not be measured by how fast we innovate, but by how securely we sustain that innovation.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
The world is evolving. Are you the one leading the charge? To the researchers, the innovators, and the policy experts in digital governance, your stage is waiting. This September, the world gathers in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for IceGov 2026. National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, wants your voice in our exclusive workshop, Sectoral Data for Development. This isn't just a presentation, it's a chance to influence the global digital economy. High stakes, high rewards. The authors of the top 3 selected papers will receive full sponsorship to attend IceGov 2026 in Riyadh. To qualify, submit your paper by April 24th. If accepted, forward your notification to researchgate at nida.gov.ng by July 21st. Submit now at icegov.org. NIDA, be seen, be heard, shape the future.
Our tech tips for the week is on using AI to prepare for interviews. AI can also act like a mock interviewer. A person can ask it to generate likely interview questions, sample answers, and confidence tips for a specific role or industry. Tools like ChatGPT and Microsoft Copilot can help people practice before an interview and feel more prepared.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Up next is Innovation Hub.
It's all about small businesses that want to go solar outrightly but can't afford it. So what we enable them do is we connect them to affordable solar providers and also financiers that enable them just spread out the payment over time, depending on their income level and income pattern. It can be small or petty traders that do daily or weekly payment. Employees that do monthly payment based on their salary deduction, or farmers that can do annual seasonal payments when they are most liquid. We have a platform, it's called GreenPay, which we onboard customers through, and also the customers use to manage their payments. And we also have agents that help us in communities, especially where people are not as literate, to help them manage the interaction with the platform. We are market enablers, first and foremost. We drive market adoption of promising startups, not just in the energy sector, which we are focused on right now, but people are already using us to deliver more services to underserved communities otherwise they don't have access to. So when we sell solar products to people, other startups can layer on that to offer other service. You know, when you look at startups in the edtech space, like Notino, for example, they want to sell to people that don't have, that are most often marginalized. So when we already sell power to those people, it becomes easier for them to sell any other service, because when you go to them with any digital product and they don't have light, it becomes a problem with inclusion. I just wanted to thank NIDA for all they have done and all they continue to do for the ecosystem, especially the leadership and also the the arm which we interact mostly with, the ONDI. We really, really thank them. We commend their effort. We also see more angles we can always work together to really accelerate the impact of digital inclusion and the digital economy as a whole across the nation.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
As Nigeria accelerates towards a digital-first future, NIDA's leadership is proving decisive. Through bold initiatives, strategic investment, and an unwavering commitment to innovation, the agency is not only protecting the nation's digital assets, but also positioning Nigeria as a formidable player in the global digital economy. To learn more about NIDA's initiatives and how you can benefit from them, kindly log on to our website at www.nida.gov.ng or all our social media handles displayed right on your screen. Until next time, our special appreciation goes to the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosunti Jani, the Director General of NIDA, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi, CCIE, and the entire management and staff of NIDA for this program. I am King Esawabake. Thanks for watching.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Dumota, Iweka and Asaba production centers, there was the Nigerian Television Authority, Nigeria's first and finest window to the world. established by an act in 1977, NTA has informed, educated and entertained millions as Africa's largest TV network and the storyboard of a nation.
Fruit and dates every day, nothing else. How can I respect you?
NTA's landmark productions became a mirror of identity, tradition and resistance, and its stars a household name. These weren't just actors, they were pathfinders. NTA was their stage and their launchpad into history. Language, morals, and a sense of national cohesion were the driving force of our stories.
The king's only worry was the absence of a male heir.
Drama met development, entertainment met empowerment. Today, the spirit of storytelling lives on, with shows like Weekend Deal, Conversations, The Medley Show, Generation XYZ. NTA connects with Nigeria's youth, sharing ideas, culture, and conversation.
We submit to you this principle of democracy, separation of power, and understanding of the dynamics of it.
President Tinubu affirms commitment to constitutional order in address to support group coordinators, says democracy key to national progress. Tonight, NTA is set to deliver detailed 2026 flood outlook as rains trigger farming, erosion fears across Nigeria.
Written a computer-based exam before, so it wasn't giving me any problem.
The exams here, I thought I was not even writing in Nigeria because it was the well-conducive hall was so sweet.
Also tonight, 2026 UTME begins with 2.2 million candidates expected at accredited centers across Nigeria. Good evening and welcome to the Network News. I am Olajide Bello. Joining me from Lagos is Hingino John Adams. Benny Adams will bring us up to speed on the latest in the business world, while Francisca Bileza anchor for news from the world of sport. You can watch this broadcast live on our website, nta.ng/live, and on our other social media handles displayed on your screen. President Bola Tinubu says his administration will continue to submit to the democratic principles of separation of power and rule of law in leading the country towards national greatness. The president made the commitment when he addressed the coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors at the State House this Thursday.
Governor Hope Uzodimma, as the Director General, led leaders and coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors to the State House. It was for a meeting with the Renewed Hope Crusader-in-Chief.
May we please be seated?
After some months of setting up the substructure of the All Progressives Congress, APC, the hierarchy of the Renewed Hope ambassadors would give progress reports of the assignments as foot soldiers.
And every community reached, the vision of Renewed Hope is being translated from policy into presence, from message into meaning, and from leadership at the center into belief at the grassroots.
Why are people who are running away to confront us? And you are delivering.
The feedback of the ambassadors was also as good as self-appraisal. Leaders of the organ observed on the propagation of the successes already recorded by the policies and programs of the current administration.
More than 1 million people from northern Nigeria have been enrolled into Tibet program. They have been paid 25,000 monthly. And when we're talking about skill-based education in Nigeria, who are the beneficiaries? Northern Nigeria. Where are the ministers? Why are they not speaking? Why are the head of agencies? Why are they not speaking? People have to take responsibility, Mr. President.
We are the foot soldiers, the commanders, and we are virtually ready, battle ready, Your Excellency, to face whoever.
and deliver on this. And I urge the state ambassadors, you work with the party at the state level so that the party and the Renew Hope ambassadors work in sync with the purpose of educating the people, at the same time also working towards the election 2027.
Now, more than ever, they say they are ready to scale up in showcasing the gains of the administration's reforms. And President Bola Tinubu promises never to disappoint them in building a country of Nigerians' desire with adherence to the rule of law.
We cannot submit to disobedience of a lawful order of the court. We must embrace the judiciary, whether it favors us or it doesn't. We submit to this principle of democracy, separation of power, and understanding of the dynamics of it. There's no other way to the path that we embrace to national greatness other than build one nation, one common vision for progress, prosperity of our people. That's what we must do.
He expressed commitment to the liberation of a country regardless of the situation it met in the office.
This economy, I didn't have to look back, because the truth is, I took over for myself. The late Buhari is me. He was a partner. And if I took over from him, is that not from myself? So, if something is wrong, fine. Live with it, correct it, move on. I can always stand before you and say you will not regret it.
And from here, the ambassadors rise with new messages to renew the hope of Nigerians across the grassroots.
Most of the grant given to the local people, the beneficiaries, most of them are from the north. So he's done so much. To whom much is given, actually much is expected. I believe the women are going to come out, and he's going to get a massive turnout of vote in the northern Nigeria. That I'm very, very sure of.
From the State House, Musbal Nanwahab, NTA News. And meanwhile, Governor Duyediri and the Minister of State Petroleum Resources Oil, Heineke Lukubiri, have both expressed commitment to support the City Boy movement to actualize its mission for the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 election. Ebeneme Temiola reports that this was at the inauguration of the group in Yenagua, Bayelsa State.
City Boy Movement, a non-governmental youth-based political group, has continued its advocacy and empowerment programs with inauguration of the Bayelsa State Executive Committee and Secretariat in Yenagua. People from all walks of life, especially young people, clamoring for political inclusion. Governor of Bayelsa State, represented by the Special Advisor Political Affairs, inaugurated the Executive Committee, while the Minister of State Petroleum Resources Oil, Heineke Lukubiri, inaugurated the Secretariat.
The City Boy movement has come to stay, and the governor is very pleased with the level of support you are organizing on behalf of our party and the president. What I will do as Minister of State Petroleum Resources is to support City Boy to all the corners of Bayelsa.
It's a means of telling the youth not to sit at the sideline. They should be involved in the decision making and leadership, and also creating a formidable structure that can determine youth leadership in the future of Nigeria.
We are here to bridge this gap, ensure that from the state level to the world, people are aware and carried along with government policies and activities.
The national leadership of the movement had earlier paid a courtesy call on the governor of Bayelsa State, Duyediri, where he expressed commitment to support the movement. Ebeneme Temiola, NTA News.
Now let's head straight to our survey for tonight. Flooding has become a recurring challenge across Nigeria, displacing families, destroying farmlands and disrupting livelihoods. The question is, what we can do now to reduce the impact? Well, tonight we are asking you directly, and we want your take on what should be the top priority for both government and communities when it comes to flood preparedness. Do you think it should be stronger early warning systems or better drainage infrastructure in our communities? Maybe it should be the enforcement of urban planning laws or empowering local communities to proactively lead with pre-flooding preparedness. Let's know which of the four options appeal to you the most. Go to our website, scan the QR code on your screen and be a part of the conversation. And as the rainy season is here and all activities associated with it are gradually picking up, especially farming as well as flood and erosion control measures. This comes as the state and the FCT are predicted to experience intense flooding during the season. Musa Babali is standing by to give us a detailed breakdown of the 2026 flood outlook. Musa, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Olajide Bello. The rainy season is gradually setting in as earlier predicted by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. It is based on this that the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency has warned that almost all states of the Federation, with the exception of Ekiti State, are at risk of flooding. 33 states and the Federal Capital Territory have been categorized as high-risk states. These states face the highest probability of significant flooding, including riverine, flash, and coastal flooding. It is also predicted that 15,597 communities in 405 local government areas across 35 states may experience moderate flooding, while 923 communities in 77 local government areas across 24 states fall under the low and minimal risk categories. Due to heavy rainfall, poor drainage system, and infrastructure challenges, more cities, particularly Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Kaduna, Kano, Enugu, Calabar, Makurdi, Yola, and Abeokuta are likely to be severely affected. Now, the outlook emphasized that actual impact will depend on rainfall patterns, land use practices, and the effectiveness of mitigation efforts.
All right, many thanks, Musa, for the heads up. Meanwhile, moving on to food security. Now, a report just released says more than 3.4 million people in northern Nigeria have benefited directly from the federal government's renewed hope agenda on food security and eco-friendly environment initiatives. The report emerged at the end of a midterm review meeting attended by key ministers and other critical stakeholders in Kaduna State to assess progress made in addressing environmental challenges in the country. Suraj Abdullahi reports.
The midterm review is to assess progress in restoring degraded lands and strengthening support for vulnerable communities. Discussion centered on boosting agricultural productivity, enhancing climate adaptation, and promoting sustainable land management. Kaduna State Governor Ubasani represented and the Ministers of Environment, Water and Sanitation, as well as State Minister of Agriculture, emphasized the need for sustained collaboration and investment to secure long-term impact for farmers and rural economy.
We have strengthened our capacity and have identified over 22,435 hectares of degraded land for reforestation.
This review provides us with an opportunity to take a serious and honest look at existing gaps to adjust our strategy where necessary.
I am encouraged by the watershed rehabilitation activities that have commenced in several participating states.
We are already seeing early results: improved soil conditions, increased vegetation cover, and farmers beginning to adopt more resilient cropping systems with noticeable improvement in family welfare.
The Agri-Sal midterm review reaffirmed commitment to scaling up climate resilience efforts to ensure food security and eco-friendly environment for future generations. From Kaduna, Suraj Abdullahi, NTN News.
Now, talking education, the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME) has commenced nationwide, with more than 2.2 million candidates expected to sit for the examinations across accredited centers. Olayin Kaujo tells us more.
It is that time of the year again when candidates seeking tertiary education must convince the examiner JAMB, the nation's tertiary admission clearinghouse, why they deserve to be admitted. However, the decision is not that of JAMB alone, as there will be a convergence of key stakeholders during the policy meeting to decide the admissible cutoff scores. To kickstart the process, candidates are required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. At this center at Navali Estate, accreditation of candidates started at 6:30 a.m. and lasted for 2 hours. 250 candidates were expected to sit for the first session, but 223 were present and sat for the examination, which began at 8:30 a.m.
The exams here, I thought I was not even writing in Nigeria because the well-conducive hall was so sweet. The hall was very sweet, sir. The computers, none of them were having issues.
I've written a computer-based exam before, so it wasn't giving me any problem.
One candidate was not verified and was therefore not allowed to sit for the examination. Mercy Bello, who hopes to become a nurse, narrates her experience.
I had issues, so they had to transfer me to another system. I didn't have a shot at that system.
For external supervisors and parents, the exercise demonstrates minimum commitment and professionalism on the part of the examination body.
I was here last year, so I can see a lot of improvement on the side of the owner of the CBT center and on the side of JAMB.
The entire exercise for this center is 4 days and with 13 sessions.
The examination is expected to run from April 16th to April 22nd, with multiple sessions scheduled daily. Olainka Ojo, NTA News.
And meanwhile, the Registrar of JAMB, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, was earlier on Nationwide, where he explained some of the reforms being put in place to ensure the successful execution of the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. Let's take a listen.
By next year, JAMB will not need to be carrying servers all about, afraid of security and all the rest. We are moving from a carrying server all about all over the country to a situation where we just use flash to conduct the examination. So also this year we have completed the automation process in the admission exercise, and that is even our examiners who set questions for us, they don't need to run from one part of the country to the other. They sit in the comfort of their offices wherever they are, and they will set questions and moderate it, everything automated now.
Well, you're watching the Network News. More reports when we return. Do stay with us.
When President Tinubu campaigned in 2023, he promised to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system. Currently, over 1,480 primary healthcare centers have been revitalized, and 5,550 more are being upgraded to bring affordable, quality care closer to every Nigerian. And over 500 tertiary healthcare projects have been executed across the country, including 3 new world-class cancer treatment centers commissioned in Benin, Enugu, and Katsina. President Tinubu is delivering on his promise in healthcare.
A message from the All Progressives Congress, APC.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodinma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feel like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
This is a new understanding. Citizens play their part. Government delivers on its promises. Tax is no longer just about compliance. It's the new partnership for a greater Nigeria. The new Nigeria Revenue Service stands not as a tax collector, but as a trusted custodian of what we build together. It's a new deal for a better Nigeria. A greater Nigeria, built by us, funded by us. Message brought to you by Nigeria Revenue Service, NRS.
If it is valuable, you protect it. Your money, your home, your reputation. In the same way, your personal information is valuable. When not protected, it can be misused, leading to fraud, identity theft, and lasting harm. If you experience a data privacy breach or misuse of your personal information, report immediately to the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, via info@ndpc.gov.ng. Every organization that collects and processes data are known as data controllers and data processors and required to comply with the provisions of the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023, which include registration and renewal with the NDPC. Kindly note that the NDP Act compliance audit for year 2025 is ongoing. Ensure compliance to avoid sanctions, fines, and operational disruptions. Visit services.ndpc.gov.ng. This announcement is from the NDPC, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, championing privacy rights.
Just imagine walking into a full 80 to 90,000 stadium capacity with all eyeballs on you. The feeling you've been waiting for. You are now like a Michael Jackson on stage. You're a star. And this is the moment. Your 15 seconds, 10 seconds moment to shine. To deliver that God-given talent, to deliver those 4 to 6 hours a day training. Once that moment comes, go through those emotions, but at the end of the day, love it, live it, and deliver. This is MTN Champs, Season 4. To register, log on to mtnchamps.com.
The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, invites the public to the celebration of 45 years of students' activism. Theme: 45 years of students' unionism, honoring the past and inspiring the future. Date: Friday, 17th April 2026. Venue: Conference Hall, Nikon Luxury Hotel, Abuja. Time: morning lecture session, 10 a.m. Anniversary dinner and award ceremony, 5 p.m. Chairman of the occasion: His Excellency Distinguished Senator Barau I. Jibrin, Deputy Senate President. Chief Host: His Excellency Chief Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo Wike, Minister of the FCT. Co-host: Maruf Tunji Alausa, Minister of Education. Host: Comrade Olushola Oladoja, NANS President. Organizing Committee. Announcer.
You're having a big problem here. Let me check.
With purchases of the 10 million naira, you receive a free medical checkup.
There's one more thing.
Dining coupon from Istanbul Cafe and Restaurant.
Sir, just a moment.
You also receive complimentary facial cosmetic treatment.
Also,
a luxury cutlery set for your home.
One final thing.
Because your purchase is 10 million naira and above, you also qualify for our car prize draw.
Wow. Only came here to buy furniture.
Ventu Furniture.
My baba, they always say, for market, every day get your own wahala. Sometimes people go on scam you. But Baba say, no be by gra. You must cool down, dey sharp. Because with OPay payment, your money go enter sharp, no story. But inside market, anything fit happen. One day, we no see phone again. My Baba remember OPay USSD lock, dial *955*131#. Baba press am, lock account. From market woman to driver, from small boy to big man. Now OPay, they protect people like us. My Baba fit sell, press phone, collect POS, and still they teach me price. And when they don't tire, go just tap OPay night guard. We no fear for this our hustle life. Now OPay be the people payment shield.
Thanks for being there. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has called on parliaments across the world to step up as defenders of peace, justice and humanity at the 152nd Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. Speaking under the Assembly's theme, Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations, Akpabio warned that no region is immune to conflict, citing wars across the Middle East, Europe and Africa. Drawing from Nigeria's own struggles, he said peace is not inherited, it is built, defended and sustained. Akpabio challenged the IPU to strengthen global institutions like the United Nations and give vulnerable nations a stronger voice.
The global agencies are increasingly constrained, such as the United Nations, and the world is drifting towards disorder. The Interparliamentary Union must step into the void now created and become the voice of the voiceless and the hope of the hopeless. IPU must help to change the narrative. IPU must give renewed strength and purpose to even the United Nations. All nations must be treated equally.
EU President Tulia Ackson echoed the call urging Parliament to provide moral clarity and decisive action against conflict and inequality. And meanwhile, the House of Representatives has directed the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to suspend with immediate effect any further financial disbursements to ZTE Corporation, the Chinese company handling the $460 million closed-circuit television CCTV surveillance project, following concerns over the moribund status of the project nationwide. The directive was issued during a resumed investigative hearing by the House ADA Committee probing the project. National Assembly correspondent Mitaire Ikpen reports.
The CCTV surveillance project, launched in Abuja in 2010 during the Jonathan administration, was conceived as a major security intervention to enhance public safety in key urban centers across the country. Many years after, lawmakers expressed frustration over poor execution and functionality of the project and dissatisfaction with explanations from the handlers about its scope, locations, and effectiveness.
Government and your community had a mutual agreement, but the purpose was to reduce insecurity.
The unfortunate thing that happened was that the government did not further provide budgetary allocation for the operations and maintenance of the equipment going forward, and that was outside our scope.
All these locations, I cannot recall, and I can tell you that there was never a time a pole for CCTV was installed in these locations.
The ad hoc committee stressed that public funds committed to the project must be accounted for. At another hearing, the House Committee on Pension has directed the NNPCL Pension Fund Limited to provide all necessary documents regarding its claim of transfer of assets to pension fund administrators, while warning against violation of the provisions of the Pension Reform Act.
We have been transferring intermittently. So what we sent recently is what was remaining, because some of them, their titles were being perfected and some have not even started.
Don't take us for granted. We know what to do. And stop referring us back to PFCs. We are dealing with you directly.
The panel expressed commitment to ensuring that the funds and assets of Nigerians under the contributory pension scheme are protected. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikpen, NTA News.
The leadership of the Trade Union Congress, TUC, has promised to collaborate with the National Pension Commission towards ensuring a better life for Nigerian workers. TUC President Festus Osifo stated this during a roundtable with the PENCOM management in Lagos. Bolaji Akim reports that the meeting provided opportunity for the labor leaders to be abreast of series of initiatives by the pension administration.
Partnership that is very
The meeting provided an opportunity for the PENCOM management to brief the labor leaders on various steps taken so far to ensure workers in Nigeria retire in dignity. PENCOM Director General Omolola Olorano, while commending President Tinubu for his impactful support, which has led to the clearing of all pension backlog, informed the labor leaders about various initiatives under Pension Revolution 2.0, targeted at better returns and protection of Nigeria's worker force after retirement. She called for synergy of purpose between Labour and PENCOM for the success of the initiatives.
The President demanded that this should be done last year, but we had to set up a board of trustees to make sure that the governance processes are put in place separate from PENCOM to ensure that it's properly run.
These are initiatives that that are intended to impact better on the workforce, and for us, anything that will better secure the pension of Nigerians tomorrow. For us, we are fully in tune.
While promising to do everything possible to maximize pension fund returns, PENCOM Director General also called for concerted efforts in dealing with employers that are not contributing to the pension pots for their employees. In Lagos, Bolaji Akim, NTA News.
And away from pension administration, Mangal Industries Limited has claimed the International Standards Organization certifications in key areas, including quality management, environmental management, as well as occupational health and safety. At the official presentation of certificates in Abuja, the management says the company is poised to be the best in customer satisfaction. Jonathan Omajali reports.
In 2024, Mangal Industries Limited began operations with a mission to address the rising demand for high-quality cement and infrastructure solutions in the country. If there were any doubts about the management's resolve to stand at the forefront of excellence in the cement production industry, the International Organization for Standardization Certification clears those doubts. The certifications validate that Mangal's system and processes meet rigorous global standards across its operational value chain, from procurement and quarry extraction to clinker production, cement grinding, packaging, storage and distribution.
We are not just operating on the Nigerian best practices, but we are operating based on international based practices. Like we achieve about now 3 different ISOs for quality, which means our cement is quality-wise, worldwide accepted.
There are some processes that need to be implemented in line with the ISO standard. So we are able to close this gap, ensure that the requirements are being met for every requirement of the standard for ISO 9001 for quality management, to ensure that the customers remain satisfied at all times.
We did the local one, which is the man cap, to show that our cement is, it's in compliance with the requirements of the local regulators. And then we decided that why don't we get the international certification?
The end users, the feedbacks we've gotten, as a distributor, the feedback have been amazing.
The management says this new milestone will further drive the company toward operational efficiency, innovation, technological advancement, and an uncompromising commitment to customer satisfaction. In Abuja, Jonathan Omajali, NTA News.
The Public Complaints Commission says it has concluded plans to create more directorates across the country to enhance speedy dispensation of justice following mounting complaints by aggrieved Nigerians. Chief Commissioner of the Commission, Bashir Abubakar, said these are the Commission's second plenary session where far-reaching decisions were taken to enhance productivity. Ilyasu Ali Akubu reports that the meeting had in attendance federal commissioners representing all 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory.
Since his appointment as Chief Commissioner of the Public Complaints Commission in August 2024, Bashir Abubakar has been working hard to improve the Commission's services to the advantage of less privileged and aggrieved Nigerians whose rights may have been infringed upon in one way or the other. Despite doubting challenges, collaboration with federal commissioners is changing the narrative. More Nigerians now trust the Commission's services, which is provided free of charge. The Chief Commissioner is optimistic that with the creation of more directorates across the country, the quantum of complaints before the Commission will be dispensed speedily.
I therefore call on the relevant authorities to support this move, which will be in the interest of the citizens of the country.
Some of the federal commissioners speak on the journey so far.
By the time this directorate level starts work, definitely the 774 local government will feel the impact.
Creation of more directorate in the commission to accommodate more directors and to give us opportunity to expand.
The Commission is also set to commence a systemic investigation into the activities of service providers across the board. In Abuja, Ilyasu Ali Yakubu, NTA News.
And it's time to join Hingino John Adams for updates from that zone. Good evening, Hingino. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Olajide, and welcome to Lagos. The 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination has commenced in Lagos, with many of the candidates at various CBT centers describing the exam as seamless so far. Bolaji Akim monitored the start of the exercise in some centers in Lagos and filed this report.
Despite the early downpour, candidates at the centers visited, especially those sitting for the first session, were seen getting ready for the examination. The process began with strict biometric capturing. JAMB officials ensured each candidate's identity was authenticated before they were allowed into the examination halls. Candidates were high in spirits, hoping for successful results, having gone through seamless registration process.
100% prepared, but this is not my first time doing this JAMB, because I urge students to read their books and go for lesson and solve past questions. So I think with that, they'll be able to pass their exams.
Today is one of the greatest things of my life, and I'm hoping for good results because I've been planning for this for a long time. And I hope today will count it as a great thing for me.
The UTME will run till Saturday, April 25th in Lagos. Bolaji Akim, NTA News.
Lagos, Nigeria's commercial heartbeat, is home to millions of people navigating their daily lives. As the city continues to expand, keeping communities safe is no longer left to security agencies alone. More residents are now getting involved, working together to help reduce crime in their neighborhoods. Awal Yusuf Jibo reports.
Security remains a daily concern for many residents of Lagos, where busy streets and densely populated neighborhoods demand constant alertness and connection. Residents are working closely with the police, keeping watch over their surroundings, sharing timely and useful information, as well as reporting suspicious activities. This growing collaboration is helping to curb incidents such as theft, vandalism of public infrastructure, and nighttime disturbances.
There's a need for the government to also put certain security strategy in place to ensure that we tighten up the security of the state. But however, as it is right now, it's really fair compared to what we see in some other states.
For many, the approach is rooted in simple, everyday actions, staying observant, identifying unfamiliar faces, and speaking up when something feels out of place. These small but deliberate efforts, combined with prompt communication, are gradually building a more responsive and security-conscious community.
It should be something that should be everybody's responsibility. You know, it's about when you see something, say something.
Security experts say sustained cooperation between residents and law enforcement, backed by effective communication, remains critical to reducing crime to the barest minimum.
There should be a kind of element of trust between the police and the people. And I believe, you don't give what you don't have. If I don't trust you, I won't give you intelligence. So I believe the law enforcement must be able to do something for the community. For example, Bueho, no vetting match. It's not about arrest. Do something for the community. Let them see you as part of them.
In a city that never slows down, residents are discovering that staying safe is not just about being present, but about being aware, vigilant, and ready to act when it matters most. In Lagos, Awad Yusuf Jubo, NTA News.
That's it from Lagos. Next is the business segment of the news with Benny Adams after the break.
When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaigned in 2023, he promised to build a better Nigeria. Today, savings from fuel subsidy removal have enabled state governments to pay salaries, develop infrastructure, and execute social welfare projects. Due to increased revenue from fuel subsidy savings between June 2023 and December 2024, 33 states and the FCT have reduced their domestic debt profiles from 5.8 trillion naira to 3.9 trillion naira. A lot is being done to fulfill the promises of President Tinubu to Nigerians. A message from the All Progressives Congress, APC.
Just imagine walking into a full 80 to 90,000 stadium capacity with all eyeballs on you. The feeling you've been waiting for. You are now like a Michael Jackson on stage. You're a star. And this is the moment. Your 15 seconds, 10 seconds moment to shine, to deliver that God-given talent, to deliver those 4 to 6 hours a day training. Once that moment comes, go through those emotions, but at the end of the day, love it, live it, and deliver. This is MTN Champs Season 4. To register, log on to mtnchamps.com.
TerraQ, now available in crayfish. TerraQ, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
When malaria knocks you down, you can be sure parasites are having a party in your system.
Welcome to our new kingdom, guys!
Comel, an effective weapon against malaria.
Comel!
Attacking the parasite army directly to give you express relief and get you back on your feet effectively. Comel on. Malaria gone.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by Life-Made furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, Life-Made Furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan, and Kano, there's Life-Made Furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081 2000 6000 or visit elifemade.com. Life-Made, your life made forever.
Good, tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil? Every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Smart Balance. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in Gamma Original. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil reduces bad cholesterol.
So why do you need Dettol's 12-hour protective shield?
Why? Come, let me show you. From my husband's germ-filled journey to work, to his daily interaction, touching where everyone has touched, and the sweaty journey back home. What else can give you all day long protection?
Germs are everywhere, but Dettol's 12-hour protective shield shields your family every day, keeping them safe,
healthy, happy, and successful.
Dettol, be 100% sure.
Godrich Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrich Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell. Hello sweet fragrance.
My people, toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10x better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs. Oh, wow. You can now see that Harpic is better than bleach.
Every game needs a leader. When it comes to casino, BetNiger has consistently delivered amazing gaming experiences to all Nigerians.
BetNiger has delivered innovative services, world-class gameplay, and unforgettable wins. Woo-hoo!
Spin big and win bigger the Niger way with BetNiger.
We, the family of late Chief Sir Michael Uchenna Ugu, the Igwe-elect of Nkpunesato Kingdom in Owerri-Obukpa, announce the passing on to glory of our beloved patriarch, late Chief Sir Michael Uchenna Ugu, Ochilozwa 1 of Owerri-Obukpa, aged 82 years. Burial arrangement, Friday, 17th April 2026. Burial mass at Immaculate Heart of Mary Parish, Ejo-Obukpa, Nsukka, Enugu State. Time, 11 a.m. Interment follows immediately at his village, Umudiogo, Owerri-Obukpa, Nsukka, Enugu State. Reception holds immediately after interment at Ejona Primary School Field, Obukpa, Nsukka, Enugu State. Sunday, 19th April 2026. Family Thanksgiving Mass at Immaculate Heart of Mary Parish, Ejona, Obukpa, Nsukka, Enugu State. Time, 8 a.m. Papa, we love you, but the Lord loves you more. May your gentle soul rest in the bosom of the Lord Almighty. Amen. Signed, Chief Livinus Chinedu for the family.
Good to be here. It's time to talk business. Now, stakeholders are calling for stronger governance to guide artificial intelligence adoption in Nigeria. At an interactive session by the Bureau of Public Service Reform and the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, experts highlight AI's potential alongside risks such as cybersecurity threats, data privacy concerns, and algorithmic bias. They stress that digital transformation must be backed by accountability, regulation, and coordination, noting gaps in skills, infrastructure, and national security safeguards. While a national AI strategy exists, participants urge the enactment of dedicated AI law and the creation of a national regulatory body to strengthen oversight.
About this AI governance framework, it does not require money, unlike most issues that we hear we need billions or trillions to solve. What it requires is political will and to understand what the problems are, which this session we have just had now has brought out the problems and the recommendations. So once you have a robust governance structure, it will definitely have the mechanism for punishing people that violate the use of AI.
Now to from waste to wealth. The leadership of the scrap and waste sector, Nasruddin, say they are intensifying collaboration with security agencies towards ensuring members operate within the bounds of the law. This is as Nasruddin inaugurates executives from 19 northern states to work closely with security agencies to minimize the incidents of vandalism, particularly the theft of critical national infrastructure such as railway tracks, government installations, and private property.
Federal government to ensure we work in collaboration with the security agents in Nigeria to make sure we reduce the rate of vandalism to a minimal level, and also to make sure that all scrap dealers in Nigeria don't engage in illegalities by buying stolen motors, stolen railway tracks, and other government properties and individual properties in all the states.
They decry the use of fake scales, which often leads to losses, but members are not the government to regulate the weighing processes of end users and provide support for the industry. Looking at the markets at this time, the Nigerian exchange experienced a slight cooling period during today's session, marked by a cautious pullback in activity despite a generally positive breadth of trade. While the bulls maintained their grip, the overall market transaction slowed compared to the midweek surge. The exchange closed with a total turnover of 34.63 billion naira, reflecting 70% decline in value traded, and compared to Wednesday's session, 584.78 million shares exchanged hands, just as Eco Transnational rounded out as the leader of the day with 9.97%. That is it on business at this time. Olajide, it's always nice doing business with you.
Same here, Benny, and many thanks. Now let's talk some health. Medical experts are advocating comprehensive care and regular blood sugar screening to curb the rising rate of foot amputation caused by diabetes, a rapidly growing public health concern in Nigeria. Elizabeth Omori reports that specialists have also stressed the need to integrate non-communicable disease policies into care plans to reduce the number of deaths linked to diabetic foot complications.
Diabetes, a chronic condition that occurs when the body cannot effectively regulate blood sugar levels. Problems include diabetic foot, which are primarily caused by nerve damage, neuropathy, and poor blood circulation, peripheral artery disease due to prolonged high blood sugar levels, and people with diabetes at risk of complications. To save more limbs, experts at this gathering insist that early detection, proper education on the condition, and multidisciplinary care will reduce prevalence of deaths.
Our mission is to promote the profile of diabetes food prevention care through awareness, guidance, research, and professional development, and to push more mission ending avoidable lower limb amputations due to diabetes in Africa.
Up to 85% of diabetes-related amputations are preceded by a preventable foot ulcer. The Federal Ministry of Health has procured 86,688 glucometer devices and strips. Training, distribution, and screening has also been done in the north-central zones, while the other zones are ongoing.
Clinicians in their presentations revealed that food infections can also spread through the bloodstream, causing sepsis, which is life-threatening.
Our diet is a problem. We need to take a second look at our diet. And of course, family history is also a risk.
The gathering, which drew policymakers, researchers, and implementing partners, recommend the strengthening of referral systems and regular screening for diabetes. Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
Another break beckons. The news continues in a moment.
When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaigned in 2023, he promised to build a better Nigeria. In empowerment, the 75 billion naira Presidential Intervention Fund for MSMEs, SMEDAN's 11 billion naira support for SMEs, and NDDC's 30 billion naira Youth Entrepreneurship Fund is creating jobs and empowering Nigerians. A lot is being done to fulfill the promises of President Tinubu to Nigerians. A message from the All Progressives Congress, APC.
Supramalt Multivitamin Junior. Supramalt Multivitamin Junior. Being mommy simplified.
Breaking news. The home is under attack. But not for long, cause Hypo is here. Dirty floors and surfaces.
Not on our watch.
Protect every day with Hypo. Dirty and stains no fit do us shakara. We got the remedy, original palasa. Hypo, go Hypo.
Germs always find a way back.
No green. Protect every day with Hypo.
Hypo, go Hypo.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. One cube, endless possibilities.
My skin is my identity, my strength. It's unique and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, enriched with 95% pure vitamin C and pearl extract. For visibly radiant and even-toned skin in just 2 weeks. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, for your shade of beautiful.
No put your ears, make we talk. Time don't reach to rearrange his house to give him a small wisdom. Sounds mighty fresh now, but you know, I beg no be so. Before I go talk, say our smell no reach. Make not think I'm twice so. Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world?
Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection unlocks 24 hours cavity defense. The formula boost with calcium for lifelong smiles.
Mom, it's a time to brush. No more cover mouth.
Colgate for 24 hours maximum cavity protection.
Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively, but Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10x better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs. Oh wow! You can now see that Harpic is better than bleach.
Once upon a time, there was a land plagued by blandness. Food had lost its flavor and there was nothing left to savor. Just then, the tastemaker arrives to restore taste to this land of blandness. All she did was sprinkle, stir, and serve. And from that day on, they knew one truth. All they need is sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker. Why do you need Dettol's 12-hour protective shield?
Why? Oh yeah, come. Let me show you. From the risk of picking up germs in every corner to receiving those notes everyone has touched and that sweaty hug from an old friend. What else can give you all day long protection?
Germs are everywhere, but Dettol's 12-hour protective shield shields your family every day, keeping them safe,
healthy, happy, and successful.
Dettol, be 100% sure.
Joy, unleash taste.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
Glad to know you're still there. Let's join Francisca Abele for Sports Update. Francisca.
Hello, Lajide. Welcome to Sports Update. Now, the National Sports Commission on Thursday held its inaugural main organizing committee meeting for the 2026 National Sports Festival, announcing November 25 to 26, 2026 as the official arrival date for the Games in Enugu State. MOC Chairman and Director General of the NSC, Bukola Olopade, at the meeting outlined preparations for Nigeria's biggest multi-sports event.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mandate and vision is to see how sport is properly coordinated and organized. And that is why it took time to put together the MOC. But now that we have the MOC, we have a very solid team.
The MOC are pleased and happy with the level of preparation so far. Of course, we've also scheduled to have another inspection.
Elsewhere, World Athletics has rejected an application by Favor Ofili to switch allegiance from Nigeria to Turkey. The decision made by its Nationality Review Panel also affects 10 other athletes, with concerns raised over a recruitment drive targeting foreign talent. Ofili had sought the move after criticizing the Athletics Federation of Nigeria for administrative failures that impacted her career. Now to football. 3 quarter-final second-leg matches of the UEFA Europa League are about being concluded now, with Freiburg already securing the place in the semi-finals after beating Celta Vigo 3-1 away to qualify 6-1 on aggregate. Aston Villa have also made it to the semi-finals with a comfortable win over Bologna, while Real Betis trail at home against Braga, just as Aston Villa are ahead of Porto. That's your sports. It's back to you, Olajide.
Many thanks, Francisca. Now, the results of our survey is in. Tonight, we asked you to pick what the top priority for the government and community should be in the bid to reduce the impact of flooding across the country. Well, 51.8% of tonight's respondents picked fixing and expanding drainage infrastructure as the top priorities for government and communities. Another 24.7% chose urban planning enforcement, while 17.6% of respondents consider the empowerment of community-led preparedness as the most critical step for government to take in combating the impact of flooding in Nigeria. Coming at bottom of tonight's poll is strengthening early warning, with 5.9% of tonight's respondents thinking so. And just before we go, the family of late Chief Raphael Ekejiba Onyegwe of Umezi Kedru, Olu, Imo State, wishes to announce the burial arrangement of late Lola Ezinne Caroline, who died at the age of 80. A Christian wake and service of songs was held earlier today at her husband's compound. A weekend mass is scheduled to hold at St. Mary's Catholic Church at Maifeke, Olu, at 10 a.m. tomorrow, Friday 17th. An outing and Thanksgiving mass is built to hold on Sunday 19th April. And that's it on the network news. Many thanks for being a part of it. I am Olajide Bello.
network service of the NTA.
Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
NTA Television College refills JOS, a media hub with the pedigree of training professionals and non-professionals in the field of broadcasting and beyond, invites aspiring broadcasters to register for our short courses for the second quarter of 2026. From 13th April to 10th July 2026, the training will commence as follows. New technologies, optic fiber, IP technologies, automation storage management and wireless technology. Foundation understanding of tax reform and practical application of reform strategies. Intermediate presentation techniques. Administration, a frontier of organizational success. Basic camera operation, audio engineering operation and maintenance, digital satellite, microwave and RF technologies, AI marketing, intermediate drama techniques. These courses are designed to equip participants with practical, market-ready skills in a competitive environment. The college also runs diploma and degree courses. For registration details, course schedule and more information, visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. NTA TV College, your gateway to media excellence. Announcer Management.
The Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, in partnership with the Kaduna State Government, brings the brightest minds to the Nigeria Public Relations Week, Croc City 2026. Theme: Food Security. From policy paper to public plate, the imperatives of public relations. Date: 19th to 25th April 2026. Venue: Umaru Musa Yeredwa Center, Murtala Square, Kaduna. Time: 9 a.m. daily. This is where conversation will inspire change, from agribusiness to food security, and from communication strategy to policy shaping. MPRW 2026. Come and be transformed. Kaduna is ready, waiting for you.
Croc City 2026. Lale, lale.
Announcer Stanley Ogadigo, Director, Public Relations, NIPR.
Banjul hosts the 17th General Assembly of the AUB, as well as the celebration of 20 years of the Union serving African media. From April 14 to 17, 2026, leaders and experts will gather to exchange their visions, evaluate the progress made, and shape the future of African media. It is also an opportunity for the AUB to raise funds for its foundation against cancer. And to celebrate journalistic excellence, the Grand Awards evening will close the event. Between the flavors of Benachim, the majesty of Act 22, and the rhythms of the Kora and Timba dances. See you in Banjul. African Union of Broadcasting, 20 years serving African media.
Welcome to Skill Up Nigeria, Industrial Training Fund's television program celebrating innovation, craftsmanship, and the skilled hands shaping our nation's future. Join us and share in our over 50-year journey of empowering Nigeria's workforce and impacting the nation's human resources. Tune in and connect with experts and skilled workers sharing real stories that inspire. Every Saturday at 10 p.m. on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Skill Up Nigeria, powered by ITF.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division that inspires hope and drives development.
In the development journey of any society, the budget serves as the foundation that shapes its future. Recognizing this vital role, the Katsina State Government, under the leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor, Malan Dukko Umaru Ratna, PhD, CON, considers it a responsibility to present a comprehensive budget each year to support the state's journey to greatness. And this year is no exception. The Katsina State 2026 budget represents an ambitious financial blueprint carefully designed to drive sustainable growth and prosperity across the state. This budget was not prepared behind closed doors. Rather, it emerged from extensive public consultations conducted across 361 wards of the state, ensuring that it truly reflects the voices, priorities, and aspirations of the people. From security and infrastructure to healthcare, education, and economic empowerment, the 2026 budget addresses every critical sector of development, in line with the Building Your Future policy thrust of the Dukko Ratna administration. In keeping with its commitment to transparency and public engagement, the State Publicity Committee hosted the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Alhaji Malik Anas, at a press briefing to unveil the strategic 2026 financial roadmap plan designed to secure a brighter future for Katsina State. With 2025 budget performance review, in which the state achieved over 81% of its projected revenue target, while expenditures prioritized salaries, essential services, and capital projects.
This report presents a comprehensive analysis of the 2025 budget revenue and expenditure performance of Katsina State government. It examined the extent to which approved revenue projections were realized and evaluated the level of implementation of both recurrent and capital expenditure in relation to the revised budget. The assessment focuses on fiscal discipline, expenditure efficiency, and the degree of alignment between budget execution and the state's strategic development priorities. During the 2025 fiscal year, the state recorded total revenue of 565.28 billion, representing 81.66% performance against the revised budget of 692.24 billion. This level of revenue performance reflects a relatively strong outrun driven largely by federally allocated revenues, alongside gradual improvement in internally generated revenue arising from administrative reforms, strengthen compliance mechanism, and enhance monitoring of revenue collecting MDS. Total expenditure for the year amounted to 482.41 billion, translating to 69.69% budget performance. Expenditure implementation reflected deliberate prioritization of essential recurrent obligations, particularly personnel costs and critical operational expenditures, while capital spending was executed in line with available fiscal space and cash flow conditions. This approach supported macro-fiscal stability and ensured continuity in service delivery despite prevailing revenue and financing constraints. Revenue performance for the 2025 fiscal year highlights the relationship between budgeted projections, actual collections, performance rates, and the underlying revenue structure. The revenue outcomes was influenced by several key factors, including fluctuations in FAC inflows, the timing of external grants and aids, the base of capital development fund receipts, and of course the effectiveness of ongoing domestic revenue reforms. Collectively, these drivers shaped the overall revenue trajectory and informed expenditure prioritization decisions throughout the fiscal year. Overall, the 2025 fiscal performance underscores the state government commitment to prudent fiscal management, improved budget credibility, and progressive alignment of resource utilization with development objectives, while also identifying areas requiring further strengthening in revenue diversification and capital budget execution. The analysis of revenue focuses on 1. The opening balance, 2. The recurrent revenue, which is FAC and IGR, 3. The capital receipts, which are grants and capital development funds, 4. The total revenue performance, key trends, risk and policy implication. This assessment provides strategic insight into the state fiscal sustainability, funding adequacy, and the budget credibility. The aggregate revenue performance summary. Opening balances, the initial budget was 30 billion. The revised budget was 39,109,587,933.53 billion, and the actual performance was recorded at 100%. Recurrent revenue, the initial budget was 381,337,350,886.64, while the revised was 459,982,318,352.63, and the performance was 362,084,392,746.19, which recorded 78.72%. Capital receipts, initial budget was 280,907,098,627.23. It was revised 193,152,543,227.72, and the performance was 166,087,997,101.37, which recorded 85.99%. Total revenue. The total revenue as initially budgeted was 692,244,449,513.87. It was revised to the same figure of 692,244,495,113.88. The actual performance was 567,281,977,781.09, which represents 81.95%. As presented in the above table, Katsina State Government recorded total revenue of 567.28 billion in the year 2025 fiscal year, representing 81.95% of the revised revenue projections of 692.24 billion. This level of performance reflects a moderate revenue outrun relative to budget expectations and underscores the impact of both structural and timing-related revenue constraints during the fiscal year. The opening balance was fully realized at 39.11 billion, achieving 100 performance in line with the revised budget. This outcome reflects accurate forecasting during the mid-year fiscal review processes. The availability of this opening balance provided critical liquidity support, helping to cushion revenue pressures and sustain expenditure execution, particularly in the early part of the fiscal year. Recurrent revenue. Comprising federally allocated revenue and IGR recorded 362.08 billion against a revised projection of 459.98 billion, translating to 78.72% performance. The shortfall of 97.90 billion was driven largely by lower than anticipated FAC inflows, coupled with internally generated collections that while improving did not fully meet revised target. These outcomes reflect prevailing economic micro conditions and compliance challenges within certain revenue generating MDS. Capital receipt achieved a comparatively stronger performance of 166.09 billion against a revised budget of 193.15 billion, representing 85.99 performance. This reflects improved access to project-linked finances and partial drawdowns of capital development funding. Nonetheless, the shortfalls of 27.06 billion indicate delays in the timing of external disbursements, donor-funded projects, and counterpart funding arrangements, many of which are contingent on procedural and implementations milestones.
No society can prosper without peace. Recognizing this, the Dikkorat-led administration allocated significant resources to strengthen security operations, procure modern equipment, and support peace-building initiatives. Special focus is also placed on restoring harmony between farmers and herders, including interventions in the historic Rugu forest. Emergency preparedness is also enhanced through investment in firefighting equipment and contingency security funds jointly supported by the state and its 34 local governments.
Security remains the bedrock of development in the 2026 budget. 1.2 billion is allocated for critical security assets. 500 million is provided as counterpart funding for ammunition and cartridges. 25 million supports peace building and conflict mitigation initiatives. 100 million is earmarked for developing the rural forest grazing facilities to promote peaceful coexistence between farmers and herders. 20 million is set aside for firefighting equipment. 150 million supports special security facilities under the Climate Peace Hub project. 9 billion, which comprises of 7 billion from local governments and 2 billion from state, is dedicated to the security escrow account. This investment reinforces our commitment to a safer, more stable Katsina state. Economic empowerment stands at the heart of building your future in 2026. 500 million is dedicated to cluster parks and MSME villages. 700 million supports start-up business skills and entrepreneurship programs. 10 billion is invested in MSME corridor mapping and empowerment support. 3.33 billion funds the Katsina State is support for Katsina State Graduate Entrepreneurship Program. 7.6 billion is provided for palliatives through essential grant procurement. 4.08 billion supports special intervention programs, and 10 billion allocated to the social investment program. These initiatives aim to stimulate enterprise, strengthen local economies, and cushion vulnerable households from economic shocks.
On human capital development, the budget captured education and healthcare, as well as social protection and community development. Education receives the largest investments in the budget, as evident from the massive allocations made in the budget targeting school construction, renovation and teacher training, as well as programs such as Agile and TESS aimed to modernize learning environments. Further to these is the bursary allowances and support for examination fees, including WAEC, NECO, and N by IS, among others.
Education remains our top priority. 28 billion is allocated under the TESS program for school infrastructure and teacher capacity building. 17.5 billion was to continue the construction of new secondary schools, 15 billion to support ongoing agile projects, 13.6 billion to fund primary school construction and renovation under UBEC/UBEP, 3.1 billion and 3 billion are allocated for scholarship. 3.1 is allocated for scholarship and 3 billion is allocated for examination subsidies. That's why NECO and others.
The budget also accords healthcare expansion unprecedented attention with a view to ensuring accessible, affordable, and efficient healthcare for every citizen. From upgrade of general hospitals across towns such as Daura and Kankara, to the development of a new disease control center at General Ahmadi Rini Specialist Hospital and elevation of rural health centers to higher standards of service, as well as the on-emergency response systems and procurement of ambulances, the allocation made in health sector attested vividly the commitment of the Dikko Ratna administration towards bringing healthcare closer to the people.
5 billion is allocated to support emergency medical services and the ambulance program. Another 5 billion to upgrade primary health care into functional comprehensive health centers. 3 billion to complete the imaging center at Gas General Ahmadi Katsina. 20.5 billion to continue the renovation and upgrading of hospitals across the states. Social protection is strengthened through 1 billion for vulnerable groups, 5.26 billion under the Nigerian for Women program for skills acquisition and empowerment.
The budget also gives considerable attention to infrastructure development to attain the government ambition of reshaping the physical landscape of the state, to connect communities and boost commercial activities. Huge investment is made in urban renewal projects, completion of major road networks to include the Kunduru to Kadenya Road and township roads in Funtua and Daura. Similarly, the budget captures housing schemes and mortgage facilities for civil servants aimed to improve living standards, besides purchase of hybrid buses to improve public transportation.
Infrastructure remains a catalyst for growth. Hence, 15 billion is allocated to support ongoing urban renewal road projects. 12 billion 21 million is allocated to complete the Kunduru Kadanya Road. 12 billion to complete the Daura Western Bypass. 11.33 billion to complete the Tashalbawa Sabua Road. 15 billion is allocated for new housing estates. 1.5 billion to support social housing loans for civil servants, and 5 billion to complete the supply of 30 hybrid buses.
Energy access is equally prioritized through the provision of solar streetlights, rural electrification projects, and investments in modern energy solutions.
Power and energy sustainability receive 110 billion for renewable energy generation, 3.33 billion for rural electrifications across 34 local governments, 1 billion for solar street lighting, 580 billion for solar powered in government offices.
Agriculture, being the backbone of Katsina State's economy, is another center of investment in this transformational budget for more food security and economic resilience in the state. The budget covers procurement of fertilizer, modern farming equipment, improved seedlings and irrigation expansion across all wards.
agriculture remains central to our state's prosperity. 20 billion, that is made of 10 billion from the state and 10 billion from the local government, is allocated for subsidized fertilizer, 4.5 billion to support agricultural mechanization, 2.38 billion to fund irrigation development across all the 361 wards.
Meanwhile, in the area of livestock development, the budget captures investment made in projects such as the establishment of modern veterinary hospitals, modern meat processing centers, and animal vaccination drives.
17.5 billion to support livestock and meat processing center, 10 billion states and local government contributions to support pastoralist programs, 500 million to fund a modern veterinary hospital.
Moreover, the strong financial backing given to environmental sector in the budget demonstrates the Dikkorat's administration's forward-thinking approach to environmental protection. This can be seen in the substantial allocation made in flood and erosion control projects, waste management improvements, and investment in CNG gas infrastructure, as well as other environmental sustainability programs, including ACRISAL and New MAP EIB initiatives. Water infrastructure also receives desired attention for improvements to Abuja Dam and water works, maintenance of Malumpashi, Danja, and other statewide dams.
Environmental resilience is strengthened through 1. 28.04 billion for ACRISAL projects, 6.3 billion for flood and erosion control, 5.5 billion for new MAP EIB project, 3 billion for compressed natural gas initiative.
To promote transparency, accountability and governance, the government earmarked substantial sum in the budget for the strengthening of digital governance systems, establishment of data centers, enhancing pension obligations, and on auditing reforms and asset recovery initiatives.
Is to sustain this investment, the following allocations were made. 1. 21.55 billion is provided for pension contribution, 22.3 billion to establish a state data center, additional resources support automation, forensic audits, and digital asset management. These measures strengthen accountability, efficiency, and public trust.
The 2026 budget of
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hausa. miles to the city of Zaria, you will be confronted with a family of rocks. This family of rocks extend further into this territory, spanning miles. But then, in some of these rocks, that there are hidden secrets. Secrets of a legend, a female legend that has led wars, conquering territories before she gave up. Today on More on the Move, we would like to explore the secret of that legend. And I want you to come with me as we go further into those territories.
Off the major road, warm embrace from villages with the road frowning. Plants call for harvest and the grain winnowing in towns and corners of the villages. The roadsides bearing the fruits of the labor of the people, testament to their commitment towards tilting the land. The hands of time counting down the distance to Turunku, and a while later to one of the streets that leads to the treasure of Queen Amina.
And here we are finally at Turunku Sabwa. There are two Turunkus. There is the old Turunku and the new Turunku. But they are all people from the legend who lived up in the rocks there, forming these two Turunkus. We're heading towards the rock and then go to find the secrets about there. And I have with me, a number of guides here that will be following us, and they will explain to us exactly what is over there and what we'd like to see.
The streets becoming narrow, through the bushes and the climb began. A gaze around, wonders of nature and the rocks of the legend. In variety of shapes they are, and some like a creation of an artist. And this artist must be full of wonders. Back to the business of climbing. This experience, however, stands out.
And after about 15 minutes climb, we are on top of the rock. And what we have first met was the throne of the Queen Amina of Zazzau. And take a look at this. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is where she normally sits. It gives her a vantage position, looking at a very vast open field. In case there is any form of threat coming her way, she will see, and from there, act.
Steps further, an open field on top of the rock. Here is the ground where the queen and her contingent call abode more than 1,000 years ago. Despite the passage of time and the lash of the weather, The stones that makes life pleasurable at that time still stand. The traces of our personal apartment with a tree in the middle.
Just like you are seeing now, this is where the wall of the kingdom of Queen Amina stands. This whole area you are seeing is the compound of the Queen. It's a befitting palace with the capacity to accommodate the vast number of guards and servants. Let's now move further to see our apartment. Here we are at the main bedroom of the Queen. Take a look at the foundation made of rocks in circle, just the way the Fulani of our time built their homes. It is a big bedroom. At the center is where the tree has grown.
Spread across the field, special stones where poison are prepared for the warriors to make potent their spears, as well as their bows and arrows. Another resting place of the Queen meters away from her main apartment. This set of rocks forms a bed, and according to our guide, what lays over the rocks are sticks. That's the mattress of that era. Another bed carved out of the rock. It appears that the piece of rock was moved here and smaller rocks were used to wedge it.
I also had the privilege of climbing on top of one of the resting places of Queen Amina. You can see I am relaxing. It's a bed like, not as soft as we have it today.
On the flat surface of this rock, the Queen and her people survive, and water was central, but a well at the extreme of the rock was never dry source.
Rebeat Hausa.
Nan shine ɗakin macijiya wanda ake kiranta da mesa.
Here is the snake hole. Just as I am standing here, I am perceiving a smell which is peculiar to the snakes that live here. If you come here sometimes, you will see signs on the surface of the ground of their activities. The snakes here are not likely to bite, but they attack by throwing their bodies on what they see as a threat. Hunters usually come to hunt them because they become defenseless when they swallow a prey and will not move until what they swallow is digested. So they are easy to hunt.
You may
be asking the question, how does the queen and her warriors climb up the rock with their horses? A split behind the rock paves a way, and my guides took a walk the hoofs of the horses that were once the carriers of the queen and her warriors.
We may have left you in wonderland pertaining what this person is doing here. What actually he is doing is what the people of Amina or Queen Amina have done hundreds and thousands of years before. This is the way they grind their grains and make it soft, make meals that they eat. Today, you may have a machine that will do that easy for you, but the way he is doing it now, it takes hours in doing it to grind their grains.
To the highest point, a special place where the warriors assemble and point their plans.
This precisely is the peak of this rock, and if you can see clearly, there is a particular hole here. This is where they normally put the iron that raises the flag of Queen Amina, hovering around this place and the wind blowing it. And again, sometimes some of her lieutenants come here to view all around in case there are threats, and they will quickly react to those threats.
With a lot of what I saw leaving me in the dark as to who was Queen Amina, I walked into an institution which has documented a huge part of the history of northern Nigeria. The man at the helm of affairs there was prompt, and I put the question, who was Queen Amina?
Obviously, the history of Queen Amina there is a lot of mysteries. It's also surrounded by a lot of controversies. Some people even assume there was no Queen Amina. Some also believe that actually Queen Amina existed. But from all available evidence, because there are so many other substantive evidence which portray that Queen Amina actually existed. And also she was, but the another controversy that surrounded also the legend of Queen Amina, whether she was an emperor, she was a queen, or she was only a military prowess. That is one also important aspect of the history of Queen Amina. And this, each one, with the perspective you look at it, it has some certain level of efficacy. Why? Because, for instance, people assume that it was her father, Baoturunku, who was a king in Zazo Emirate. And if you look at the Zazo kill list, Queen Amina doesn't exist. She was not among the kill list of Zazo Emirate, particularly pre-jihad kill list. But some are saying no, it was the jihad leaders that eliminated the name of Queen Amina because they didn't want to portray that there was a time when a woman ruled and conquered so many other places within northern Nigeria in particular. Well, but to be very fair to the jihad leaders, the first person that actually they mentioned the legend of Queen Amina, it was Muhammad Bello. In his famous book, Impaq al-Maysur. In Impaq al-Maysur, Muhammad Bello said, we were told there was a powerful queen in Zagzag, isn't it? Her name is Amina. And if you look at so many other wars which has been, which she has been able to establish, and also where her power has already reached, she was able to conquer up to Atagara in the current Benue state, isn't it? And even people are presuming that she died in that particular area. After her conquest, she has never married, actually, but she was able to extend the territory of the ancient kingdom of Zazo to far and near, up to Kebbi, up to Katsina, all these places you can find the traces of the footprint of Queen Amina. Then others are saying no, Queen Amina actually she was assumed some certain military powers during her father. Therefore, if you look at the processes of the state formation in the Zazo Emirate, which started from Turunku to Kopena to the current Sedition of administration where Zaria now is situated. Even some people are saying that even the name Zaria It was a reflection of her junior sister called Zahra, isn't it? After they moved down to that particular place, so the place was named Zaria after her junior sister. So, but the important aspect, whether we agree or we don't agree, I think history cannot be created out of a vacuum. That, okay, something has happened, somebody could sit down and concocted lies and fabricated information now to portray that something had particularly happened. So given you have been to Toronto, you can see the citadel administration of Queen Amina. You can see her stool, you can see how the mountain was been designed, and this actually portrays that there was Queen Amina. But we cannot argue that there was some certain exaggeration, isn't it, on the history, on the mystery of Queen Amina, particularly on those who normally want to portray Queen Amina as a very powerful military prowess or as a powerful queen that existed within a particular period in the history of Zazzau Emirate. And there are some certain who do some certain analogy. And the analogy they draw particularly, you know that we have some certain famous powerful queens in the ancient Egyptian civilization, isn't it, which has contributed to the development and growth of the ancient Egyptian civilization. Even here, we have so many other powerful women who have contributed in the development of state formation. Look at the history of the famous Sepewa dynasty. The woman behind the growth and development of the Sepewa dynasty is a woman, isn't it? So there are so many important aspects that actually try to establish the fact that Queen Amina existed as a queen or as a powerful military prowess within the history of the Zazzau Emirate.
Do you think that historians of northern extraction have been able to put or properly place, Queen Amina in the books of history?
You see, one of the source states, Zazzau Emirate, despite the existence of the history department in Zaria, there was no proper documentation or comprehensive documentation on the history of Zazzau Emirate. And actually that also can affect the documentation on the history or the role played by Queen Amina in the ancient kingdom of Zazzau Emirate. And this has taken a very longer period of time. If you look at so many other emirates, there was a very wider documentation. If this thing had happened in the longer period, isn't it? Actually, we can have found so many other write-ups relating to the history or the contribution of Queen Amina, and maybe we can even unveil so many other important aspects which Queen Amina has played in the history of Zazzau Kingdom and northern Nigeria in particular, because he has unlimited her own conquest within the Zazzau Emirate. He has extended to so many other places, up to, I say, Atagra. Therefore, if you can see, before the advent of the British, the Zazzau Emirate extended up to Atagra. All the present Nasarawa, Kwato, Lafia, Wushishi, Lapai are all under the tutelage of the former kingdom of the Zazzau Emirate. Therefore, it was only the British, because of some certain other some other act of default, they are able to exercise and most of the dismember the Zazzau Emirate. The Zazzau Emirate is one of the most cosmopolitan, the most largest, most strategic in the entire emirate of northern Nigeria. It was strategically located at the center of northern Nigeria. It has so many other very largest boundary. You see, it has so many other important historical events that has taken place in the Emirate. But because of what happened in Kepi with the murder of Captain Malani by Magaji Enya Musa, therefore the British actually exercised most of the territory of the Emirate. Some were marched into Nasara Plateau, some were marched into Kepi, some were marched into Nipi.
For the indigenes of the cradle of Zazzau, it is time to put up infrastructure to open the gates of development.
Idan na dubi tarihin garin a duniya ba a Nigeria ko a Africa.
If you take a look at the history of Turungu, not only in Nigeria, but the world over, it is a name that rings a bell because of the story of Queen Amina. But if you visit Turungu, you will be disappointed. And Turungu is the headquarters of Igabi local government area in Kaduna State. We have nothing to show despite the huge history of the place. This place is supposed to have good roads and the required investment to attract tourists. Turunku has huge potential to bring in revenue for the state, and these will also make jobs available for teeming youth. Look at the road that leads to Turunku. How do you expect visitors to come here? Of course, we are grateful to our royal fathers, especially the Emir of Zazzau, who continue to encourage people across the world to visit Turunku.
ya je ga gurin tarihin an rubuto wa sarki takarda a rubuta hakimi ya aiko da shi a je da shi sai da kanshi yake mamakin tarihin Turunku wanda take a duniya amma ita ne haka ya kamata a ce an gyara ta wannan abu muka dube shi da duk wani da mai kishin Turunku da kuma duk wani wanda yake Najeriya ko yana Igbo local government yana kishin Turunku yana kishin tarihin masarautar Zazzau in yazo ya ga Turunku ya ji tarihin ta abin sai ya bashi al'ajibi sosai.
Back at the top of the rock, we were also awed with the mystery of what obtains there.
123 meters high, each of the rocks surrounding this particular rock where Queen Amina stayed. About 11 or 12 more rocks have linked to this particular rock. Imagine if cable cars are built here to link all these rocks together for visitors to come here and discover the relics that are here. You might not understand the value of the relics that are here, but it's the Stone Age technology at that time. And, well, it is to be discovered by you and I and much more people. Amina is a name that sounds and rings a bell across the world. And I'm sure many people would like to come over here and see how she lived her life. Here is waiting for the whole world to come and rediscover.
Tech enthusiast. Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while exploring everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Welcome to Nigeria, where dreams are big and the spirit is bigger. Young people are chasing opportunities, facing challenges, and looking for economic independence. From tech startups to street hawkers, young Nigerians are trying to make it in a country with opportunities despite challenges.
I started my business in school, University of Benin, right? And I studied computer science. And because of the fact that I just wanted to do more for myself, basically, right? I didn't have so much faith in the educational system. Not that it was bad, I just didn't have so much faith in it at the time. Because of that, I had to do something else. And what I had to do was I had to create businesses that provided solutions for the problems that I'm facing. Now, what I've noticed is that most young people, they think about first world problems. You can't be solving first world problems in a developing country, in a country like Nigeria, for instance, right? What you need to do is you need to create solutions for problems that you can fix within your local environment, right? So what problems can you see in your community, in your local government, in your state, in your geopolitical zone that you can address, right? Start from there. If you can create solutions for problems that you can see, right, you will definitely not struggle as much because you will have people that will be willing to give you money for you to be able to solve that problem.
Starting from my school days, I
I went to school and my course was changed. I went for SLT, Science Lab Tech, but it was changed to quantity surveying. But in the midst of that difficulty, I was able to put myself together, because the first semester I was like, I'm lost. Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I was crying and all that. But God helping me. It's another way to tell people that you don't have excuse. I don't have people that train me. I don't have this, so I decide to be this. No. I was faced with challenges because I don't know. I don't like anything about building. I went into it. It wasn't easy. I overcame it. From there, I grew, practice. Interior came into it, but it wasn't easy.
Unemployment, financial strain, and self-doubt are part of the journey. But so are the grit and determination. These young Nigerians are turning their passions into successful businesses, and their stories are inspiring others to do the same.
Bringing your dream to reality, you need to be courageous. Bringing your dream to reality, don't let anyone talk you down. Don't let anyone tell you you can't do it. Because that is the biggest enemy of success.
The biggest thing I understand entrepreneurs, and something that I've come to realize, that Nigeria has over 200 million people, right? So what it specifically means is that Nigeria is a game of numbers. For instance, if 1,000 people are paying you 1,000 naira every week, do you know how much that is? That's a lot of money. So imagine you create a solution that is affordable, that people can key into on a weekly, on a monthly basis. Because of the sheer numbers of people that we have in the country, if you do a numbers game, you will be able to succeed. So even if we are still thinking, we all know that, okay, the Nigerian business today or the Nigerian economy may not be so encouraging, right? We all know that it's going to get better. It's definitely going to get better. So we do what we can now to, help us get to where we want to be. But I would say that that scale is constantly shifting.
In Nigeria, the struggle is real, but so is the spirit of survival. Let's celebrate the power of young Nigerians as they work towards realizing their dreams.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Have carried plates. Both parties have to understand each other. That is, the person speaking and the person being spoken to. On the program today, if your one wants to become an entrepreneur, we have someone, the perfect person that is to explain entrepreneurship to you. What you should know going into entrepreneurship and what you should expect. Also, we have a spoken word artist who is also a musical artist. And when you're thinking of someone that has Nigerians at heart, this guest is one. You want to know more? Look around and you'll find out. Of course, the program won't be complete without our in-house Gen Zs, making us understand them better. Welcome to the program, Generation XYZ, showing right here on the network service of the NTA. My name, as always, is Ehiko Ichu. I am the daughter of Agada and Onimo. Welcome.
T-Dust, making it hot.
Words stole our lives. Words told tribal lies. It told our youth it's okay to be defended and okay not to dream. The groans of the young and the laments of the old. Words held our conscience. At a snap it goes. With karma, what's come back? Those who never moved, never noticed their chains. So we watch, we move, we leave and win. Spirit of Niger, we are the spirit of Niger.
My name is Colette Mbamalu. Colette is a French name. It means victory. My stage name is Berry Bullet. It came all the way from my spoken word presentations, my songs, my writing skills actually. And I schooled in University of Nigeria, Enugu campus as a lab scientist. I'm a medical lab scientist. And I have some other further studies as an educationist. So currently I'm also a writer. I write for schools, for Nigerian schools. And I'm a nature enthusiast. I love everything nature. I love people and I love Nigeria. Abuja and had an encounter with DK Chukwumerije through his mother. And that's how I joined ALS, Abuja Literary Society, and from there I joined Abuja Writers Forum with the prof. And it's been amazing, you know. And I write so well on national concerns. I'm not a romantic writer, I just write on Nigeria, patriotism, because I'm a life coach, I'm an author, and I love nature, like I said.
Stole our lives. Words told tribal lies. It told our youth it's okay to be dependent and okay not to dream. Words. Who else can hear it? It's the groans of the young and the laments of the old. Words held our conscience. At a snap it goes with karma. Words come back. Whether positive or negative. Hey, watch your words.
My spoken word, the one that has been on and on everywhere in different circles. Words. Words is something I wrote for Nigeria at 50, but I couldn't present it. And up till 2020, it was written in 2019, produced in 2019. All in all, the spoken word captures the role of the Nigerian. It also captures what Nigeria owes the people, her own citizens. And then it captures the labors of our heroes past. But aside that, it shows that there's a future for Nigeria. So all the japa, you know, is just intermittent. It's just temporal. They are all going to come back home. We know that. That's what the spirit of Nigeria is saying. It's going to go round the world, round the globe, wherever they are, in the waters, wherever Nigerians are, it's going to fish them out. That spirit will bring back every Nigerian. Trust me.
1960, you are so glad. The symbols of our freedom are here with us. It's on our buildings, roads and streets, songs and bridges. Now the screams of silence, blame and hatred. The incredible Hulk in us, a hero with a war. The incredible Hulk in us, a glory with a story. Done great to win the world. Begins in the streets, the spirit of Nigeria. We are the spirit of Nigeria.
It's something I found that I could do because I was in the choir, my church. And aside that, I love music. I love everything sound. Like I said, art is a gift to humanity. Art is freedom. So these days, people don't even sing because they have good voices. They sing because they are creative. That's it. So my song, Spirit of Niger, and then the spoken word, words, was just like a screenplay. Is something I wrote out of my love for Nigeria, out of, I'm a humanitarian, out of my service to my country and my fellow young persons. Spirit of Niger has a whole lot to do with our mindset, our orientation, our service, our understanding as Nigerians, our mindset, how we operate as Nigerians. And it's a call to every Nigerian to understand that the whole duty is on our shoulders. Let me just give us a bit of what Spirit of Niger sounds like. We are the spirit of Niger. I am the spirit of Niger. Ajae, we move. Ajae, we leave. Ajae. Ajae, with what we move. Move. Ajae, with what we live. Live. We'll never going down. No, down, down. With what we move. Move. And a whole line in the spoken word says something like it's the incredible hawk in us. It's the hero that is with a war. The glory with a story. Niger is more than numbers. So we're not just numbers. We are a battalion. We are a people who are called according to the conscience that we bear concerning Nigeria. A white man does not have the consciousness of a Nigerian. An Asian man does not have the conscience of a Nigerian. So it's a privilege that we are Nigerians, and we must hold that up and uphold that wherever we are, like I said, near or far, north, south, east, and west. Aja, open up words for Nigeria.
Welcome back to the program, Generation XYZ. I hope you've met and you loved our beautiful guests. Tell me, would you also like to be a spoken word artist? But no matter what, either you're a spoken word artist, a musical artist, or anything you're doing, just keep Nigeria at heart. Right now, it's time, when I put on shades, you should know what we are talking about. It is time for us to go meet our in-house Gen Zs, our in-house Gen Z bodies. And the program, Generation XYZ, cannot be done without understanding the Gen Zs. So, to the Gen Zs we go.
Welcome to Understanding the Gen Zs. Today's segment will be very educative and entertaining. Understanding the Gen Zs in the sense of parental relationship and societal perspective. So with me here, we have our lovely guests, Victoria Ajide and Peace Unwadike. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So welcome to today's segment.
Thank you.
What do you understand by understanding the Gen Z's parental relationship?
I believe understanding the Gen Zs and their parental relationship has to be cordial. We have to be... Personally, I feel like our parents are meant to be our best friends. Do you understand? I mean, it's not everything we're going to tell them, but we should be able to be comfortable around them and say the most of the things that go on in our life. For example, my parents are my best friend. And every time when I'm done with work and I go back home, we literally call it gist. We'll be like, okay, what's the gist of the day? I literally just talk about my day, tell them who did this, what happened, how I felt, And I feel that is a very, very genuine and good way to build relationship with your parents and make it solid and strengthened.
Okay, so Peace, considering the fact that as a Gen Z, we have so many responsibilities to play in our home in response to gender-based, being female or the male gender as a Gen Z. So our home is the foundation of being a Gen Z. What do you have to say about it?
Okay, I would like to say that firstly, you learn basic things from your home. Exactly. That's where you get your values from.
Exactly.
It's the primary structure. So you learn from your manners, reading, even socializing with other people like your peers. You learn all those things at home.
Okay.
So understanding the Gen Z per se is the Gen Z parents and Gen Z, like having a relationship, them having a deeper understanding of what we are about. And I feel like that has not been achieved yet because there's a lot of misunderstanding of where the Gen Z is coming from our point of view. We are being misunderstood by the older generation.
Yes.
Most of them see us as insultive, opinionated, or rude. And this is not true. I'm also a Gen Z, so I would say it's not true. They are just seeing us from like a skewed point of view.
That was a nice one. Then again, considering to what you said, that our parents are supposed to give us a better understanding, like in communication. This is the foundation. So are you really taking responsibility as a Gen Z at home? Because most times it's not the parents' fault. I feel like it's our fault. Because we don't have a formal way to communicate with them. This is what we want. This is our perspective about life. This is our own dream and what we want to go in. But it needs proper communication. So how do you handle this kind of situation where your mom wants you to do this and you feel like this is best for you? How do you present it?
Genuinely, issues like that come from our parents. It's not as if I'm pointing out faults or anything. You understand? It comes from our parents, and it's not their fault because it also comes from their own parents. That's why I said the upbringing of children nowadays are solely on the parents, and not just you being a parent, like, okay, you gave birth to me, you expect me to do the remaining job. No. It is whatever value you instill into me that will make me forever. You understand? Stay with me forever. Do you understand? There's this thing Yoruba says that if they teach you at home and you do not listen, they will teach you outside.
Can you say it in the Yoruba slogan?
Okay. Do you understand? So basically, it is how your parents teach you. And growing up, my parents very much try to instill the spirits and acts of confidence. That's why no matter whatever room I enter, I might not know you, but I'll be confident to ask you what's your name.
Exactly.
Do you understand? So confidence is part of the thing the teacher, the stuff they teach us.
So you have a proper communication.
Do you understand?
With your
I have a proper one. But before we got there, there was a lot of things that went down. Do you understand? So in order to be able to talk to them about what you want, you need to, whatever they taught you is meant to come in play. So you need to arrange how you want that life has to be. And if it doesn't work out, you need to have another backup plan. So when you do that, you present to them that, okay, I love you parents, I understand what you want, but this is my passion. This is what I want to do.
Please don't respect their elders, and it's wrong. We do respect our elders. So as a country, we are big on respect. We all know that Nigerian is built on respect. You respecting your elderly ones, respecting your parents, respecting your spiritual leaders, all those things. So when it comes to us as Gen Zs, when we disagree or have a different view from our elders, they see it as disrespect. So this is what I want to point out. It's not disrespect. We're just trying to tell you, just because you say this is white, I don't think it's white. I might believe it's milky colored or off-white. You get, I must not see it the way you see it. This is my view. So we're trying to tell them this is my point of view. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying this is how I view this. And the others are not patient enough with us. They always say we are not patient, but the truth is they are not patient enough.
Forgetting that they've been through the same era. So what we deserve is tolerance.
It's tolerance. And they don't give us enough grace. We all make mistakes. They made mistakes when they were at this stage of our lives. You don't have to capitalize on our mistakes or focus on it. It's your duty, it's in your place as an elderly one, as an elderly person, to correct a younger person. If the person is doing the wrong thing or going astray, and you see this person is not doing it well, the manner in which you correct the person should come with love. We are so focused on tough love. Why are you not doing it? You are old enough to know this.
Do you understand?
They always say you are old enough. We are not saying we are not old enough, and in our heads we believe they are treating us like babies.
The societal narrative about us should be limited, because so long as we are concerned, we know that it's out of the exposure, out of the media platform, a lot of things we get involved in has really changed our own perspective. Yes, we have patience, but yes, to a point we don't, because the Gen Z wants everything very fast.
Yes.
And it's not meant to.
And you can't blame it on us. The way the society we are in, the nature of everything. At times, we do not have enough time.
Considering that we are also trying to find like a financial balance around life, the way Nigeria has happened to a lot of us, responsibilities and all of that. So we ask that, please, whatever narrative we have, the millennials have towards the Gen Z. Instead of projecting your insecurities on us, we will appreciate that you teach us with love, you give us patience, you give us tolerance, and we promise to do our best. Because so long as we are concerned, everybody wants the best. So thank you so much for joining today's segment. I believe that you must have learned something from it, and do well to join us on the next segment. Thank you.
Now, as promised earlier at the beginning of the show, if you would like to be an entrepreneur, we have a perfect person to explain to you what you should know going into entrepreneurship. Go nowhere. We'll be right back after his interview.
My name is Falebe Julius, the CEO of Triple M Global Concept and the General Manager of Stallion Cardinal Global Limited. The journey started with a vision to give back to the community 13 years ago, where I sat down first, asked myself, what value do I want to add to people, and how do I want to render help and assistance to people irrespective of their personality, their status, and inflation in the country. And it dawned on me that I should start up a business where I give back to people by ways of minimizing their stress and the stress to go through to acquire a particular commodity, which give birth to the first business I started, which was a laundry. In October 1st, 2010, and it was quite challenging starting as a young entrepreneur then, knowing fully well that there was no backup, but God was always there. God has always been there, and laundry service became easy for people in my environment, where you have to go to their houses to pick up their clothes and process the clothes and deliver to their house within the shortest time possible. And then over years, I transcended into open a pure water and potable water supply shop, where we distribute to retail sellers at wholesale prices. And then with time, it transcended into diving into real estate, because it is clear that one thing that can sustain a man's wealth, irrespective of a country's economic situation, irrespective of your personality type, is real estate, where you get to invest in land banking and acquiring properties. Okay, my advice to the young people is, first, nothing is impossible. First, you have to create in your mind that I can do this. I live by one principle of the military persons. They tell you that there is nothing you cannot do. You only need a push. And sometimes you may need to push yourself harder. Hard work is what successful people do. And if you really want to be successful, first, you have to be tired of your present position. You have to be fed up of where you are first. When you're tired, it becomes a drive for you to push further and for you to achieve your dream, because there is no dream that is not achievable. Dream big. Dream bigger. If there's a word like dream biggest, I would say dream biggest, and then give the bill to God. He is capable to pay the bills. When you dream bigger, there's this philosophy that says that your dream should be bigger than you yourself. When your dreams are bigger than you, it becomes a push that drives you. And most importantly, live your life on the principles of adding value. People would always come back to you when they see that you are value adding. But when they see that you have nothing to offer, there is nothing that would bring them to you. And finally, put God first in everything.
Come back. I hope you all have had a lovely time this episode. If you like what you and you want more, why not keep it a date with us on this same program and on this same station, NTA, the largest TV network in Africa. From myself, our wonderful production crew, it's bye for now. Keep staying fly, keep staying Jiggy, the Gen Z way. As always, my name is Eikoichu. I am the daughter of Agada and Onmo. Bye.
In Nigeria, the beat is modern music. It's the heartbeat of a nation. From the swing of highlights in the 50s and 60s to the hypnotic grooves of juju and Afrobeats, Nigerian music has always echoed the spirits of its people.
If you fight and run away, na me and you go fight again. If you run to blow your horn, na me and you go stand again.
In the decades after independence, artists like Rex Lawrence, Victor Olaiya, and Bobby Benson gave Nigerians a sound of celebration, a rhythm of resilience through uncertain times. Then came a revolutionary song. Fela Aníkúlà Kuti turned music into a weapon. Afrobeat became his protest. With blazing horns, pounding drums, and stirring lyrics, he challenged injustice fearlessly.
I go someplace, I sleep the place, I sing a song, I sing alago, alago. Them vex, complain, them say oh God.
Afrobeat was more than a genre, it was a movement. King Sunny Ade and Ebenezer Obey serenaded the soul. Their juju music was joy in motion.
Tó bá lọ sí party níbi tí wọ́n jẹ gbádùn, tó bá ní kí ló mú. Tó bá ní Coca-Cola, wọ́n ní kò máa yé jẹ, jẹ̀díjẹ̀dí ló máa pa.
In every melody, Nigerian music offered what the people needed most: a reason to smile, a reason to dance. P-Square gave us unforgettable anthems. The band took Afrobeats to the UK charts. Tupa's African Queen became a love letter to the continent, and Asha gave soul a new Nigerian voice.
Light up the earth, you light up my life. The only one I ever see with a smile so bright. And just yesterday, you came around my way. You changed my whole scenery.
Nigerian music was now ready for the world.
Down on the street, so hurry up, I have to go. Looking round, you see other people making faces.
Today, the world dances to our beats. From Burna Boy's Grammy triumph to Whiskey selling out arenas across continents to Thames and Rema redefining what it means to be young, bold and African. Afrobeat is not just a sound, it's a feeling, it's a wave, it's Nigeria in motion, in color, in rhythm. Through hardship and triumph, music has been our anchor, our escape, our celebration.
Illegal bushmeat is not cool, but it's on sale in our cities, risking extinction and our health. And many of our iconic wild animals are threatened. So please be cool and say no to illegal bushmeat. And let's make Nigeria better for wildlife and safer for us all. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
This is the network service of the NTA.
And stand out as a people from our
with them. Oh, we can't see beauty before 66. And Yambirionaga, one day in our Otakwa, Ibo Yoruba na Wusa. I name Mekota, Yabu one in the number. The Shikaranka de Georgia. Omuibo, Bahara, Bahara, Nigerians, Bahara, Kanyuru Wanyaka. What you know, plenty can go round if you believe in love. So get ready, sing it loud if you believe in love. There's no mountain we cannot crush if we believe in love. Understanding our key to love. Nigeria now my hope, my only hope. If you don't believe it, take it from you. So I'm a human being. Nigeria now my country. Any which way now my first identity. City boy, yeah. Old, yeah. City boy, yeah. City boy, yeah. You know what I'm saying? We just keep the music going. This is NTA Weekend Deal. Right here in Sweet Man. Like I said, not everybody can fix Nigeria. But everybody can join in fixing Nigeria. And the key is unity, love, and peace. You know? Nígbà èwe, tá bá ń ṣeré. Pẹ̀lẹ́tọ̀ ilé la fi ń ṣayé àwọn kan tó bá dé ìfẹ́ la fi ń gbé Ìgbò Yorùbá ta Haúsá àjọ ń sopa kí ló wá dé ta fi ń ponú ta fi ń para wa àwòrán orúmọ ọmọ sọ báwo la ṣe ṣe ta fi ń sunkún lórí ta mẹ́ta ẹ̀pá ògbóró mọ́ ohun wọn tó máa pọ̀ tá bá sowọ́ ohun wọn tó máa pọ̀. So waiting no plenty can go round if you believe in love. So get ready, sing it loud if you believe in love. That's the mountain we cannot crush if you believe in love. Understanding our key to love if you believe in love. See, waiting no plenty can go round. Yeah.
amazing, Mr. Sweetman. Well done, that was beautiful. A wonderful way to begin the show. Hey, this is Weekend Deal, your favorite weekend show on TV. And this Sunday morning, we want to celebrate what makes us who we are and stands us out as a people.
So right, what if the very essence of who we are is encoded deeply within us, in our traits, in our health, and even in our destiny?
From our resilience to our creativity, it is the code that stands us aside and makes us proudly Nigerians.
And we urge you to stay with us as we explore the depths of who we truly are and have meaningful conversations about what's encrypted in our DNA. My name is Thelma Obaze. Welcome. This is Weekend Deal.
In whatever area of life we find ourselves as Nigerians, we leave a remarkable mark. And that leads me to ask, how proud are you to be a Nigerian?
On Weekend, we believe we can fly, but always when we have your company, your contribution, and your support. We're talking about encrypted in our DNA. Many of our children have heard the word African time, and we are saying that that narrative can be changed. It has a funny way that we imagine it. People think it's fashionable to arrive at events late and to come 2 hours after the invite has asked you to. But we have come to learn that time is an asset. What about you? What do you think? Well, Splendor's been doing the work. Splendor, what did you find? It's time to share.
Time, measured, counted, controlled. In much of the modern world, time is something we chase or something that escapes us. But what if time is not a thing to be controlled? What if time is simply something we live? In Western societies, time is linear, a straight line moving from past to present to future. It is divided into seconds, minutes, hours. It is scheduled, optimized, monetized. Time is money. But across many Nigerian and African cultures, time follows a different rhythm.
Long ago, village, a young boy set out on a journey. He met a wise old woman by the river.
According to Kenyan philosopher John Mbiti, African time is not abstract. It is event-based. Time does not exist on its own. It exists because something is happening. Without people, time has no meaning.
What time will the meeting start? It will start when others arrive. Just exercise patience.
Here, time is not fixed by a clock. It is defined by people, by events, by life itself. Among the Yoruba people, time is often described through events. When the sun rises, after the market closes, during the raining days. Time is tied to nature and activities. For the Fulanis, life is structured around cattle, seasons, and movements, measured by grazing circles, rainfall, community rituals, not by clocks, but by survival and rhythm. African societies, waiting is not wasted time. It is time spent connecting. Where modern systems see delay, African tradition often sees opportunity for relationship, for conversation, for presence. Two concepts of time. One measures life, the other experiences it. Africa is changing. Nigeria is changing. And so is time. Smartphones and digital schedules, global business timing, clash of tradition and modern efficiency. Two systems now coexist. Clock time, lived time. Africans stands between them, not choosing one, but reshaping both. Time is not just seconds on a clock. It is memory. It is community. It is spirit. And in Africa, time is not something you chase. It is something you live.
African time, it really can be annoying when you are the receiving end. Well, if you're just joining us, it's your favorite weekend show, Weekend Deal, and today we are taking a look at the codes that are encrypted in our DNA. Yes, these are the identity markers that shape how we relate to people, shape our relationship, our confidence, and our place in the world. And to help us unpack and start this conversation is our first guest. She walked in here so elegantly, kind of dressed like me, and I'm proud. You will understand when you see her. She's Uche Umana. She is a business development service provider, a beauty industry service consultant. Let's see her profile. Wow!
Thank you for having me. You are amazing. Wow. You know, we often hear about the 3 B's, and sometimes it's rare to find strong, viable women in our time who encapsulate all of that. Beauty, brains, brilliance. I'm sure in the course of the show, we'll be adding quite a number of these to it. It's amazing to have you on Weekend Deal today.
Thank you for having me.
What a profile.
Thank you.
It was for you and people like you that Sweet Man gave us that rendition. I believe I can fly.
I can do anything.
Amazing. Great to have you on Weekend Deal.
Thank you for having me.
You've nicely asked us to address you as Uche. You should leave all the plenty things we can put in front. That is at the heart of who you are.
Yes.
And I tell you, that's what really counts. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, you had several intersections. Yes. But let us go to the meaty matter. Time. The concept of it and the asset that it can be. And if not well handled, it can become a negative pattern, and that we may lead to regret. We don't want to have any regrets. Tell us, we just saw an amazing package in depth about the concept of time. But in your workspace, in the people you have related with, in the young men and women you are embodying the value of hard work in, what do you find about time? Do they regard it as an asset, or this concept of African time is going beyond our generation and touching those who are coming after us?
Okay, when I saw the topic, right, and it's encrypted in our DNA,
yes,
and we're looking at the African time, I was like, finally someone is talking about it.
Oh, yes.
Because there are codes that somehow we just come to accept, we meet it and we carry on with it.
Absolutely.
So you just see that it becomes a part of us. And something, when you're thinking about it, the first thing you're thinking about is when someone says, I'm coming. I'm coming can be 5 minutes, it can be 2 hours later.
Absolutely.
So you see that for us as Nigerians, at least let me speak from my space, as Nigerians, we see time more as life, as against it being a tool or an asset that we can work with. So for someone who is in the space where I work with people, where I work with businesses, time is something that you have to consistently remind people that every second, every minute counts. And unfortunately, as beautiful as it is that it makes us who we are, it has become something that we have somehow learned not to use properly, and in that space it has now affected most of us, you know, in, I won't say a negative way, but it has now become a bit detrimental to us, because you have people who are exceptional, and for some reason, because they can't manage their time properly, they do not harness their full potential.
Oh, that's, I mean,
so that's actually what time and working with the African time has done to us, especially as Nigerians.
Yes. You know, it's so bad that you go to an event and people, the MC is hailing the people that came on time, because it's not normal. So, you know, this one came on time and everybody's clapping. And I'm like, okay, are we not supposed to come on time? But in all that, where's the place of being fashionable late an African time? You know, sometimes they say it's fashionable to be late. Where does that fit in all this African time? Should we still be fashionable late, or I mean, just come?
So I work in a space where we see skill, right, as 100%. Skill generally is when you're able to capture 100% of whatever it is you do or whatever it is you're working with. When you're assessing people, right, the first thing that we have is allowing that, and that's this encrypted in our DNA, we've allowed the African time mentality to slip into professionalism. We have allowed it to slip into every part of our life that it's now a part of our culture. So we now, in fact, the word fashionably late or African time does not exist outside this climb. And it's so unfortunate that it's when we now travel out that we now know how to walk with time and walk on time. Because you know, when you're going to the train station, the train is not going to wait for you. It's not going to wait for you. You know that when you show up at an appointment at a certain time, you're late, you're late. So the African time mindset, or the fashionably late mindset, is a tool that unfortunately is now working against us, because even at our best we still can't bring out our best, because we now have to work with the time at hand, and we now have to cut off some processes that would have actually made us stand out or be unique in what we're doing.
Absolutely.
And perhaps it can impact us learning. You can't learn fashionably when you're not learning about fashion. So you must learn well, thoroughly. If you want to be like Uche Umana and many other women or men you admire, you must learn, you must go through the rudiments. So there's no fashionable way to become excellent. That is a myopic way of thinking, if you ask us in this masterclass. We are just here, we're listening, but we're benefiting. Okay, someone is talking about the balance in between. First of all, who are you? What do you represent? What impacts you? You know, by the time you arrive people's events late all the time, on your own day, when it's very important for you, you'll be there. 2 p.m. People will start coming at 6 p.m. But ain't here, Lokoja, please share. Tell us more. Welcome to this interesting masterclass.
For many Nigerians, optimism is not just a feeling. It is a survival language. It will be well. A simple phrase spoken in the markets, at the newspaper stands, inside keke, and even whispered in quiet prayers. Not because life is easy, but because hope is necessary.
We should give thanks unto God in all situations. So when people say it is well, that in the midst of negative circumstances, we have to look up to God, because God is our consolation. Whatsoever situation we are passing through, we believe God is the solution to every problem.
Well, I think why Nigerians love saying it is well is because one of the things Nigerians are known for is being religious. So it is well is just like saying this phase shall also pass. No matter what we go through, no matter how we go do things, it is well. We hope for a better result.
When someone says it is well, they don't look at it like something bad is happening, because I think they predict the future. like things is going to get better. Okay, maybe like you lost someone. People they see it as if it's something that is sorrow. What they'll tell you that it is well. Because no matter how bitter it is, there's one day everything will become fine. You cannot keep on mourning someone for long. There's one time that something will cheer you up, that you'll be happy.
Belief is not blind. It is forged in daily struggle. Beyond the individual is the strength of community. Here, a neighbor is never just someone next door. He or she is a family you did not choose. However, you cannot do without. In joy, Nigerians celebrate together. In hardship, they carry the burdens as one. Aside, the challenges faced are almost the same. Rising costs, uncertainty, dreams delayed. Yet, hope is rarely abandoned because even amidst the challenges, Nigerians still celebrate new opportunities, marriages, promotions, and find reasons to smile, even in difficult times.
Why saying it is well, it is better to also add actions that can improve our society and we as a human being too. Because just hoping and hoping without putting in the work can't just make that well to be well.
People ascribed the solution of Nigeria to an individual or certain institutions. Me, as I'm here, I have a responsibility. You out there have your own responsibility. If you go on social media, you'll be so surprised to find that some of the things some Nigerians say, as if they are not Nigerian themselves. There are two analogies I would want to share here. Where you want to fill visa form and you want to travel abroad. If they say country, you put in Nigeria, your country. If your village, whether you have visited your village for several years or not, and they say hometown, you are going to put your hometown. So it means that you have a stake in your country to make sure that it works, and not to allude it to president, governor, everybody. Even common parking properly, some people will not do that. And then they now want to say, did you clean your environment? You clean the drainages in front of your house or your offices? These are the patriotism that is needed. All is well, and all shall be well with Nigeria. But it is not about me alone or the president alone. It's a contribution that everybody must believe in, work for it, and make sure Nigerians succeed.
This is Nigeria, where struggle and laughter share the same streets, where traditions shapes identity and ambition fuels progress. A challenging space, you may say. Yes, but it is vibrant, alive, and unbreakably hopeful. Because in Nigeria, no matter the odds, it is.
Welcome back. When we left here, we're just three. Our studio is full now. What that means that our conversation is going to go full throttle. It's my honor to introduce our next guest. He is a former member representing Amuwo Federal Constituency, and 2 times, as a matter of fact, he is Right Honorable Ogene Ego. Let's see his profile.
Thank you.
Honorable, great to have you on Weekend Deal today.
Thank you. I'm honored to be with you today.
Oh, it's a pleasure to talk about those amazing things that make us unique as Nigerians and to carve our unique niche in the world. We're not done. We have another guest. He's been here severally. What a brilliant and innovative discussant. We can't wait to let him on this conversation. He is Ochete. He's an engineer, but he's lots more. His profile will show.
You're welcome to Weekend Deal once again. It's a pleasure to have you.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Okay, so like I told you, I gave you an info. I said our studio is full today and we have a lot of conversations. So I'll start with Honorable Sir. The Nigerians in us, it's in our DNA. You need to hear Nigerians speaking anywhere in the world, and you know that a Nigerian person be that, there's the way we speak. What is this thing about our lingo, the way we speak, our language, that what makes us stand out in our language, the way we express ourselves?
Well, the thing with the Nigerian, which I belong to, is that we're very proud of what we have and what we talk about. And you see somebody with a PhD in English, you know, he will want to speak the pidgin English and the ordinary street language in Nigeria. Yeah. Social media is even added to it now. You see somebody speak a language, before you know, you have Gigi who have invented some words and the whole thing is all over the country.
You're right,
and
sir.
It shocks you that when you go to Ghana, you see Ghanaian young men and boys and girls are already using those words from Nigeria. So when you say it's in our DNA, it's really in our DNA, you know, at least the good part of it. So Nigerians, because of the confidence we have in ourselves, it makes us to be able to do what we think is best, wherever you are. That's why two Nigerians who meet in London or USA, anywhere, you know, they are happy to embrace each other and speak their own language. I heard the opposition leader in South Africa, he was saying Nigerians are very proud people. He said if it's a South African who is talking to an expatriate, you know, a white person, he said we'll be holding his hand. Hey, yes, sir. Sir, I'm sorry, this. He said if it's in Nigeria, when the expatriate talks to you, say, what do you mean?
Azal now.
You know, that is it. Azal.
Azal now.
That's a social media language.
That's one that is running everywhere now. Azal now.
It's a social media language. So he was saying Nigerians are proud. They are not afraid to talk to anybody, and they don't feel inferior wherever they are.
Absolutely.
So I give hand to my people.
Kudos to us. Nigeria for life.
Yes.
In fact, many people will say Nigeria for life. Anywhere we are, we'll proudly represent. Engineer Cheche, let's look into where we have come from, which has birthed who we are today as a people. Little matter how sophisticated we are in these days. You know, we came from somewhere. We have a rich and vibrant history that embodies cultural values and norms. Do you think that is part of what has shaped us and given us the confidence to stand anywhere in the world? Are we standing as confidently and as strongly as we ought? Would you say, leave the continent, let's go to the global stage?
Okay, it's usually very interesting to talk from this angle, especially as a Nigerian who have had the opportunity to have been to a few places, and you always know a Nigerian when you see one, whether in the United States of America, whether on the street of London, whether in China or wherever. You don't need to have a Nigerian speak before you know he's one. That is the way we carry ourselves, from the way we want to dress and the way we relate with people. You notice these differences with the way other people do. And that has a lot to speak about where we are coming from as a people. Oftentimes when we talk about DNAs, people actually want to relate it to biology. But beyond that, we want to talk about shared humanity. And that's where, as a Nigeria, there's this thing that is imbued about a Nigerian man, just like Honorable said a while ago. You understand?
With the raised shoulder. Let me say the shoulder.
Proudly Niger. Niger, they carry last. So there's always that, and for me, what has actually put in that in us is our diversity. I've also often said that whenever they say Nigeria is the giant of Africa, it's not because Nigeria is the most sophisticated country on the continent. It is because of our number, it is because of our values, it is because of that inherent ability to that capacity for community. You understand? So you always see a Nigerian showing compassion. You always see a Nigerian being outspoken. That's why they say we are proud people. It's not like we're proud people. We're people who knows where we're coming from.
We know our what.
Yeah, we know our what. We're people who understand what it means to get to wherever we want to get to. Nigerians are very resilient people. In the mix of whatever it is, we always find our way out. And that is why whenever there's chaos, whenever there's confusion, you see Nigerians standing out. And on the global stage, I think we have done excellently well in that regards.
Thank you.
That's nice. I mean, still talking about our lingo and how we speak. It's amazing how when you walk to the market, everywhere you hear it, you don't care. And then you go to a foreign country. You are walking through a mall. And then you hear a sister saying, if you this should go tight me. The way I turned to her, and I was lucky she was a nice woman. We hugged, and one person, another foreigner, come and say, "Is a birthday going on here?" I said, "No, we are celebrating ourselves." And we got introduced, and she became my shopping buddy throughout that day. You would think we knew each other, the way we love each other. Do you think I'm coming to you now, Sister Uche? Do you think that we are losing that love? Because when we see ourselves outside, they love it to another level. I never met her before, and before you know it, we were all over the place. And I'm sure the white people were like, "Okay, what did they do then now? They never see human being before." But that's who we are. Do you think we should promote that love and continue, or do you think modernism is trying to?
Okay, break us apart. Okay, I think I'm going to stand on what the engineer has said. We are fortunate to be Nigerians, and that's because when we look at other countries, you realize that we have a level of empathy that allows us to relate with people we do not know.
Yes.
And I don't think this generation is losing it, because when you go online, that seems to be their space. When you go online, you would see that we have given ourselves the right to drag ourselves, but when another country or another person comes for us, we unite and we still go for it.
We blast them.
We unite, yes, we can quarrel amongst ourselves, but when it comes to someone else, no, you don't come for a Nigerian.
Please don't.
We will go for you. So I think, like I said, it's something that has been passed from generation to another generation, and I am so grateful because this generation, the Gen Z and above, they seem to be disconnected. They seem to have less empathy. But when it still comes to the basics, right, they can still see another Nigerian and relate with them. So it is not just a plus, right, but I think it is a code that I pray continues in other generation. Yeah. There was a YouTuber that was in Nigeria last year, and part of what he said, he was like, "Oh, the Nigerians, they just of everything he said that was great." Speed. Yes, speed. Yes, of everything he said that was great, he said, "Oh, they beg." And someone said something, and which I also agreed to. He said, "No, we don't have a lot of people who beg. We have a lot of people who are hopeful because we are givers. Even when you don't have." Even when you don't have, we have that empathy to look at someone else and give, even when it might not be enough for you. And that is a level of humanity that I see that we possess more as Nigerians than across other nations. And that I don't think it's a code that is leaving our DNA anytime soon.
I agree.
And I'm proud of that.
Oh, yes. That's
thank you. Great to hear, great to listen. You can't talk down on one, even if we just quarrel. Don't come and talk down on my Nigerian sister. We're coming for you together, irrespective of which part of the country we come from. Let us continue to celebrate those ties that bind us, because it is encrypted in our DNA. Niger, we're not the carry last. A break beckons, we'll take it. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Someone said that street credibility is authentically how Nigerians authentically connect with their environment, with their struggle, and with their truth. Yes, Nigerians will keep it real when it gets down to it. Well, we have another guest standing by in Lagos, a beautiful Nigerian who is passionate about the Nigerian project. She is Sally Mbane, for the former Director General of Nigerian Tourism Development Authority. Let's see her profile. Typically, what are the codes that are inscripted in us that makes us Niger in your own?
The most important Nigerian is our uniqueness, our faith, our resilience, our dogged resilience. And the truth is, people complain, oh, we're always praying, we're doing this, and Nigeria has not improved. But the truth is that resilience is built on faith, and faith creates hope. If there's hope, we will not despair. If there's despair, then there's anger. Then there are vices. People turn, or especially the youth, they turn to crime. So these are some of the things that make us very unique. I mean, we've exported our food. We fight with Senegal, whether it's jollof is ours or theirs. We've exported our music. We've exported our movies, whether after Bollywood, we're the next. We have exported the Afrobeat. Fela made an impact in the whole world, and he still lives. There's so many things. Even our pastors. Our pastors have been exported abroad now, and people are feeling our impact because of our cultural heritage. For example, when I was DG, we were talking about teaching history in the schools. If you taught African history, Nigerian history, our children will be proud to be whom we are. Instead of the Europeans say, oh, come to France, come to Paris, come here, come there, we will be the ones talking about our country, you know. And so from home, I think culture, our cultural heritage, our customs, home upbringing, the nucleus of the family. You find that traditionally, a young person goes to, in the rural areas, they follow their father to the market, they go to the farm, they come back, they learn things at the market square about wisdom, about things. So you find that the culture of respect, that is what makes us unique. I'll never forget that when you're on the phone and my uncle calls me, let's say I'm from Oyo in the southwest, I will dobale. I will dobale and show respect, even though the person I'm talking to is somewhere else. That is what is unique about our DNA, that culturally, we are culturally attuned. All we need is to have compassion. We need the haves to have compassion on the have-nots. For the youth to have what they call a reorientation camp. Reorientation of paradigm, of their mindset. America was built by the youth. Those who fought the Vietnam War were all 19 years and 20-year-olds. France, they broke away and claimed their freedom. They were all 18 and 19-year-olds who fought for the freedom of France. And so a lot of importance and attention has to be given to the Nigerian youth. They're not useless like people think. They're interested. They just need to be guided. And it's the family nucleus. Because if there's no faith, no hope, there'll be despair. And we can't have despair in our country because the nation is built on the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. You have opened another door, which is very key, because we often say that the youths are leaders of tomorrow. But nowadays, we say that the leaders of today, some of them are accelerating at a speed that is still so awesome for us. We can catch up with some. But we look at the larger population of the youths in Nigeria today. We've talked about celebrating our diversity, celebrating our strength as over 200 million people. We have talents, we have innovation. How do we utilize all of this to celebrate who the true Nigerian is and to take our youth population to where they can stand front and center, not just in the continent, but in the world? We have seen what some are able to do. How do we pull the larger number together so that everyone is working at that assiduous pace? Ma'am?
I think the perspective of the Nigerian youth and Nigerians generally is, how do we look at the cup? Is it a cup that is half empty, or is it a cup that is half full? So every part of the world, people have problems, but it is our perspective, our initiative, and indeed creativity. Creativity is what we need for our youth, and financial literacy. People need to know that they can make, women, for example, people need to know that they can have quick financial income. Practical, maybe not quick, practical financial income. So financial literacy becomes very important, and encouraging the youth to harness their creativity. This is something that I do on a full-time basis now. I look after youth, we mentor youth. One of the things that we do is making agriculture sexy. I remember Emmanuel Ijewere, he said, oh, the way you sell tourism, how I wish you could sell agriculture for us, because agriculture will become attractive. We are now in that era. Agriculture is attractive. Recently, I was made a director in the UPGAN, Oil Growers Association of Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have 27 states that are producing oil. We are producing 1.2 billion a year, and the demand for palm oil is 2.4 million. So there's demand for it. So we can engage our youth for food security and sustainability. We will encourage the youth, we come out to give them funding to become palm growers. Also financial literacy, AI. This is the age of digital technology. Some of the things that I'm doing with the schools that I look after, they're all in rural areas. Most of them are. We're trying to talk about virtual learning, which is what we did when I was a commissioner in Anambra. We didn't stop education. We continued to teach in the rural areas because of digital technology. So we should encourage the youths in the rural community to have access to digital literacy, to be able to be trained even though they're not physically there. You don't have to be physically there to have impact. And so these are things that the youth can be involved in. And this program that I talked about, instead of an orientation, instead of a camp, reorientation camp. Let the young people realize that they're part of the system. Dialogue with the government, diplomacy, advocacy. Recently, I partnered with a television, Catholic television. What are we doing? We created tete-a-tete with Sally M from Banifo. What is it all about? A platform where the youth can air their views, can talk about psychosocial therapy, things in the society that bother them, that lead them to things that they do that people cannot explain. They're able to air their views, talk objectively, and speak openly. That is what the youth of Nigeria need. They need to be, told that there's compassion and love for them, that they are the future of Nigeria, and that we are counting on them. America wouldn't be where it is if not for the youth of America. France and so many other countries, the revolutions were caused by determined and resilient youth. And we have those. Our Nigerian youth are determined, they are resilient, and they're ready to learn. But they need a helping hand, they need guidance. And that is what I would say, that each and every one of us, it is our duty, it is our moral duty, it is our heritage, because 250 million Nigerians, our heritage is to homogenize. We look after each other. That is our culture. That nobody should starve in the villages. No, also, that's how polygamy came out. So the women are not alone. So we have to engage our youth in digital, artificial intelligence, and creativity. That is really key. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was in-depth. Carrying the young people along is very important so that some of our wonderful DNA can be truly inscripted in them and they can move on with a touch. Okay, let's come back to the studio, and I'll come back to you, Honorable, on a bit of a lighter note, even though this is I've always wondered about this. Again, the way we speak. Why would you come back from work and I would ask you, sir, are you back? Why do we ask questions? Is it in our culture, socio-cultural? Why do we see something? Tell me the chop. She's eating! And I'm asking her, is she eating? Why do we speak that way as Nigerians?
Well, like you said, it's encrypted in our DNA. And the reason is that because of the Nigerian nature, he values his brother, values his sister, and that wife or child. So when he's back, you are happy that he's back.
Yes.
And emotionally, you say, oh, you are back. Or are you back? Yes, love. The love is flowing.
Oh, it's love.
Yes, it's the love. So you are repeating it. You can see the person repeating it. It's like seeing somebody who is eating. Because of this, say, are you eating? Because you are happy that your brother or sister is eating.
Oh, I never understand
it. So you emphasize it. is the interest, the love that Nigerian person has. That does not happen in a lot of
other cultures.
Yeah,
No.
because for instance, if you see your neighbor comes in, drives, oh, you have come in, or you have closed for work, you know, and that kind of thing. But like go to UK, you know, on your street, even if they are shouting in your neighbor's house, there's problem there. At best, a kind best is to call police. But here, we will try to get involved physically to help first. You know, the human nature is say, my neighbor has a problem. Let me see what I can do to solve it. So we tend to be our brother's keeper. And when our brothers are making progress or doing anything, majorly we are happy. It's not every Nigerian that does that, but I can tell you for free that majority of Nigerians are happy that their neighbor is making progress or their neighbor has a problem. First is you want to, that's why sometimes when you drive on the road, you just see a place, so many people are there. By the time you look, you see that it was an accident. You can see over 20 vehicles parked and almost like 50 people covering the, you know. But if it's abroad, they will just call police. There's an accident, so. But here, even though somebody among the crowd will try to call police or call for an ambulance, but first, the sympathy is here, the love is here that something have happened to a person. What can we do to assist the person?
Wow.
So those statements are the impulse and the flow from love.
Oh, amazing.
Thank you, Honorable. Nigerians are unique and diversely cultured people who have compassion. Innately, we are humane, we care about one another. Even if you're not speaking to somebody and the person has an issue, you find that you gravitate towards that place and see how you can be of support. That is who we are. What a dynamic group of people we are. We are often proud to say, Niger, we're not a carry last. We're talking about street credibility. I remember when Nice, was it, who sang, after Kongwaso, we now heard that street credibility.
And Two-Face.
Yes. Nowadays, our kids are not going out as they ought because for so many reasons, we have world homes. So how vibrant is our street cred? Asaba is taking a look at language and street credibility in Nigeria. Asaba, take it from here.
Yes, just pro there. Once everything all clear, you code you, you go boss ala olefa. And once you boss ala olefa like this, and you all claim, you understand?
Yes, I also love the unit, claim everywhere.
You don't finish them, you finish everything.
In Nigeria, Pidgin English is more than a lingua franca. It's a cultural identifier, often used to poke fun at life's challenges. It brings humor to the people despite situation. It's not just a language, it's a bandage of authenticity.
Which time you want to come now? Now when I don't spend money, finish. Now when the bar don't finish, now you go say, your guy no bring cash, come back, I'll give you.
How does Pidgin English shape Nigerians' identity?
So the man on the streets, the average man, developed this lingua franca that you now call Pidgin English. Pidgin English is a means of communicating to anybody in Nigeria, no matter the level of education or illiteracy, and the person will understand.
What's the essence of Pidgin English in Nigeria, particularly as it's mostly used for humor and jokes in the face of hardship?
You know, say Delta not they carry last to, especially worry. Now worry now go, they drive traffic light, they show red, I can't they wait. Now one mama tell me, say my picky they go, they don't thief the green bubble.
Nollywood brought comedy to the fore. We now have a genre of Pidgin English comedy. Apart from the street comedy, which we usually do, or our normal banter, when they talk that far, I just want to see your face smooth to be like fresh bread. You understand that kind of thing? Those are normal ways of talking to each other, but it has not developed into a genre of comedy. And we use it to make ourselves happy and communicate. Then, because it encompasses the full human nature, every aspect is included. Even in grief, sorry, say, "Opaki bucket." You cannot just say, "Now when you're smart, you don't enter your pockets." And the guy go kick bucket. No, but just smart as so like you.
Street credibility goes beyond humor. It's about humility, loyalty, and staying true to one's root. It's the language of the streets, where creativity and resilience strive.
If you talk about credibility, use the word cred. Pidgin has it more than the English language. You will see something that happened recently in London, Windsor Castle, when the Nigerian president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, visited the King of England. He even borrowed our language, Nigeria not the carry last. That thing actually started from Warri need the carry last. From there, Delta need the carry last. Now it's not Nigeria need the carry last.
It's the easiest way of communicating in Nigeria today. It is simple. We're not following the standard structure of English. You do not make mistakes when you speak Pidgin. You can adapt it to any language. You can bring it any language. And you can speak it in any platform, especially informal or non-formal platforms. So you can use Pidgin English in the markets, at homes, at your business places, in families, in hospital settings. It's just a very easy way of communicating.
As I go there, I can't really confirm and say the woman she dey sell banger.
That's buy one for mama. As I dey waka, as I wear the wig, dey waka for road. Now say everybody dey turn left, right, they look now.
Is street credibility more valuable than digital fame? In Nigeria's vibrant streets, authenticity trumps online popularity. Is the difference between being fake and being real. What role does community play?
It's something that has come to stay. Some of our dictions are now in the English dictionary, and that means it has gained global acceptance. We should be proud of it. In fact, if possible, we should develop a proper language out of it so that it will not be our lingua franca.
Neighbors, families, and friends are the backbone of Nigerian culture. Their support fuels Nigerian spirit, where loyalty to one's area is paramount. Street cred is Nigerians' DNA, and it's non-negotiable. When you got street, you got everything.
I call all Nigerians, make we embrace peace. Make we join hands, make we build this our country well. If peace not there, if kasala dey, if gbege dey, if wahala dey, instead of government to come do better things for us, they go come dey use the money when they're supposed to take do better things for us, take dey solve different problems. Peace dey very, very important to us.
This is the grand finale, your final words.
Okay.
Uche, let me start with you.
Okay. For the Nigerian that we are, I think I want to hit also on us understanding that African time, as embodying as it is for us, can also be detrimental. I work in a space where time is not just a currency, but time is everything. Looking at people who have grown businesses, if when we do our what's it called, risk analysis for a business, you find out that aside people being incompetent, the next thing most business owners struggle with is lateness to work. And that has not only impacted the business, but the nation's, gross domestic, profit.
Wow.
So we are looking at understanding that as much as there are some things that are engraved in our DNA that makes us special, they can also be detrimental. And the one thing we need to take out for businesses, even the business owner, this is also for you, take out that African time, respect time. Respect time.
It is important.
Just showing up on time can actually change the whole trajectory of your life and your business.
Thank you
very much.
Mr. Uche. So, sir, your final words to Nigerians who are watching?
My final words is that it is not as bad as we think. Yes, things are bad to some extent, but the nation is on the move. A lot of new things are coming up. A lot of youths are moving. I mean, just look at the new financial market. Things like Money Point, a lot of these paper and code that are making a lot of money. It's youths that started them, a lot of companies, a lot of organizations, companies making drone, they are youths. So the youth of today, we may think that, oh, they are lazy, they are not working like the youth of previous years. But if you go deep, you see that the youth of today are making it, both in the oil industry, everywhere. And in a couple of years to come, it will show very clearly. So what I say tell Nigerians use is work hard, don't believe that the economy is down, therefore you are down. No, if the economy is down, you should be up. When you are up, then you help to push the economy. But Nigeria is on the right path.
Yes.
And God will see us through any problem. Thank you.
Forward ever, backward never. Ocheche. Wrap it up. 30 seconds.
For me, beyond social media, beyond technological innovations, what is common with us is our shared humanity. And it is one thing we have always been known for as Nigerians, persons who have capacity for community. We are known for love, we are known for peace, and we are known for our rich cultural heritage. We should not in any way think of deviating from being Nigerians that we are, because the world over, everybody admires Nigeria, everybody wants to be Nigeria, and that is why you see it is easier for people to wear Nigeria, do Nigeria, want to speak Nigeria, even those who are not Nigerians. So I think it goes a long way to telling that people are watching and people admire Nigeria, so we should keep being Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Indeed,
Nigerian,
we are known for our
yes.
compassion and our kindness. Let's never lose that, please. Stay kind.
Yes.
You don't know what the next person is going through.
And I would like to just say that as we end, respect is one thing that we are known for, and respect is now one of our social currencies.
Indeed.
It's something that can be aimed, that can be spent, that can be protected. Sadly, it can be lost too. So whatever you do as a Nigerian, hold on to your respect, and there are some things you will not do. Thank you for staying with us. It is Weekend Deal. We'll be back here next week. Goodbye and God bless. Let's go to music.
But you know plenty can go around if you believe in love. So get ready, sing it loud if you believe in love. There's no mountain we cannot crush if we believe in love. Understanding I keep to love if we believe in love. But you know plenty can go around if you believe in love. So get ready, sing it loud if you believe in love. There's no mountain we cannot crush if we believe in love. Understanding our key to love if we believe in Nigeria now my home, my only hope. If you don't believe it, take it from me, you are sold. I'm a human being. Nigeria now my country, any which way now my first identity. City boy, yeah, city. But you know plenty can go.
network service of the NTA.
Sheer adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mines. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of... Well, the coronation of the new Oni is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. Now, because they have a leader now, that will... Simply put, Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. If something differently will be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth will be employed. Attend the church here can tell you. Service in Holy Rosa is in Guinea. We are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Ketso. Yola town in Adamawa State is a fusion of innocence and beauty. It is rather a quiet town, which almost is an anticlimax by virtue of its rich history in culture and architecture, religion and education. I was in this ancient township immediately after Salah to mark the end of Ramadan, and I ran into an elaborate celebration that is almost a spillover from the Salah celebrations. It was particularly a period of education for me because I discovered a lot of cultural expressions that I assume were only found in Hausa land. How far was I from the truth? Patently Fulani Township must have developed certain cultural attributes from its long history of relations with the Hausa and the Kanuri, which in turn may have basis in the Fulani jihads of the 19th century. At any rate, it was the day Yola was out to relive a segment of its cultural heritage, and it was beautiful to the eye. Yola town do have a welcoming aura. Two landmarks leading to the town introduce you to the people's heritage of occupation and language. There is this imposing pillar hosting a milk calabash and a ladles. This is obviously to signify the Fulani heritage of cow milk trade. The pillar may be there for its symbolism too, for in all my stay in Yola town, I have not seen cow milk. I have not even seen a goat. The Fulani population of Yola may not be pastoralists after all and peddlers of cow milk. The other landmark is their gate, which really welcomes you in full day. I must admit, these landmarks give you an aesthetic foray into this ancient Fulani township. The town is the seat of the Fombina Emirate, an ancient traditional stool of which Lamido is the head. There is no missing the aesthetics of the palace. It stands unique. I could only capture the face of the palazzo. The towering mosque, the Modibo Adama Mosque, I must admit, however, is a towering architectural masterpiece overlooking the palace. It has been there for close to 200 years, and it holds great cultural and historical significance across all Muslim communities in Nigeria and the world. I arrived Yola on a Friday, so I had a chance to see worshippers troop into this magnificent edifice. It is, in the word of our researcher, a reflection of the growth and devotion of the local Muslim community over the last 2 centuries. The interior of the mosque accommodates upward of 5,000 worshippers. The figure can almost be doubled when put together with its terraces. On this day, worshippers included the former Vice President and Wazir of Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar. It is a great sight to see worshippers come out of this mosque after the Friday prayers. It is a picture of unity in faith. The goodwill between them is sincere and heartwarming. Almost by serendipity, I run into Dr. Umar Buba Bindir, who guides me through my cultural exploration in Yola. Bindir is an intellectual, a technocrat, a man of culture, and the son of the soil, and the Grand Mufti of Adamawa. We have done a lot of work together on culture and education, and today in his ancestral home is at the center of a major cultural event as a traditional title holder of the Grand Mufti. You talk of serendipity. Bindir has an Azumi lifestyle, and I ran into him in pleasant exchanges of goodwill and banters with his people after the prayers. From there, I know my story is told. In the morning of Saturday, I was introduced of what it is to be in a celebration in Yola. The day was musical, and it's building up to a grand celebration. The noise level was high, and the arrivals have a national outlook. It was a rich exhibition of cultural identity in dress especially, and the all-embracing tradition of this ancient palace. One of the most engaging features of the Emirate system in Adamawa State is how the Lamidas Palace is a symbol of oneness of all cultural entities of the state and beyond. Understanding and peaceful coexistence know no better expression than this accommodation provided by the leadership of the Lamido. I reflect on this day of grand festival in the palace, where more than 10 ethnic groups were around to dazzle with their rare display of music, dance and attire. The spirit was high, and the atmosphere was pleasant and celebratory. A critic of indigenous music. In fact, I know next to nothing about its history and evolution. But some key aspects I find here in Yola led me into a comparative analysis, but it is by no means academic. In these court musicians, the music they play can be found a semblance in areas once inhabited by Kanambarna Empire, some major chiefdoms in present-day Borno and Yobe State. I can clearly identify the Ganga Kula, for example, of the big drum. By implication, it points a long history of cultural relations between Fombina Emirate and the areas of the old Kanem Borno through trade, religion, intermarriages, and scholarship. That apart, it is beautiful to see how these flutes are blowing with passion and expertise and without stress to the mouth. Also find a refined feature in the identities of the music of ethnic entities of Adamawa State. There is a heavy reliance on wind instruments or musical instruments that you play by blowing, flutes especially, and different sizes of them. Not a single musical group here is without a flute-like instrument. This musical group are a celebration of ceremonial attires in music. It is beautiful what they wear in their heads, their necks, their arms, and their waist and knees. Even so, their delivery of music at that cultural essence, you go home with it in your head. Again, there is another lady with a percussion of thought, diligent in the attention she gives to her work and her delivery. Again, the blues here are dominant and resonant. It was a thoroughly musical morning in the Lamido's Palace this Saturday because the atmosphere and moment called for it. The morning was however going out of the hands of this group from Numan. They arrived early, but some of their musical instruments were yet too. I was enthralled by their costumes nonetheless. They don't have to beat a drum. Their costume atoned for their absence of performance. These performances are back after another round of celebration in Yola that began with the Salah to mark the end of Ramadan. The conclusion of the event sees this beautiful procession out of Lamido's Palace to the open country of Yola, where thousands stand out to watch. Dr. Umar Buba Bindir was part of the elaborate horse ride across towns at the Grand Mufti of Adamawa. He is the first to be so appointed. Apparently, the Lamido of Adamawa is resolved in harnessing his intellectual depth and outreach to promote social cohesion, harmony, and peace across his land.
For us, when we take taking this responsibility is that you are carrying the image of the Lamido. So you have to be committed. You have to be a person of respect. You must maintain a reasonable amount of intellect. You have to be patient, and you have to be progressive. And so all the characters that is expected of the Lamido, you're borrowing it on the narrow function that you have been assigned.
Again, horse culture must be something from being an emirate richly shared with the states in Hausaland and the old Kanem Borno. It was a clearly restless Saturday in Yola, and horses were a major component of the festival. In a moment of celebrations, the horses can be a spectacle. I followed the horse rides across different sections of Yola town and how the town stand up to pay homage. At a point, the riders disembarked and had moments to commune with their immediate family members in their ancestral homes to share in the joy of being recognized by the Lamido as frontline chieftains to play a major part in the elevation of the glory of Adamawa State. These visits can be passionate and down to earth. that evening that the real horsemanship heritage of the people of Ovina Emirate was tested. It was a real horsemanship standoff. It was, however, preceded by another glorious event at Wetland, an event center where people who came from far and near were hosted to a festival launch. We had a line of conversation with these people who arrived for my host.
I think he had imputed a lot in the state. He has done so much for the community, and I can assure you that all that he did, this is part of the recognition by the community, most especially the Emirate Council. They have deemed it fit to reward him, and I think this is good enough.
Do you think then there is an additional responsibility on him now that he is Mufti, now that he is given this recognition as well?
Well, with each award, with each thing that has been given to you, much more will be requested out of you, meaning he has done it in the past. He needs to explore and get additional information so that you're able to partake and put into the community.
From a knowledge-based thinking, science and technology and knowledge to move any society, anywhere in the world, today can only be moved from a knowledge-based center. And that is what Dr. Binda represents. And that is what I was doing when he met me. Doing the knowledge-based business. And he saw it. And then, as I'm here today now, I'm just thinking about how I met him nearly 18 years ago. So I'm so happy to be here.
It is about changing humanity. It's about making the humanity better.
Exactly.
It is about
human development, lifting up human beings.
And incidentally, the post they give him is also knowledge-driven, because it is something to make society pure, to harmonize the society, to elevate them.
Exactly.
Yes, it was an evening of epic horsemanship. It is an organized competition for the exhibition of spiritual skills in horse handling. Competitors were required to make their individual horses execute some typical horse movements that include standing on their hind legs while dancing, or trotting sideways in a group movement, or standing up balanced on the horses while paying homage to distinguished guests. On the guest list that evening was former Vice President and Wazir Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar. They put up excellent displays of rare horsemanship. They competed in groups of 3s and 4s. The audience were on their feet. It was an all-evening display, but as the sun is giving way to twilight, another round of Daba takes over and the parade was grand. Marked the end of a thoroughly entertaining day in Yola and to leave behind dreams and memories.
At any point in your life, these type of things, when they happen to you, is a very, very rare privilege. It was a huge experience for me as a local man, selected by His Royal Highness to handle this senior traditional title responsibility. And to see the old, the young, the big, the small, the men, women, girls and boys trooping out in their thousands just to honor you was very overwhelming.
There was yet another cultural event on the night of Saturday. Various musical groups were around to make it even more memorable. There was a major shift from the music in the palace, and this one, the medium in this night group is mostly Hausa and reflects a traditional Hausa musical group of various shades, especially Kotso and Ganga. In fairness, there is still the presence of those court musicians with their wind instruments. I believe it is an amazing spectacle to see them at the top of their art. Adamawa as a regional entity is not new to choral music. Again, perhaps another case of borrowing from Hausa land. At any rate, all of the choral music here is sung in Hausa. There is in fact a massive invasion of Hausa culture among this predominantly Fulani community, not only in the music and dance, but in the language and dressing they do as well. It is indeed a thoroughly educative and entertaining 24-hour Enyola town. On the strength of the events of this night, if we tarry longer, it will take us deep into the night, and we have an impending 12-hour road trip to Abuja. So at a point, we jump the event, rush to our residence to catch up with them sleep, and hit the road early morning, but with the memories of our 24 hours in Yola.
willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. As I listen to you, I'm a born winner and Nigerian security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Green, white, green, oh I pledge my dear country. I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me.
I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed? I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. My name is Frama Pani. Let's begin with the headlines. As the IMF and World Bank Spring meeting continues in Washington, Nigeria is engaging the world for greater economic strength and clearer policy direction. The Nigeria reaffirmed commitment to peace in Sudan, moves to deepen bilateral ties. And Julius Malema, leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters in South Africa, sentenced to 5 years in prison. We begin by telling you that President Tinubu says his administration will continue to submit to the democratic principles of separation of power and rule of law in leading the country towards national greatness. The president made the commitment when he addressed the coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors at the State House. Our State House correspondent Musa Wahab has the report.
Governor Hope Uzodinma, as the Director General, led leaders and coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors to the State House. It was for a meeting with the Renewed Hope Crusader-in-Chief.
May we please be seated?
After some months of setting up the substructure of the All Progressives Congress, APC, the hierarchy of the Renewed Hope ambassadors would give progress reports of the assignments as foot soldiers.
And every community reached, the vision of Renewed Hope is being translated from policy into presence, from message into meaning, and from leadership at the center into belief at the grassroots.
Where people were running away to confront them. And you are delivering.
We are lucky to have you at this stage of our national development. You are one president like no other, one that has prepared for this job over a period of time.
The feedback of the ambassadors was also as good as self-appraisal. Leaders of the organ observed on the propagation of the successes already recorded by the policies and programs of the current administration.
More than 1 million people from northern Nigeria have been enrolled in the TPD program. They have been paid 25,000 monthly. And when we're talking about skill-based education in Nigeria,
Who are the beneficiaries? Northern Nigeria. Where are the ministers? Why are they not speaking? Why are the head of agencies? Why are they not speaking? People have to take responsibility.
We are the foot soldiers, the commanders, and we are virtually ready, battle ready, Your Excellency, to face whoever and deliver on this.
And I urge the state ambassadors, and you work with the party at the state level, so that the party and the renewed ambassadors work in sync with the purpose of educating the people, at the same time also working towards the election 2027.
Now, more than ever, they say they are ready to scale up in showcasing the gains of the administration's reforms. And President Bola Tinubu promises never to disappoint them in building a country of Nigerians' desire with adherence to the rule of law.
We cannot submit to disobedience of a lawful order of the court. We must embrace the judiciary, whether it favors us or it doesn't. We submit to this principle of democracy, separation of power, and understanding of the dynamics of it. There's no other way to the path that we embrace to national greatness other than build one nation, one common vision for progress, prosperity of our people. That's what we must do.
He expressed commitment to the liberation of a country regardless of the situation he met in the office.
This economy, I think I have to look back, because the truth is, I took over for myself. The late Buhari is me. He was a partner. And if I took over from him, is that not from myself? So, if something is wrong, fine. Live with it, correct it, move on. I can only stand before you and say you will not regret it.
And from here, the ambassadors rise with new messages to renew the hope of Nigerians across the grassroots.
Most of the grants given to the local people, the beneficiaries, most of them are from the north. You know, so he's done so much. To whom much is given, actually much is expected. I believe the women are going to come out, and he's going to get a massive turnout of votes in the northern Nigeria. That I'm very, very sure of.
From the State House, Musbah Nanwahab, NTA News.
Right now, as the IMF and World Bank spring meetings continue in Washington, D.C., Nigeria is engaging the world from a position of greater economic strength and clearer policy direction. With global tensions weighing on energy markets and deepening uncertainty across developing economies, Nigeria's response has centered on protecting stability at home. Oil production is being ramped up. The Naira for crude policy is supporting domestic fuel supply. Targeted tariff reductions on key industrial inputs are helping ease production costs, while the foreign exchange market remains open. On the reform scorecard, tax revenue is up 35%. Direct cash transfers have reached 8.1 million households. More than 300,000 young Nigerians have gained digital skill training, and 90,000 kilometers of fiber cable have been deployed. The Nigerian delegation, led by Minister of Finance, is expected to hold further engagements on the sidelines of the spring meetings through the week. And President Tinubu has congratulated the president-elect of the Republic of Benin, Romuald Wadagni, on his victory at the polls. In a letter signed by him, President Tinubu said the victory reflects the trust the Beninese people have placed on Wadagni's vision and distinguished record of service as Minister of Finance. President Tinubu also stated that Nigeria and the Republic of Benin share a long history of friendship, cultural ties, and cooperation, adding that he looked forward to working with Romuald Wadagni to strengthen bilateral relations between the two countries. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, will at the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union called on parliaments across the world to step up as defenders of peace, justice and humanity. Speaking under the theme, Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations, Akpabio warned that no region is immune to conflict, citing wars across the Middle East, Europe and Africa. Drawing from Nigeria's own struggles, he said, peace is not inherited, it is built, defended and sustained. Akpabio challenged the IPU to strengthen global institutions like the United Nations and give vulnerable nations a stronger voice.
Increasingly constrained, such as the United Nations, and the world is drifting towards disorder. The Interparliamentary Union must step into the void now created and become the voice of the voiceless and the hope of the hopeless. IPU must help to change the narrative. IPU must give renewed strength and purpose to even the United Nations. All nations must be treated equally.
IPU President Tulia Axon echoed the call, urging parliaments to provide moral clarity and decisive action against conflict and inequality. Nigeria has reaffirmed its resolve to the restoration of peace in Sudan. The assurance was made during a high-level diplomatic meeting in Abuja as the crisis in Khartoum continues to have ripple effects across the Sahel region. Garba Mohammed Nasrallah has more details.
In a statement from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimi B. Benfa, disclosed that the ministry's permanent secretary, Ambassador Omar Ahmed Dunama, told the Sudanese envoy that Nigeria remains fully invested in Sudan's stability. He delivered a strong message of solidarity from the Nigerian government to the people of Sudan. Ambassador Ahmed emphasized the deep historical and cultural ties binding both nations, noting that a secure Sudan is essential for the security of the broader African continent, saying that sustainable peace can only be achieved through inclusive political processes and constructive engagement. He stressed that Nigeria will continue to play an active role within the African Union to advocate for a peaceful resolution, while the Sudanese ambassador to Nigeria, Mohamed Abdullal, briefed on recent recovery efforts but also raised concerns over external interference, prolonging the conflict. The envoy highlighted the strong integration of the Nigerian diaspora within Sudanese society. Both parties expressed concern over the wider implications of regional security, particularly in the volatile Sahel. The talks also focused on next steps in bilateral relations between the two countries, including proposed activation of the Nigeria-Sudanese Political Consultations Committee, plans for a high-level visit by Sudanese leadership to Abuja, and urgent measures to protect Nigerian assets and citizens currently in Sudan. Both nations concluded the meeting with a joint call for dialogue over armed conflict and a pledge to deepen diplomatic ties. Garba Muhammad Al, NTA News.
Right now, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to advancing Nigeria's marine and blue economy through sustained investment in human capital and infrastructure. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adeboyega Oyetola, stated this at the inauguration of the Institute of Maritime Studies facility at the University of Lagos, donated by the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. Oyetola, in a statement by his special advisor, Bolaji Akinola, notes that the initiative reflects government's resolve to strengthen institutional capacity and position the blue economy as a key driver of the national prosperity. Highlighting ongoing efforts to build manpower, the minister disclosed that 2,459 Nigerians have been sponsored under the Nigerian Seafarers Development Program (NSDP) for training in maritime institutions across different countries, adding that 1,088 beneficiaries have obtained their certificates of competency. He added that ongoing port modernization projects are projected to generate up to 20,000 jobs for our teeming youth, while significantly improving port efficiency, reducing turnaround time, and enhancing Nigeria's competitiveness as a maritime hub in West and Central Africa. The Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Mobereriola, said the agency is partnering with 8 Nigerian universities as well as international, including the World Maritime University, to strengthen maritime manpower development, noting that the NIMASA UNILAG collaboration will boost research, support data-driven policy making, and produce industry-ready professionals to meet evolving demand in the maritime sector. The 17th Annual General Meeting and Assembly of the African Union of Broadcasting has begun in Banjul, Gambia. The 17th Annual General Meeting is coming at a time that the AUB is marking 20 years anniversary, having come into existence in 2006 in Abuja, Nigeria, when URTNA was expanded to cater for more and develop African broadcast industry. The Gambian Minister of Information, Dr. Ibrahim Sise, who declared the event open, acknowledged the strive Africa has made in the last 2 decades of AUB through partnership collaborations between African media and global media. He insisted that Africans must tell the African story to counter misinterpretations and stereotypes of foreign media.
As it coincides with the 20th anniversary of the AUB, marking a significant milestone that speaks to 2 decades of transformative media service in the African continent. Your presence here is an honor and a strong affirmation for shared commitment to building a vibrant, credible, innovative, and independent media landscape in the continent.
17th AUB has the theme Heritage, Innovation and Transformation. The 4-day event will feature panel discussions on different topics, media awards, and fundraising to support cancer on the continent. Now let's take some messages. The news continues shortly.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Welcome back. Now, Pope Leo XIV's visit to Cameroon continues in Bamenda, where he led a peace meeting on Thursday. Charles Alpha has the report.
On his arrival at the conflict zone in Western Cameroon, the Pope delivered a message of peace in the heart of a separatist conflict deemed one of the world's most neglected crises by humanitarian organizations. On Thursday, the Pope oversaw a peace meeting that included a traditional chief, a Presbyterian moderator, an imam, and a Catholic nun, emphasizing interfaith efforts to address the conflicts and support its many victims.
Added to these internal problems, which are often fueled by hatred and violence, is the damage caused from outside by those who, in the name of profit, continue to lay their hands on the African continent to exploit and plunder it. Yet this is the moment to change, to transform the story of this country. The time has come. Today, and not tomorrow.
Last time Pope came, I was too small when my parents could not bring me to receive those first blessings. And today I'm present and strong to receive his blessings.
The beg say as Papa for whom they come, we know say deal with crisis, it will finish. But now one thing that way we dey cry for here.
The Pope held a mass for the residents of Bamenda, which is located near the western border with Nigeria. The Pope, in an address, called for an end to the conflict and chains of corruption in a country rich in minerals and urged President Paul Biya to exercise authority legitimately. The conflict in Cameroon's Anglophone regions stems from the country's colonial history, which divided it between France and Britain after World War I, following a UN-backed vote in 1961. English-speaking regions joined French Cameroon, but separatists claim they have faced political and economic marginalization ever since.
U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane briefed the media on latest developments on the war in Iran from the Pentagon in Arlington on Thursday. And Turkey's second school shooting leaves 4 dead as parents rush to find children. Again, Charles Alpha reports.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the U.S. military's highest-ranking officer, and U.S. Central Command's Admiral Brad Cooper on Thursday said the U.S. will maintain the successful blockade of the Iranian ports, adding that the U.S. military can't make the transition from this blockade to major combat operations, saying the U.S. can't make that transition again very quickly and even more powerfully than ever.
If we do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
At the direction of President Trump, the War Department, he said, will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, saying it can't be done the nice way through a deal led by Vice President J.D. Vance and negotiating team, or the hard way.
As long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely.
4 people were killed and 20 others injured in a school shooting in Kahramanmaraş, southern Turkey, marking the second of such attack in the country in 2 days. Footage shows panic in the schoolyard with parents rushing to find their children as security forces restricted access to the area. The attack, reports say, took place at Isa Kalek Middle School in the Onikisuba district. Authorities say the suspect shooter, a student, used firearms belonging to his father and was also killed. Reports indicate that one of the victims was a teacher, while the injured were taken to nearby hospitals. The incident follows a similar attack a day earlier in Siverek, which left 16 people injured. School attacks remain relatively rare in Turkey. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Now in South Africa, the leader of the South African Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, Julius Malema, has been sentenced to an effective 5 years imprisonment. The judgment, which was delivered by Magistrate Toinette Olivier on the Kugompo City Regional Court for unlawfully discharging a firearm at the EFF 2018 Dansani rally, he received 5 years on the main count and 2 years on the secondary count and 20,000 rands fine for 6 months each on the remaining counts, with sentences running concurrently together. The 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME) has taken place nationwide, and more than 2.2 million candidates sat for the examination across accredited centers. Olayin Kaojo reports.
It is that time of the year again when candidates seeking tertiary education must convince the examiner JAMB, the nation's tertiary admission clearinghouse, why they deserve to be admitted. However, the decision is not that of JAMB alone, as there will be a convergence of key stakeholders during the policy meeting to decide the admissible cutoff scores. To kickstart the process, candidates are required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. At this center at Navali Estate, accreditation of candidates started at 6:30 a.m. and lasted for 2 hours. 250 candidates were expected to sit for the first session, but 223 were present and sat for the examination, which began at 8:30 a.m. Although the exercise at the center was smooth.
The exams here, I thought I was not even writing in Nigeria because the well-conducive hall was so sweet. The hall was very sweet, so the computers, none of them were having issues.
I've written a computer-based exam before, so it wasn't giving me any problem.
From all the posts, everything is doing well. Your generator or your backup does not work. It does not absorb you from the problem from them, because you are supposed to also have solar to as a backup. So, but they are rescheduling the seat setbacks.
One candidate was not verified and was therefore not allowed to sit for the examination. Mercy Bello, who hopes to become a nurse, narrates her experience.
I had issues, so they had to transfer me to another system. I didn't have issue with that system.
For external supervisors and parents, the exercise demonstrates minimum commitment and professionalism on the part of the examination body.
I was here last year, so I can see a lot of improvement on the side of the owner of the CBT Center and on the side of JAM.
And with the arrangement they did here, of course they have set everything.
The entire exercise for this center is 4 days and with 13 sessions.
The examination is expected to run from April 16th to April 22nd, with multiple sessions scheduled daily. Olayinka Ojo, NTA News.
More than 3.4 million people in northern Nigeria have directly benefited from the federal government's renewed hope agenda on food security and eco-friendly environment through agro-climate resilience initiative with restoration of degraded land and improved livelihoods. This was an outcome of mid-term review meeting attended by key ministers and other critical stakeholders in Kaduna to assess progress made in addressing environmental challenges in the country. Suraj Abdullahi reports.
The midterm review is to assess progress in restoring degraded lands and strengthening support for vulnerable communities. Discussions centered on boosting agricultural productivity, enhancing climate adaptation, and promoting sustainable land management. Kaduna State Governor Ubasani represented the Ministers of Environment, Water and Sanitation, as well as State Minister of Agriculture, emphasized the need for sustained collaboration and investment to secure long-term impact for farmers and rural economy.
We have strengthened our capacity and have identified over 22,435 hectares of degraded land for reforestation.
Opportunity to take a serious and honest look at existing gaps to adjust our strategy where necessary.
I am encouraged by the watershed rehabilitation activities that have commenced in several participating states.
We are already seeing early results: improved soil conditions, increased vegetation cover, and farmers beginning to adopt more resilient cropping systems with noticeable improvements in family welfare.
The AgriSal midterm review reaffirmed commitment to scaling up climate resilience efforts to ensure food security and eco-friendly environment for future generations. From Kaduna, Suraj Abdullahi, NTA News.
Recycling of waste is an innovation, if properly harnessed, will not only boost the GDP of the nation, but will also create a good number of job opportunities. In this special report, Doris Alex takes a look at the benefits of recycling waste products.
Recycling of waste is turning trash into useful products instead of letting them pile up in landfills, and in so doing, tackle environmental degradation and provide employment and entrepreneurship. Oftentimes, huge amount of waste, especially the pure water sachet, scrap metals and organics, are generated in cities while it has become necessary that this waste can be recycled into flex for reuse into other new products. A move around the capital city shows that only few artisans and entrepreneurs have tapped into this means of wealth creation. Chigozie Okachukwu is one of the few waste recyclers in Owerri who says the business has improved his means of livelihood.
Why I engage into this business? Because, these days it's not good for us to start waiting on government or waiting on our parents to give us money before we can achieve something.
It's of benefit to us as a human being because it can cause a lot of havoc. Thereby, when this thing fool the environment or fool the gutter, it will be very difficult to pull it out. So, by removing it and crushing it and sending it out, we are making money from it and we're also helping the environment.
He give me profit. I use the money, pay my house rent, do everything that I'm supposed to use money to do. I get gain from it. We measure the plastic, we measure the nylons one by one and know the one that going in the places we're supposed to be.
The general manager, Eastern West Management Company, Owerri, speaks on how best to sort the waste to make for easy recycling.
This is part of the changes we are trying to achieve. Right now, we are going to introduce pay-as-you-throw model. All waste is going to be packed in the bag, and later we will do a different kind of packaging. Now we are going to do something like this. First, we need to set up separation line.
It is the belief of the people that proper waste recycling will minimize environmental degradation and health risk associated with it.
We'll take a short break. More reports right after. Please stay tuned.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope, and drives development.
Welcome back. Now, the House of Representatives has directed the Central Bank of Nigeria to suspend with immediate effect any further financial disbursement to ZTE Corporation, the Chinese company handling the $460 million closed-circuit television CCTV surveillance project, following concerns over the moribund status of the project nationwide. The directive was issued during a resumed investigative hearing by the House Ad Hoc Committee probing the project. National Assembly correspondent Mitai Rickman reports.
The CCTV surveillance project, launched in Abuja in 2010 during the Jonathan administration, was conceived as a major security intervention to enhance public safety in key urban centers across the country. Many years after, lawmakers expressed frustration over poor execution and functionality of the project, and dissatisfaction with explanations from the handlers about its scope, locations, and effectiveness.
Government and your community had a mutual agreement, but the purpose was to reduce insecurity. The unfortunate thing that happened was that the government did not further provide budgetary allocation for the operations and maintenance of the equipment going forward, and that was outside our scope.
All these locations, I cannot recall. And I can tell you that there was never a time a pole for CCTV was installed in these locations.
The ad hoc committee stressed that public funds committed to the project must be accounted for. At another hearing, the House Committee on Pension has directed the NNPCL Pension Fund Limited to provide all necessary documents regarding its claim of transfer of assets to pension fund administrators, while warning against violation of the provisions of the Pension Reform Act.
We have been transferring intermittently. So what we sent recently is what was remaining, because some of them, their titles were being perfected and some have not even started.
Don't take us for granted. We know what to do. And stop referring us back to PFCs. We are dealing with you directly.
The panel expressed commitment to ensuring that the funds and assets of Nigerians under the contributory pension scheme are protected. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
The Minister of State for Works, Bello Mohammed Gwaranyo, has reiterated the federal government's commitment to strengthening infrastructure in the Nigeria's tertiary institutions through strategic collaboration and interagency support. He made this known when he received a delegation from the Federal University Dutse, Jigawa State, led by its Vice-Chancellor, Professor Ahmed Mohammed Gumel. He expressed his appreciation to the delegation for the visit and praised the university's leadership for its forward-thinking approach to development. Goronyo reaffirmed that the federal government under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu remains committed to inclusive infrastructure development, noting that the 2026 budget cycle has been concluded. The minister assured that the ministry will explore possible windows of intervention, particularly in road infrastructure, to enhance accessibility and the university's expansion efforts.
Premise of works has been doing everything possible to ensure inclusivity in the area of infrastructure spread along the 6 geographical zones of this nation.
Vice-Chancellor of the Federal University Dutse, Professor Ahmed Mohammed Gomel, says the visit is aimed at seeking federal government's intervention in key areas of infrastructure and academic expansion, which is critical to the university's growth. They both agreed to sustain the collaboration. Now, as staggered elections in some states and the 2027 general elections gather momentum, Nigeria youth under the ages of youth quota in parliament advocacy are demanding at least 20% representation in the 11th National Assembly and state assemblies. This resonated at a dialogue for change for political engagement held in Abuja. Joshua Ogunjide reports.
Recall that in October 2025, the advocacy group presented the proposed youth quota bill to the House of Representatives Committee on Youth in Parliament, consequent upon which adoption and sponsorship followed.
Why are we here today?
The roundtable therefore brought together representatives of various political parties, youth leaders, civil society organizations, as well as executives towards commitment for youth candidacy.
The 10th Assembly has less than 8 young persons under 35, no young women in the 10th Assembly. So we give ourselves the target to achieve at least 20% of young people being represented both at national and state assembly.
Youth should therefore avail themselves the opportunity provided by the 2027 elections to register as members of political parties of their choice, express interest to contest for legislative seats or any position of their choice, and engage relevant stakeholders.
The amplification of youth voices also entails the empowerment of the new generation in decision-making and inclusion of young women and people with special needs.
It's about time we picked on people that we know they can go, and let us sacrifice our time, our money, our effort, our recommendation, even to the party chairmen, like they said, and let us push them there.
The only thing they believe in is what we did in 2020, the NSAS. Once we do something like that in the election, we believe we can do something.
The youth quota bill, which has scaled through first reading in November 2025, currently awaits second reading. In Abuja, Joshua Ogunjide, NT News.
Talking security now, the Chief Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede says Operation Safe Corridor It's not an amnesty program for terrorists. The CDS re-echoed this at the graduation of 744 individuals referred to as low-risk terrorists who formerly associated with violent extremist group. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa captured the ceremony at the Operation Safe Corridor Camp, Malam Sidi in Gombe State.
The administration of oath of justice signifies the commencement of their journey to freedom and reintegration to the society. Operation Safe Corridor is a federal government program established in 2015 to support the de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration of low-risk terrorists. These are individuals formerly associated with terrorists, voluntarily surrendered, or were forcibly recruited, referred to as clients, to avoid stigmatization.
I want to as well call on those who are still indulging in any criminal or unlawful activities, those who are carrying arms against the government, to rescind their decision and come and join hands together with the government to develop our nation.
The initiative is part of Nigeria's non-kinetic counter-terrorism approach, complementing military operations by providing a structured pathway for individuals who disengage from violent extremists to return to peaceful life.
Operation Safe Corridor is not an amnesty program, and it is not a sign of weakness. It complements military operations by addressing the human terrain of conflicts, reducing recidivism, thus relapsing back to former criminal actions.
The program encourages defection within the ranks of the terrorist fighters through the corridor as part of federal government's efforts to end insurgency in the Northeast.
Due to circumstances beyond their control, many were abducted, coerced, or drawn into the complexities of conflict. Some were victims of manipulation.
Features of the initiative include security screening, counter-ideology sessions, vocational training, entrepreneurship skills, community sensitization, and formal handover to state governments. Experts warn that military operations might win the war against terrorism, but then security force alone might not sustain peace, security, and stability. Hence the need for de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration program. From the Operation Safe Corridor Camp in Malam Sidi in Gombe State, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
First Senior Command and Leadership Seminar 2026 with the theme Strategic Leadership for Effective Command in an Evolving Security Environment has been held at the 6th Division Nigerian Army. Informer Omesa reports a Chief of Army who was represented at the event charged participants to utilize lessons from the seminar in enhancing their competencies.
These are senior military officers drawn from various divisions and formations across the country, all here for the 4th Senior Command and Leadership Seminar 2026. The message of the Chief of Army Staff, delivered by Major General Peter Mala, aptly captures the essence of the seminar. The message, which acknowledged the contributions of the federal government in enhancing the capacity of the Nigerian Army in the fight against insecurity, notes that senior officers are required to provide strategic direction and ensure unity of efforts within joint and multi-agency environments.
Your leadership must inspire confidence, promote creation, and sustain the fighting spirit of our troops across all theaters of operation.
The General Officer commanding 6th Division and Land Component Commander, Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta Safe, Major General Eric Emeka, said in line with the Chief of Army Staff philosophy aimed at transforming the Nigerian Army, the seminar will advance the collective commitment of the Army towards strengthening leadership capacities. He appreciated the Chief of Army Staff for granting the 6th Division opportunity to host this year's Army Day celebration in July, assuring that preparations are in top gear.
This seminar, importantly, it also provides a veritable platform to further internalize and drive the command philosophy of the Chief of Army Staff, as well as key training focus areas for the year 2026.
Major General Valentine Okoro is the Chief of Training, Army.
Senior commanders must go beyond tactical proficiency. They must demonstrate strategic foresight, adaptive leadership, and intellectual agility.
A minute silence was observed in honor of gallant brigade commanders and soldiers who paid the supreme price in theater operations. In Port Harcourt, Ifoma Omisa, NTA News.
Any fuel tanker that fails to meet the safe-to-load requirements at different petroleum depot in the country will not be allowed to load from any depot anymore under any circumstance. The firm message the Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed gave at the strategic engagement of the National Technical Training for the FRSC Safe to Load Desk Officers. Oyeyemi Ajayi reports that the meeting is to sharpen technical skills of not just truck drivers alone, but officers as well, while emphasizing that if the tanker is not fit, it doesn't move, as they reiterate that non-compliance to the safety standard leads to sanctions through the chain.
The post-crash response. So if we are able to take care of all this, we believe that Nigeria will be a better place, and the targets of this decade of road safety will be achieved.
This initiative underscores our commitment to ensure that every truck journey is conducted with the highest standard of safety.
All tanker-related crashes will be subjected to thorough investigation with responsibility extended across the entire chain, including inspecting officers, depot management, drivers, and vehicle owners.
Now, Jigawa State is fast gaining international recognition as a center for technical and vocational excellence, with foreign governments and key federal institutions partnering the state on capacity building for youth. Mohammed Musa Askira reports.
Foreign countries and federal institutions are now collaborating with the Jigawa State government on students' training at the newly established multipurpose skills acquisition centers and the engineering center. The facilities, equipped with cutting-edge training tools, are designed to provide practical skills and technical expertise to meet modern industry demands. In a recent development, the government of Liberia has proposed to send 40 students to Jigawa State for intensive training at the centers. Similarly, domestic oil companies have also indicated interest in submitting proposals to train their personnel in the center. Governor Umar Namadi described the growing partnerships as a major breakthrough, positioning Jigawa as a hub for skills development and innovations.
The new hub engineering is taking shape, with the students busy doing their job, fabricating and doing so many other things. And very soon I think the Fenton Bay will come into operation, and that will be a complete business cycle. And now the multipurpose skill acquisition center, we have gone around all the trades. About 15 trades are there, and almost everyone has taken off. I think about 3 are remaining, which I'm sure that in the next 1 week they will also start becoming operational. So this is now a complete business cycles that we are operating. And we have also seen the hostels. The project of the hostel is coming up. So by the time the hostel is done and the way these things have started, this place will be a complete business cycle environment. They are building photo cabin, they are building hospitals bed, they are building so many things are there.
He reaffirmed his administration's commitments to expanding the state's economic horizon through strategic investments in human capital and sustainable development initiatives. In Dutse, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
Another break beckons. Please stay tuned.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, the Action Democratic Party, ADP, is ramping up its 2027 election strategy as its National Executive Committee meets in Abuja to chart a fresh course. Charles Alpha reports.
Recent moves within the party, which includes a broader membership drive, tighter internal coordination, and digital system to expand participation and improve accountability, are part of ADP's strategy to chart a fresher direction. Described as a pivotal moment for the party and Nigeria's democratic journey, National Chairman Yabagi Yusuf Sani highlighted a renewed push to move the Action Democratic Party from the margins to the center of national politics.
At this meeting, we shall consider and deliberate on critical matters, including adoption of the updated ADP electoral guidelines for 2027, consideration of the proposed amendment to the party constitution, approval of the date and modalities for the National Convention, strengthening of compliance mechanism in line with INEC requirements.
The leadership outlined a structured path to 2027. It is open for a consensus-based primaries, emphasizing openness and fairness, while screening candidates for capacity and public appeal.
We believe Nigeria can work, and we're prepared to make it work. Our approach is clear, lawful, and strategic. We shall conduct consensus-based primaries in full compliance with the law. We shall ensure that our processes are transparent, fair, and inclusive. We shall present candidates who are credible, competent, and electable.
Beyond party politics, the Action Democratic Party raised concerns over insecurity ahead of the elections, calling for urgent institutional reforms and accountable governance rooted in the rule of law. Top on the neck agenda are revised electoral guidelines, proposed constitutional adjustment, and the framework for the National Convention, a decision seen as critical to the party's readiness for the next election cycle. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
And now talking health. To curb the rising rate of foot amputations caused by diabetes, a rapidly growing public health concern in Nigeria, medical experts are advocating comprehensive care and regular blood sugar screening. Elizabeth Omori reports that at a forum on diabetic foot specialists also stressed the need to integrate non-communicable disease policies into care plans to reduce the number of deaths linked to diabetic foot complications.
Diabetes, a chronic condition that occurs when the body cannot effectively regulate blood sugar levels. Problems include diabetic foot, which are primarily caused by nerve damage, neuropathy, and poor blood circulation, peripheral artery disease due to prolonged high blood sugar levels, and people with diabetes at risk of complications. To save more limbs, experts at this gathering insist that early detection, proper education on the condition, and multidisciplinary care will reduce prevalence of deaths.
Our mission is to promote the profile of diabetes food prevention care through awareness, guidance, research, and professional development, and to push more mission ending avoidable lower limb amputations due to diabetes in Africa.
Up to 85% of diabetes-related amputations are preceded by a preventable foot ulcer. The Federal Ministry of Health has procured 86,688 glucometer devices and strips. Training, distribution, and screening has also been done in the north-central zones, while the other zones are ongoing.
Clinicians in their presentations revealed that food infections can also spread through the bloodstream, causing sepsis, which is life-threatening.
Our diet is a problem. We need to take a second look at our diet. And of course, family history is also a risk.
The gathering, which drew policymakers, researchers, and implementing partners, recommend the strengthening of referral systems and regular screening for diabetes. Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
Religious leaders from both Islamic and Christian communities in Kebbi State have identified unity peaceful coexistence and purposeful leadership as key drivers of sustainable development. These issues came to the fore at a two-day workshop for religious leaders flagged off by Governor Nasir Idris in Birnin Kebbi. Abdul Jalil Mohammed Bawa reports.
Religious leaders and faithful from Islamic and Christian communities across Kebbi State have converged on Birnin Kebbi for a two-day workshop on peace, security and good governance. The workshop, organized by Kebbi State Government, provides a platform to examine the role of religious leaders in promoting unity and shaping a better society. Presentations focus on leadership qualities, accountability, and the role of faith in fostering peaceful coexistence and societal development.
It is mandatory for every cleric to preach peace among his followers. We must consider our current situation and preach peace, especially on social media. It is obligatory for people to respect constituted authority because leadership is from God alone, and disobedience to leaders is disobedience to God.
Governor Nasir Idris emphasized the need for collaboration among religious groups, urging leaders to promote messages of unity, tolerance, and harmony.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is our leader. I urge religious leaders to put him in prayers. We must continue to pray for our country for peace.
The workshop features special prayers for peace, unity, and the continued progress of Kebbi State and Nigeria. In Birnin Kebbi, Abdul Jalil Mohammed Bawa, NTA News.
The report by Abdul Jalil Bawa completes the news at this time. Thank you for being a part of it. My name is Frama Pani.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. As I listen to you, I'm a born winner and I cherish security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian, I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian, I live by the citizens' code.
Green, white, green, oh I pledge my dear country. I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me.
I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed? I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Moving Nigeria to greatness.
Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
You see other people making faces.
Today, the world dances to our beats. From Burna Boy's Grammy triumph to Whiskey selling out arenas across continents to Thames and Rema redefining what it means to be young, bold and African. Afrobeat is not just a sound, it's a feeling, it's a wave, it's Nigeria in motion and color in rhythm. Through hardship and triumph, music has been our anchor, our escape, our celebration.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to the program from the National Assembly. I am Mitaire Ikben. Both chambers of the National Assembly have passed the 2026 appropriation bill, approving a total budget of 68.3 trillion naira for the fiscal year. The appropriation bill is now awaiting presidential assent to authorize the federal government to spend the allocated funds, and its passage marks a critical step in Nigeria's annual economic planning process. The final figure represents an increase of 9 trillion naira from the initial proposal. This upward review followed a formal request by President Tinubu, who asked both the Senate and the House of Representatives to adjust the budget to accommodate emerging national priorities and fiscal realities. Now, lawmakers in both chambers considered and approved the president's request expeditiously, demonstrating synergy between the executive and legislative arms on key economic issues. The lawmakers also approved an extension of the capital component of the 2025 budget by 3 months to allow the government complete ongoing infrastructure and development projects that could not be finalized within the original time frame. And in addition to passing the budget, the National Assembly also approved 2 major external loan requests submitted by the President. One is a $5 billion facility from First Abu Dhabi Bank intended to support structured external financing programs, and the other is a 1.9 billion naira loan facility from Citibank of London, specifically earmarked for the modernization and upgrade of the Apapa and Tinkan Island ports in Lagos. These ports, we know, are critical to Nigeria's trade and maritime economy. And their upgrade, of course, is expected to improve efficiency and revenue generation. Meanwhile, political Realignments continue within the legislature with a notable wave of defections, particularly in the House of Representatives, where about 30 lawmakers announced their decision to switch political parties during the plenary of Tuesday, the 31st of March, 2026.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend our unity and uphold our honor and glory. So help me God. Almighty God, Creator and ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and actions, so that I may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, peace, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. And I will begin by introducing our amiable and indefatigable governor of Kano State, who is here with his red cap, which is a symbol of Kano, new APC Kano politics. Along with him is our Baba, the former governor of Kano State and the former national chairman of our great party, Alhaji Ganduje. And we have as well,
honorable members, you are distracting the speaker. You are distracting the speaker, please.
We also have Honorable Abdullah Abbas, the former state chairman of APC in Kano State. He is also here with us. We have Honorable Umar Haruna Dogwa, the new APC state chairman, Kano State. All the way from from Imo State. From Imo State, their names are as follows. Barrister Uchenna Nnamdi, the APP national chairman. Is he here with us? Yeah, welcome. We have Mr. Obina Ikiagonu, an APP chieftain. And finally, we have Alhaji Kabiru Yusuf, APP chieftain and president, Arewa Consultative Youth Movement. I will start from a letter we received from Honorable Chief Philip Abese, member representing Ado Opoku Obadibo Federal Constituency of Benue State, who incidentally is also the deputy spokesperson and vice chairman of the House Committee on Media and Public Affairs of this House. His letter reads as follows. I write to formally notify you of my defection from the All Progressive Congress APC to the Labour Party. Honorable colleagues, we have the first member of the 10th House of Assembly, House of Representatives, leaving the majority party to join LP. So members of the Labour Party, if you are here, can you please appreciate him? All the best. Honorable Benedict, you have a brother. The next announcement is coming from no other than Honorable Barrister Ikegwonu Oyeye Oguchinyere Ikenga Imo, member representing Idiato North, South Federal Constituency of Imo State, and the chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Resources Downstream. His letter reads as follows. Mr. Speaker, I'm writing to formally notify you and my honorable colleagues in the House of my resignation from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, effective from 2nd January 2026. Order, please. Order, please. After deep reflection and extensive consultations with my constituents, I have decided to join the Action People's Party, APP. Did you hear me? The new party, Action People's Party. This decision was not easy, but necessary, considering the unending internal crisis, unresolved conflicts, endless litigations, and factionalization of the leadership of the former political party, PDP, at all levels. I'm confident that my new political party, Action People's Party, APP, better aligns with the aspirations of my people and provides a more suitable and stable platform to continue to represent the interests of my constituency effectively. I remain committed to my duties as a representative and look forward to same working relationship with my honorable colleagues. Thank you for your consideration. Yours faithfully, signed, Honorable Barrister Ikegunu Oyinye Oguchinyere, alias Ikenga Imo, Chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Resources Downstream, and member representing Idiato, North and South Federal Constituency of Imo State. Honorable colleagues, the first member of APP in this hallowed chamber, Honorable Ikenga, has defected from PDP to APP. The certain is that you don't have any other member to celebrate with you, but being an opposition, I'm sure the opposition leadership will be happy to receive you. Honorable colleagues, I have now realized that we have another member who is joining him in his new party. Honorable Attorney Dr. Matthew Ogu, Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Public Petition, and member representing Abu Mbaise, Ingo Opala Federal Constituency of Imo State. Is Honorable Matthew around? Welcome to APP, and we wish you all the best, my brother. Leader, are you not happy? One opposition, from one opposition to another opposition, nothing lost.
It's better than going to APC.
Order, please. And letters coming from about 8 to 9 people
you are dividing the house
of the House on a similar subject matter.
To me,
defection. And with your kind permission, I will read the biggest one first, after which I will read the other letters. And I start with the letter I received from the Deputy Minority Whip of the House, Honorable George Ebizi Mako Ozodinobi, member representing Njokaka Anaucha, the Nukofia Federal Constituency of Anambra State. And his letter reads as follows. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I write to formally notify you of my defection from the Labour Party to the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Yours sincerely, Rep. Job Ebizi Mako Ozodinobi. My dear brother and colleague, we congratulate you for switching from Labour to ADC and wish you all the best. Honorable Matthew, congratulations. Wish you all the best. It is my singular honor and privilege to announce the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy Senate President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my dear friend and colleague, Senator Barrow, who is here as a guest of the House to observe our proceedings. Your Excellency, I welcome. Even though we don't know the motive of your coming, but you are welcome back to your own house. So, honorable colleagues, with your kind permission, I will read the first letter. He said, Honorable Speaker, I write to formally notify you and the Honorable House of my defection from the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, to the All Progressive Congress, APC, with immediate effect. The next letter is coming from Honorable Barrister Mohammed Bello Shehu, member representing Fake Federal Constituency of Kano State. He said, I hereby formally notify you of my resignation from the new Nigerian People's Party with immediate effect. Next letter is coming from Honorable Dankau Idris, Deputy Chairman, Committee on Drugs and Narcotics, a member representing Kumboso Federal Constituency of Kano State. His letter reads as follows. I, Honorable Idris Dankau, hereby notify you and the Honorable House of my decision to defect from the new Nigerian People's Party to the All Progressive Congress, APC, effective immediately. My dear brother, congratulations and welcome to APC. The next letter is coming from Honorable Hassan Sheikh Hussein. If Honorable Hassan is around, please can you stand and remain standing and stand erect like a soldier. I write to formally notify you of my resignation from the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, and my decision to join the All Progressive Congress, APC. The next letter, honorable colleagues, is coming from Right Honorable Rabi Yusuf. His letter today reads as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm forwarding notice of my resignation from NNPP, and he said this is to bring to your notice of my resignation from NNPP. I hereby notify you of my decision to decamp to APC forthwith. Yours faithfully, Honorable Barrister Rabi Yusuf, member representing Sumaila Takai Federal Constituency of Kano State. Barrister, congratulations on behalf of the APC caucus. Also on the same subject matter, I hereby notify you of my decision to decamp to APC. My decision to leave NNPP is based on the division within the party and irreconcilable differences in the party. Yours faithfully, Honorable Mohammed Garba Churoma, member representing Gezawa Gapasawa Federal Constituency of Kano State. My colleague and my schoolmates, congratulations and welcome to APC. Honorable Jafar Yakubu, member representing Bali Gasol Federal Constituency of Taraba State, and the chairman, House Committee on Nigeria-China Parliamentary Relations. Is Honorable Jafar around? As a former police officer, please can you stand erect and salute? Thank you. Honorable colleagues, with your kind permission, let me read this letter. He said, I write to formally inform you and this honorable House of my decision to resign my membership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and declare for the All Progressive Congress, APC, effective immediately. I received a letter, honorable colleagues, from Right Honorable Aliyu Sanema Daki, CNA, Deputy Minority Leader of the House of Representatives. From today, I withdraw my membership of the NNPP and hereby join APC with all my supporters across Kano State. I equally want to use this opportunity to thank all members of the opposition parties of the 10,000 representatives for giving me the privilege to serve as the Deputy Minority Leader for almost 3 years. Thank you for the honor. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Signed, Honorable Aliyu Sani Madaki. The second business of the day is presentation of one bill. I now invite the clerk to read the short title of the bill.
Honourable members, 2025 Appropriation Repeal and Enactment Act Amendment Bill 2026, first reading.
Colleagues, the third business of the day is presentation of report on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 68,309,318,667 naira only.
I rise to move that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Appropriations on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 68,303,309,818,667 only, of which 4,728,911,806 only is for statutory transfers, while 15,809,361,631,657 only is for debt service. 15,427,257,802,407 only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 32,267,472,797 only is for contribution to the development fund for the capital expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
My respected colleagues, my name is Right Honorable Gariwe Iduma Enwo. Mr. Speaker, I represent the people of Afikpo and Eda Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Ebonyi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as ably moved by the Chairman Appropriation that we receive this report. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those against you say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Bichi, please proceed and lay your report. Honorable colleagues, the first order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend the 2025 Appropriation Act to further extend the capital components of the act from 31st March 2026 to 30th June 2026 and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ohevery, the House Leader.
I rise to move that we suspend some of our rules to enable the House initiate debate on a bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act, repeal and enactment, to extend the implementation of the capital aspect of the Appropriation Act 2025 from 31st March 2026 to 30th June 2026 and for related matters, HB 2743, I so move.
Considering the fact that government was unable to meet up with the 2024-2025 extended date of 30th March and to enable us provide essential services to the electorates and their country I stand to support and second this motion that we do extend the deadline for this bill from 31st March to 30th June 2026. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. House Leader, can you please rise and discuss about the substance of the object of this particular extension for members to take note and enable us to put the question.
Somewhat a bit straightforward, that due to a variety of reasons that we are familiar with, following several meetings with several departments and ministers and so on, the capital aspect of the Appropriation Act 2025 was not funded and so implementation could not take place. But to ensure that we give some more time to capture the work that we did robustly on that budget and to give room for these projects to be implemented and to go through all the bureaucratic requirements in the ministry, we are recommending that we push the deadline of that budget from 31st March 2026 to 30th June 2026, which is an additional 3-month extension to enable that capital aspect of the Appropriation Act 2025 to be fully implemented.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Clerk.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to amend the Appropriations Act, repeal and enactment to extend the implementation of the capital aspect of the Appropriations Act 2025 from 31st March 2026 to 30th June 2026 and for related matters. Second reading.
This bill is referred to the Committee on Supply for further legislative action. The second order of the day is consideration of a bill for an act to amend the 2025 Appropriation Act to further extend the capital components of the Act from 31st May 2026 to 30th June 2026 and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of Supply on Tuesday, 31st March 2026.
Arise to move that the Committee of Supply do consider a bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act, repeal and enactment, to extend the implementation of the capital aspect of the Appropriation Act 2025 from 31st March 2026 to 30th June 2026. I so move.
My dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that HB 2743 be considered in the Committee of Supply. I so second.
Say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. The third order of the day is consideration of report of the Committee on
let's be seated, members. Let's be seated,
on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 68,309,818,667 naira only. Honorable members will recall that the bill was laid on Tuesday, 31st March 2026. Honorable Abubakar Bichi will move for its consideration.
Arise to move that the House do consider the report of the Committee on Appropriations on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Funds of the Federation the total sum of 68,309,818,667 only.
My name is Right Honorable Igariwe Iduma Enwo. I represent the good people of Afikpo and Eda Federal Constituency. I'm from Ebonyi State. Mr. Speaker, I rise with respect to second the motion, ably moved by the Chairman Appropriation that we consider this report. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Leader of the House. Leader of the House. Please, can you move that the House resolve through the Committee of Supply to consider these reports?
I rise to move that the House do resolve to Committee of Supply to consider the appropriation bill as presented. I so move.
I second the motion that the House do resolve into Committee of Supply. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. House has resolved to the Committee of Supply to consider the two reports. Honorable colleagues, order please, order. Order please.
Honorable Mascot, order please, please.
The Leader of the House will give us synopsis of this bill for the amendment of the Appropriation and Repeal and Enactment Act of 2025 for the extension of the budget from 31st March 2026 to 30 June. So,
I spoke to this a bit earlier, that for a variety of reasons and circumstances beyond the control of the operators of the 2025 budget, the capital aspect could not be implemented as intended. This has necessitated the need to extend the lifespan of that budget to give more time to the MDAs so that the budget will be appropriately funded and the implementation process initiated and hopefully concluded in 3 months. So what we're asking for is a 3-month extension to enable it to terminate on the 30th of June 2026.
Honorable colleagues, please refer to the document before you. There is a slight correction concerning the first clause, which is Amendment of Appropriation Act 2025. If you read the sentence, you find that 2024 is mentioned there instead of 2025. Can we please correct that one? Number one, the Appropriation Act 2024 should be changed to 2025.
Yes. Correct.
No. Are we together? So please, with your kind permission, let's consider the various clauses under this particular amendment. Clause 1, carried. Clause 2, Clause 3, explanatory memorandum. Thank you very much. Long title. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now invite Honorable Abubakar Bichi to give us the synopsis of this report.
It is my pleasure and privilege to present the report of the Joint Committee on Appropriation on the 2026 Appropriation Bill, HB 2682. Honorable colleagues, you may wish to recall that on Wednesday, 19th December 2025, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, laid before the joint sitting of the National Assembly the 2026 Appropriation Bill, in accordance with the legislative powers and control of the public funds as enshrined in Section 80, subsection 2, 3, and 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as altered. The 2026 budget theme, Budget of Consolidation, Renewal, Resilience, and Shared Prosperity, reflects the executive determination to log in macroeconomic stability, deepen competitiveness, and ensure that growth translates into decent jobs, raising incomes, and better quality of life across our federation. The bill as presented contains the estimate of the revenue and expenditure of the federal government for the 2026 fiscal year in the aggregate sum of 58,472,628,944,762 naira, only, of which 4,97,381,103,856 only is for statutory transfers. 15,909,631,657 naira only is for debt service, while 15,251,538,827,425 only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 23,214,347,381,824 only is for contribution to the development funds for capital expenditure for the year ending of the 31st December 2026. Honorable colleagues, the objectives of the bill. Fundamentally, the 2026 appropriation bill seeks to consolidate macroeconomic stability, improve the business and investment environment, promote job-rich growth, and reduce the poverty rate with a view to strengthen human capital while protecting vulnerable stakeholders. Legislative actions. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the House debated on the general principle of the bill on Thursday, 29 January 2026. As the conclusion of the debate, the bill was read a second time and subsequently referred to the Committee on Appropriation for the further legislative action. In compliance with the Order 20, Rule 16 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives, the committee referred to the relevant schedules of the bill to its subcommittees on money bills for debated legislative scrutiny. In furtherance for this assignment, the committee held a meeting with the economic team of Mr. President, led by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, the Accountant General of the Federation, the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, to ensure harmonious and cohesive engagement of the process. Subsequently, the committee met with the chairman of subcommittees on Friday, 30th January 2026, during which they were briefed on the approved timetable and procedural guidelines necessary to ensure the timely and efficient compliance of legislative process. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, during the consideration of the bill by the Joint Committee on Appropriation, a communication was received from Mr. President proposing adjustment to the 2026 budget. The proposed adjustments were intended to regularize outstanding legacy capital commitments carried over from previous appropriation cycles, thereby ensuring that the 2026 fiscal program is not unduly burdened by unresolved obligation from earlier years. The proposal also sought to accommodate a limited number of strategic interventions in the areas of transport, health, and institutional preparedness considered critical to national development and governance continuity, while aligning the financing framework of the 2023 budget with the revised expenditure profile in a manner that preserves macro-feasibility stability. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, regularization of outstanding capital obligation, the inclusion with the 2026 appropriation bill of the outstanding unfunded capital obligation amounting 5.7 trillion, rather from the 2025 Appropriation Repeal and Enactment Act, as well as 2 trillion capital priority projects across multiple sectors and locations nationwide. which were omitted in the rollover to the 2026 appropriation bill. The measure became necessary given that the outstanding obligations are unlikely to be implemented before the expiration of the 2025 capital budget implementation window. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, a federal government equity contribution of 478 billion under the Ministry of Finance incorporated MOFI framework for the Presidential Legacy Light Rail project in Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Ogun State, including feasibility studies for the Enugu and Maiduguri Urban Light Rail project, as well as the narrow gauge railway network. The provision of 8.96 billion for detailed feasibility studies for the Calabar-Maiduguri corridor traversing the North Central Zone and the Maiduguri-Sokoto superhighway under the Tinubu National Beltway Initiative. In addition, 344 million US dollars, equivalent to approximately 482 billion naira for priority health sector intervention tied to existing bilateral understanding and implementation commitments. D, further provision of 98 billion for the Court of Appeal and 36.7 billion for the Supreme Court in the support of institutional architecture for the 2027 general election cycle. And 268 billion for the reinstatement of the judiciary budget ceiling, as well as additional provision to accommodate the prospective appointment of more justices of the Court of Appeal and judges. Highlight of the adjustment. Number 1, 2025 outstanding legacy obligation is 7,717,395,470,119 naira. Ministry of Health, 482,758,620,690, while MOFI got 478,600 million. Feasibility study for Calabar-Maiduguri corridor and Maiduguri-Sokoto superhighway got 8,960 million, while Court of Appeal 98,513,319,000. Ministry of Judiciary got 268,544,925,837 naira, while Supreme Court got 36,705,655,855. The total increase from executive is 9,91,477,991,501 naira only. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, consider this huge amount of money. We engage the Ministry of Finance to give us the source of funding. The source of funding is as follows. Increase in the oil benchmark by $10 per barrel, which will generate an additional of 2,592 billion. Yes. Number 2, another source of funding is recent tariff adjustment measures in the telecommunication industry, alongside broader policy intervention under the current administration, have begun to correct the structural imbalance previously prevalent in the sector. The restoration of more commercially viable operating environment has stimulated renewed investor confidence, as evidenced by the capital inflow and investment commitment exceeding $2 billion. From a fiscal perspective, the telecommunications sector is therefore transitioning from a position of concern a tax yield and underinvestment to one characterized by renewed growth, improved service delivery, and increasing contribution to non-oil revenues. Accordingly, the projected revenue contribution to support the 2026 adjustment is estimated as follows. MTN Nigeria, estimated CIT 2026 is 724 billion, while Airtel Nigeria estimated CIT 2026 is 150 billion, thereby generating an additional revenue of 874 billion naira. Number 3, an increase in external borrowing by 6.163 trillion naira. That is source of funding for the increase of 9 trillion naira from the executives. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, having considered the proposed adjustment of Mr. President on the 2026 budget, the highlight of the new 2026 budget is estimated as follows. Aggregated expenditure 68 trillion 323 billion 309 million 818,667 naira only, while statutory transfers 4 trillion 779 billion 628 million 911,806 naira only. Recurrent expenditure is now 15 trillion 427 billion 257 million 802,407 naira only, while the capital expenditure is now 32 trillion 287 billion 61 million 472,707 naira only, while our debt servicing now is 15 trillion 809 billion 361 million 631,657 only. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, observation of our committee is as follows. That Mr. President in his initial budget proposal reflected an increase of 1.7 trillion in the allocation to the Ministry of Works to cater for ongoing and new road infrastructure projects across 6 political zones. Number 2, that the 70% of capital projects were rolled over to the 2026 as a result of dwindling revenue generation in the 2025. Our observation number 3, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, is the committee further observed that the adjustment to the 2026 budget estimate will enable the full implementation of outstanding obligation under the 2025 capital budget during the 2026 fiscal year. Number 4, fundamentally, many critical sectors of the economy are given priority to additional 9 trillion adjustments. Number 5, that the capital expenditure component in the 2026 budget estimate is considerably higher than the previous appropriation acts, reflecting that federal government determination to prioritize important sectors such as security, health, education, infrastructure development, and the welfare of the electorates. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, our recommendations. After due consideration of the detailed provision of the bill and having worked harmoniously with the Senate Committee on Appropriation on the proposed adjustments, the committee do here recommended the House do consider and approve a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 68 trillion 323 billion 309 million 818,667 naira only, of which 4 trillion 799 billion 628 million 911,806 only is for statutory transfers, while 15 trillion 809 billion 361 million 631,657 naira only is for debt servicing, while 15 trillion 427 billion 257 million 802,407 naira only is for recurrent non-debt capital expenditure, while the sum of 32 trillion 287 billion 61 million 472,797 only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2026, with accompanying schedule and detail. Number 2, the bureaucratic bottlenecks that led the challenge of late releases of funds in 2025 should be addressed holistically to achieve the theme of the 2026 appropriation bill from the budget to impact. Our recommendation number 3, Mr. Speaker, our colleague, is to deliberate effort must be made in 2026 by the House of Reps in collaboration with the Executive to implement 2026 appropriation holistically and the capital component of the Appropriation Repeal Enactment Act of the 2025 extended to the 30th June 2026. Our last recommendation, Mr. Speaker, 2026 budget implementation should be monitored by the various committees with purpose to manage and guide capital project implementation with discipline and pursue infrastructural goals that broad-based with sustainable legislation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the committee, we wish to thank the Right Honourable Speaker and the leadership of their support to the committee. We also wish to thank the appropriations subcommittees for their cooperation in making the budget process robust and effective. This has contributed significantly in the making the report a success. Lastly, we thank honourable members of the committee and staff who worked tirelessly to ensure successful completion of legislative assignment. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Thank you, Honourable Chairman Appropriation, for a very comprehensive report and detailed analysis of the budget of 2026. I'm sure every member has been enlightened. We all have the submissions made and the explanations made by the chairman. So I think with that, we can go ahead and start the consideration. I refer you to Schedule Part A, Federal Government Share of Gross Revenue of the Federation. Under it, we have federal government share of main pool, carried. Federal government share of VAT pool, carried. Federal government share of stamp duty, carried. Total share of federation revenues, carried. Deductions, oil and gas deductions, carried. Non-oil deduction, carried. Transfer to FCT Ecological Fund Statutory Stabilization and Development of Natural Resources, carried. Federal government share of net federation revenues, starting with federal government share of main pool, federal government share of VAT pool, federal government share of EMTL, carried. Total share of federation revenues. Part D, independent revenues, tax revenues, non-tax revenues, operating surplus, total independent revenue. Part E, other dividends. We have NLNG, carried. Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, Galaxy Backbone, total dividends. Part F, aids and grants. We have foreign aid grants as for grant in cash, carried. Total aids and grants, carried. Special levies and account transfers to CRF and CDF. We have special levies and accounts, carried. We have total special levies and accounts, carried. We come to government-owned enterprises. Part H, we have government-owned enterprises totaling 10.2 trillion, carried. GOE's operating surplus, 80% of which is captured in independent revenue, carried. Total GOE's revenue net of operating surplus, carried. Part 1, development levy, carried. Signature bonus carried. Domestic recovery is carried. Share of oil price royalty carried. Then we go to Part J, statutory transfers. National Judicial Council, Niger Delta Commission, Southeast Development Commission, Southwest Development Commission, South-South Development Commission, North Central Development Commission, Universal Basic Education, National Assembly, Public Complaints Commission, Independent National Electoral Commission,
Northeast Development
Commission, Basic Healthcare Provision Fund carried, National Agency for Science and Tech. Total statutory transfers.
Northwest.
Okay, I didn't call Northwest. Northwest Development Commission carried. We go to Part K, debt service. We have domestic debts, including ways and means carried. Foreign debts carried. Sinking fund to retire maturing promissory notes carried. Total debt service carried. Part L. That is recurrent non-debt expenditure. And starting with presidency carried. Ministry of Defense carried. Ministry of Foreign Affairs carried. Federal Ministry of Information carried. Ministry of Art and Culture carried. Federal Ministry of Tourism carried. Ministry of Interior carried. Office of the Head of Civil Service carried. Auditor General of the Federation carried. Ministry of Police Affairs carried. Federal Ministry of Communication carried. National Security Advisors Office carried. Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission carried. Secretary to the Government of the Federation carried. Federal Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs carried. Federal Ministry of Livestock carried. Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security carried. Federal Ministry of Finance carried. Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning carried. Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment carried. Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment carried. Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology carried. Federal Ministry of Transportation carried. Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy carried. Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace carried. Federal Ministry of Power carried. Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources carried. Federal Ministry of Steel Development carried. Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals carried. Federal Ministry of Works carried. Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development carried. National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission carried. Fiscal Responsibility Commission carried. Federal Ministry of Water Resources carried. Federal Ministry of Justice carried. Independent Corrupt Practices and Related Offenses carried. Federal Capital Territory Administration carried. Federal Ministry of Niger Delta Development carried. Federal Ministry of Youth carried. National Sports Commission carried. Federal Ministry of Women Affairs carried. Federal Ministry of Education carried. Federal Ministry of Health carried. Federal Ministry of Environment carried. National Population Commission carried. Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation carried. Subtotal Executive carried. Federal Executive Bodies, Code of Conduct Bureau carried. Code of Conduct Tribunal carried. Federal Character Commission carried. Federal Civil Service Commission carried. Police Service Commission carried.
Point of
Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission carried.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Federal executive bodies carried.
Point of order, sir.
Overruled. Yes.
Continue, Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. I think in the area of carrying, we have made a mistake. Ministry of Niger Delta Development, and we have already carried that in error. We have already carried that in error, sir. We no longer have Ministry of Niger Delta Development.
Page 479.
We have Ministry of Regional Development.
You reflected Federal Ministry of Niger Delta instead of Federal Ministry of Regional Development. We need to amend that. The ministry, we use the old name of the ministry instead of the new one. So please, Secretariat, can you please take note of that and correct accordingly? Thank you. We come to NIA, pensions, dependents, benefits carried, pension running costs carried, gratuity long service severance package carried, pension transitional arrangement directorate, implementation of new approved pension rates carried, pension, police pensions and gratuities, pension carried, pension running costs carried. We come to Customs, Immigrations and Prisons Pensions Office. Pensions carried, pension running costs carried, gratuities and death benefits carried, pensions for retired CGs and TCGs carried. Now we come to universities pension including arrears, pensions carried, parastatals pension and railway pensions, beginning with pensions carried, pension running costs carried, unfunded liabilities carried. We come to NELCOM pension and stroke arrears carried, National Pension Commission, PENCON, carried, payment of gratuity to civil servants carried, payment into redemption fund carried, pension protection fund carried, pension increase due to 2024 consequential adjustment carried, 2.5% shortfall for employer pension contribution for omitted tertiary institutions carried, benefits of retired professors including shortfall carried, also supposed to be called. Let's all the schedules beginning with 230 to 231, 232, 233, 235 carried, 236 to 240 carried, 241 to 245 carried, 246 to 250 carried, 251 to 255 carried, 256 to 230 to 260 carried, 261 to 265 carried, 266 to 270 carried, 271 to 275 carried, 276 to 283 carried, 284 to 291 carried, total cash supplementation carried, total capital expenditure carried, aggregate expenditure carried. Thank you. Issues and appropriation of 68 trillion, 303 billion, 309 million, 18,667 from the Consolidated Revenue Fund for 2026. The Accountant General of the Federation shall, when authorized to do so by warrants, signed by the Minister charged with responsibility for finance, pay out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation during the year ending on the 31st day of December 2026, the sum specified by the warrants not exceeding in the aggregate the sum of 68,309,818,607 naira only for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2026. Carried. First schedule, the amount mentioned in subsection 1 of this section shall be appropriated to heads of expenditure as indicated in the schedule of this bill. Carried. No part of the amount aforesaid shall be released from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation after the end of the year mentioned in subsection 1 of this section. Carried. 2. Release of funds from the Consolidated Revenue Funds. All amounts appropriated under this bill shall be released from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation only for the purpose specified in this schedule to this bill. Carried. Environment. In the event that the implementation of any of the projects intended to be undertaken under this bill cannot be completed without environment, such environment shall not be effected with the prior approval, shall only be affected with the prior approval of the National Assembly. Carried. Corrigendum. Any error in the schedule to this bill that may hinder the implementation of projects and programs in ministries, departments, and agencies may be corrected through a corrigendum issued by the National Assembly in any of the following circumstances. A. If the total sum of the project or program is not affected. Carried. B. Where the projects or programs are domiciled in ministries, departments, and agencies that lack jurisdiction to execute such projects. Carried. C. Where the execution of projects or programs by ministries, departments, and agencies are overtaken by events. Carried. And D. Where projects are wrongly costed, cited, or posted to ministries, departments, or agencies. Carried. Excess revenue. The Accountant General of the Federation shall immediately, upon the coming into force of this bill, maintain a separate record for the documentation of revenue accruing to the Consolidated Revenue Fund in excess of oil price benchmark adopted in this budget. Carried. Such revenues as specified in subsection 1 of this section refers to revenues accruing from sales of government crude oil in excess of the approved benchmark, price per barrel, the petroleum profit tax, a royalty on oil and gas. Carried. Authorization. No funds shall be paid out of the monies arising from the record specified in section 5, subsection 1, except by an act stroke approval of the National Assembly. Carried. The Accountant General of the Federation shall forward to the National Assembly full details of funds released to the government agencies immediately such funds are released. Carried. Information on fund releases. The Minister of Finance shall ensure that funds appropriated under this Act are released to the appropriate agencies and or organs of government as and when due, provided that no funds for any quarter of the fiscal year shall be deferred without prior waiver from the National Assembly. Carried. Due process certification. The Department of Government charged with the responsibility of certifying that due processes have been complied with in the processing of implementation of projects shall ensure that all processes of approvals are completed within the specified period as provided for in the Public Procurement Act. Carried. Information on internally generated revenue, domestic and foreign assistance. All accounting officers of ministries, parastatals, and departments of government who control heads of expenditures shall, upon the coming into effect of this bill, furnish the National Assembly on quarterly basis with detail of A, internally generated revenue of the agency in any form, carried. And B, all foreign and domestic assistance received from any agency, person, or organization in any form, carried. Power of Nigerian missions, embassies and missions. The missions and embassies shall constitute their tender board as in parastatals tenders board, PTB, within the requisite threshold in compliance with the extant executive circular and the provisions of the Public Procurement Act. Carried. The true part of it is the detailed estimates of expenditures are set out in the second schedule to this bill. Carried. Detailed estimates. The detailed estimates of expenditures are set out in the second schedule to this estimate. Carried. Esperi. Please delete again another correction. No constitution at 99 is typographical. So the only thing that should remain is just Esperi. Expiry date. So delete Constitution / 1999. In line with the provisions of Section 318 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, this bill expires after 12 months, starting from 1st January of 1st January through 31st day of December 2026, when assented to. Carried. Short title. This bill may be cited as the Appropriation Bill 2026. Carried. Thank you very much. Vici carried. Falake carried. Nala Raba carried. Thank you. God bless you all.
Mr. Speaker, sir, 10B and 11, the detailed estimates, I think they are the same. Detailed estimates of expenditure are set out in the second schedule.
Please, can you move for the House to revert back to plenary? Are we also carrying the minority leader?
Mr.
Carried? So, thank you. God bless you.
After that marathon consideration of the 2026 budget, I rise to move that the House do revert to plenary for a report.
Your Excellency, you can't carry the ground.
You have been carried already,
you can't
so
carry
this
ground.
one again. We have moved for the House to revert back to plenary.
Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, I second the motion that we revert back to plenary to consider report from Committee of Supply. I so second.
Honorable colleagues, the House and Committee of Supply considered the report on a bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act, repeal and enactment to extend the implementation of the capital aspects of the Appropriation Act 2025 from 31st March 2026 to 30 June 2026 and for related matters. In so doing, we have approved clauses 1 to 3, the explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. Honorable colleagues, the House and Committee of Supply considered the report of the Committee on Appropriation on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 68 trillion 303 billion 309 million 818,667 naira only, of which 4 trillion 799 billion 628 million 911,806 naira only is for statutory transfers. 15 trillion 809,361,631,657 naira only is for debt service. 15,427,802,407 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 32,267,472,797 naira only is for contribution to the development fund for capital expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2026, and in so doing, approved clauses 1 to 13, the schedules and the long titles of the bill. Honorable colleagues, the next business of the day is presentation of two reports of the Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management, standing in the name of Honorable Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba. Honorable Nalaraba is invited to present the reports.
Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba, OON Sadaukin Lafia, arise to move for the consideration of the report on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management Committee, that the House do consider the reports of the Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management on the request for approval to establish a structured total return swap external financing program of 5 billion with the First Abu Dhabi Bank to support the federal government funding and fiscal liquidity management, and approve recommendations therein. Mr. Speaker, I will continue with the second report. That the House will consider the report of the Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management on the report for approval of 1,945,655 UK Export Finance, UKEF, covered loan facility arrangement by Citibank for the rehabilitation of Ports Project Lagos Port Complex and Tinkan Island Port Complex, Nigeria, and approve recommendations therein. I so present, Mr. Speaker.
The first report to be considered is from the Committee on AIDS and Loans and Debt Management on the request for approval to establish a structured total return swap external financing program amounting to $5 billion with First Abu Dhabi Bank to support federal government funding and fiscal liquidity management. On this regard, I would like to invite Honorable Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba to give us a brief synopsis of this report.
OON Sedokin Lafia, I represent the good people of Awedo Makana Federal Constituency from Nasarawa State. Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues, the aim of acquiring this facility is to rehabilitate and modernize, restore and upgrade Nigerians' most vital ports, which is the Apapa and Tinkan port, which have been reached critical engineering failure stages along the period of time. The rehabilitation and reconstruction of these ports will improve the port's functionality and operational efficiency to meet the growing trade demand, enhance safety and standards, and align port facilities with global best practice. I seek the cooperation of this House to consider and approve the report of the Citibank loan in the United Kingdom. The second report, Mr. Speaker, the Abu Dhabi Bank loan facility. This facility is structured external finance tool to support the federal government funding and fiscal liquidity management. This facility is covered by the rules and regulations of external swap derivatives. This facility is classified as a credit derivative and serves as a form of synthetic and leverage financing. Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues, I dare seek the leave of the House to kindly consider and approve this facility for the interests of the nation and Nigerians as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my dear colleagues.
Honorable colleagues, I think with this brief explanation and clarification, we can go ahead into the main consideration. The first consideration is one, that the implementation of a total return, that the House do consider, that the implementation of a total return swap transaction involving the federal government of Nigeria and First Abuja Bank in aggregate principal amount of up to 5 billion USD, together with the collateralization of the transaction by the issuance of Naira denominated FGN securities to First Abuja Bank as collateral for the loan of up to 133.3% of the amount withdrawn. Carried. The second is that the federal government of Nigeria makes margining payments to First Abuja Bank in USD cash upon demand, if at any time, either due to fluctuations in the market prices of the federal government securities or as a result of movement in exchange rate, or both, the value of the collateral issued to FAB falls below the initial value at the time of issuance. Carried. 3, that the 5 billion United States dollars should be drawn down in tranches, with each tranche comprising of a corresponding confirmation and other ancillary agreements as may be required between the federal government of Nigeria and First Abuja Bank PJSC. Carried. The last but not the least, authorization of the use of proceeds for budget implementation, development of key infrastructure projects which are of priority to the administration, repayment of relatively more expensive domestic and external debts in the federal government Nigerian public debt portfolio. Carried. Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, the House in Committee of Supply considered the report of the Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management